started. Dude, I have so many tabs open.
Real shit?
When I was younger, I could fall asleep at night, dreaming of cotton
How do I sound, Greg?
Sound good so far.
Okay.
Alright, let's do this. Let's get our views up. With 2 followers today again.
Time runs me over. Those with good intention. Why is it hard to love without hurting anyone?
Chandler unsettling this. Like Hotel California, bro? Yo, by the way, I put something in the Creed chat. There are 4 ideas for the cover for my album. I'm just asking people what they think is the best one. But like, which one do you like the most? You like the black letter? So far, everyone I've asked has liked a different one.
Oh, whatever. That's why.
I think that's kind of the point, though. That's why you ask a lot of people, because like,
Yeah.
if everyone likes different ones, then it doesn't really matter what you pick, right? It's like,
Yo, Steve, how do we sound in stream, dog?
what do we sound in the stream? Just start talking.
Hey, this is a test to see how we sound. How is it?
Hello?
Hello.
I thought I unmuted myself way before
You
this.
did it.
When the shovels hit dirt in the earth, did they start to cry?
I mean, you sound very good. You're kind of quiet, but you sound clear. I don't know why I sound kind of fuzzy.
Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive, bring me back to life.
That's okay.
Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. You will be on my mind.
Do a little test. Make sure that it sounds
Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget. Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. On my mind. Got vertigo falling down, 'cause you're going to my head. Can I recognize the sound of my own heart calling? And I found somewhere, I found someone, and I found somewhere, somewhere that I belong, belong, belong. This is real, and you've been right here all along. This is real, and I could never get enough. And I'll be holding on, and you'll be with somebody who can give me love, never gonna give you up. And I'll be holding on, and you'll be with somebody who can give me love, never gonna give you up. Oh yeah. All the energy's running high, resisting my own defense. This vision is our desire. Oh, the energy's running, and I found somewhere, I found someone, and I found somewhere, somewhere that I belong. I found somewhere, and I found someone, I found somewhere, somewhere that I belong, belong, belong. This is real, and you've been right here all along. This is real, and I could never get enough. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give.
future, just computers. No one here to start a war anymore. In a world where we forget about our mothers, maybe we deserve to fade away. 'Cause if we don't give a fuck about each other, it's over. If we blame it on the humans. Yeah, if we fall, who saves us from these ruins? We fall.
Dressed up in good intention, I'm running fast in no direction. Guess we get to rest up when we're dead. Breaking bones and learning lessons, trying to shake these burning questions. I can't get the fuck out of my head.
Yeah, man.
Should we create a chat that isn't up loud on Twitch?
What do you mean?
Is there any,
No, because everything gets broadcasted from his computer. It's just the entire system broadcast.
Mhm.
So the only way you would be able to is like with a literal phone call.
Yeah, I guess so.
and you know this for sure, gotta get swole?
Yeah, well,
Or if you want to make a Skype call, and he can do that on his phone, but that's the only
No.
other way.
it's all about the audio coming into the computer. So since I don't have different speakers, I only have the one speaker. I can't have it coming. It all comes in through the one, so it doesn't matter where we talk from. Kind of thing.
Count is all done.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause this, and we're gonna get it rolling. Hey, what a flippity flop though! This is Stranger or Big Moose, and we are live with Faultarian Journal number 4. This is our 4th one, 4 weeks in a row now. I am mind blown because it's been fun. It's been fun. We've seen a bit of growth. It's just been super fantastic. So, Stephen Chandler, as always, please introduce yourselves.
Yo, my name is Steven. SA Reed in the chat, and I'm the best crunch main you'll ever see.
And
Topics every week now. We're getting it broken into Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. So if for some reason you don't like a certain topic, you can always just pop on in later and talk about it. Act 1, it's always just me, Stephen Chandler, that we talk about in our own personal Discord. But then for Act 2 and 3, we're going to be moving on to the Strange Matter Discord voice chat. And if anyone wants to hop in, give an opinion, or talk in the chat, or just lurk, you're cool to do that. Awesome. So our first topic today is, without having to look back at the screen, but I'm going to have to because I forgot it. Is support characters. So the reason we have this topic going is because in the Discord today, there's just a lot of talk about support characters, and pretty much what it came down to is certain just the community. We're trying to argue different points, and some of the points being should are supports as impactful in a game as a carry is, or a mid is, or jungle, or solo laner. And how, if you're trying to move up in elo, even though Paragon didn't really have elo, it can be extremely difficult to do so if you're a support main, because you rely heavily on your teammates. Simple as that, and you can't carry your teammates to victory. So, Steve Chandler, do you guys got...
Did not hear a lot of what you said. Chandler, if you...
so basically, like, I guess it's mainly about other characters can do the same job, basically.
Sort of. So, like, I play a lot in Arbash. I'm a support main myself. And so there's people arguing that we're saying they've played lots of hours and that they're also support mains back in the day in Paragon. That to that if they're solo queuing and they're trying to move up from platinum to diamond or whatever, if they're playing a support character or silver to gold, doesn't really matter. If they're playing a support character, they're more likely to lose even if they play well compared if they were playing like a mid laner because the support cannot carry because the support just doesn't do the damage needed to get the
Yeah.
kills and carry.
Yeah.
So I kind of get it. I kind of understand. You know what I mean? Uh, like as a support, it's like even if you play perfect, even though that's impossible, you will never ever be able to like it's hard to 1v1 with Narbash. Like
Yeah.
anyone,
Yeah.
doesn't matter who it is. So because of that, you need someone there with you. Even though you can be the initiator, you can be the tanker, you can be the healer, all of that stuff. You need someone to follow up with you, or you won't get the kill. So it's kind of like a weird way. So I was thinking about it earlier because I was really theorizing about it. And I was thinking, like, what does it mean to carry a game in Paragon via the different roles? Thank you for the follow, Narrows22. I really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream. We're going to be going for a few hours. If you want to jump in later, come on, jump in. So, as I was saying, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was thinking about what it means to carry as in each individual role in Paragon. So, and on top of that, it gets way more complex because each character is different. They have different abilities, different team comp, and different elo does different things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For example,
Yeah.
in Smite, Loki is a fantastic character at a low elo, but is literally considered the worst character in the game at the moment in Smite at a high elo. Like he is never, ever, ever chosen ever.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like if you choose him at a high elo, people dodge, kind of shit. Kind of
Yep.
like Iggy and Scorch back in the day in Paragon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But Loki's an assassin, so. So I was just thinking about that, and I was thinking, uh, that in my point of view, I would say there's a different form of carrying, right? So as a carry, it's pretty easy. If you're carrying, you're getting lots of kills, you're doing lots of damage. Simple as that. You know what I mean? But what does
Yeah.
it mean? And same thing with the mage, of course. And mage, it's a bit more. I wouldn't say it's a bit more difficult, but you got to be good at you got to be very good at rotating and stuff if you're a mid laner. But as support, it's really difficult to know when someone's carrying because your support can be 0 and 10. Okay, well, someone's 0 and 10, they're not carrying, but they can be 0 and 3, let's say, um, with 5 assists, and in all reality, they're quote unquote carrying because if they didn't die, the carry would have died instead. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
they gave up their life to save the carry. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, so that's what I mean by it's a different kind of carry for support. Because the real only way to go off if a support's carrying, quote unquote, is off assists. But at the same time, you can't really. That sometimes isn't good enough because sometimes it could be that the carry or the support's trading his life so you can stay alive. Or it could
Yeah.
be something as
So
simple as he's keeping you alive so there's no assist happening. And that's what it means to carry
yeah.
as a
So
support.
basically, do supports just need more health, or do they need to deal more damage, or what makes them viable?
What makes a support viable in Paragon at least, and in Fault, because we did play Alpha 3 weekend, and you can see Sonarbach on the screen there. Uh, what? Yeah, Naros, the game comes out May 8th. Please play it. We're trying to create a 5 stack and beat everyone and never lose. And I'm being serious. Um, Anywho, so as a support, in Fault at least, what makes them carry, in my opinion, is in their rotation. So, and like Narbash is really good initiator because he has the speed boost, he has his thunk, he has his alt, which is a slow and a knock up, and
Yeah.
he has his heal. So if I was Narbash, I think it's really big to be the initiator. But What does it mean to initiate as Narbash if you don't got a mid laner or a mage behind you, or a mid laner or a carry behind you? Like you won't get the kill. It just won't happen.
No,
So
exactly.
that's what I think it means to be like a support, a, to be carrying as a support in Fault. Do you got any more ideas?
I mean, that makes sense. It's more so about like it's like background work rather than actual like getting any of the glory. So
Hmm.
as long as that can be taken in consideration and you're not getting like penalized basically for being more of a support role rather than just attacking.
Yeah, and I also think, I personally think supports win games. Like, and like I know that might sound foolish, but because think about it, like you can have someone that can take your damage, initiate every time without ever being really in any threat to die when he initiates.
Yeah, yeah,
He has a healing ability if you're Narbash. He has like a block ability if you're Steel. Like they have the potential to be a healer, a tank, a stunner, all of that stuff. You know what I mean? And but I can see, so like when I first started playing Paragon and I didn't understand the game, you basically just get stuck in silver. You
yeah,
get put in the pits of silver, and if I was solo queuing as a support, well, okay, come on, like it's a swing and a miss if the people are going to do good or not. You know what I mean? And it's no
yeah.
offense to any silver player. You know, we were all there once, or we still are, and that's just the reality of it. Is you got a bit of learning to do if you're there. You're lacking a bit of experience, and so at silver, obviously, like in my opinion, it's a struggle. If you want to carry the game, you should probably play anything else but that. However, when you get to like the platinum level and above, so and I remember this happening. This is when I was maining Narbash and Paragon, and I finally made it to the platinum for the first time, and I was playing Narbash every game, and I was lucky enough to get support every game. And I went on something like a 12 win streak, and it literally brought me all the way to Diamond, and I was solo queuing at the time. And why that happened is because I had teammates, even though I didn't know who they were, I had teammates that I could trust, and they elevated my gameplay as well as I elevated theirs. And I got a few, and I just remember, you want to, I like gassing myself a little bit. So I remember, in the chat, people being like, yeah, it's a good Narbash, blah, blah, blah. But then I ended up playing with Steve another time, and the same thing happened, except I was being like his pocket support because he was playing carry as Seraph
Yeah,
at the time. And we won like
yeah.
9 games in a row. Uh, yeah, I'm never gonna forget that night. That was an awesome night. Vibes were swinging. So
I was ethereal that night. It was weird.
it was awesome. So
I can barely hear you there, Steve.
Hello.
now you sound much better. You sound much better pretty fast.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So what does it mean to be a support, in my opinion, without going into too, because there's obviously lots of complexities, everything. To try to put it bare bones, basic. The biggest thing I think a support does, and going forward in Fault, without getting any too complex, is a support makes his team better at the expense of maybe making himself look worse. That probably shouldn't happen, but it does happen at times.
Yeah,
And that's what I think it means to be a support, is you make your team better. It's not about making yourself better. Like if you're the carry, you want to make yourself as good as possible. But if you're the support, it's all about doing that. And I really think support's super complex because once you start getting up there and you start getting really good experience with a support, uh, this pocket carry thing doesn't. It's a no go. Like you obviously take care of the carry more than anyone else, but you
yeah.
have to also take care of your other lanes. The only
Oh,
one that
exactly.
doesn't really get taken care of very often is the off laner because he's the off laner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Um, but like you and the jungler gotta be in super good communication. You have to be rotating. You guys got to be there for the defensive ganks and for the offensive ganks. I just think it's really important uh, doing that, and that's why I love support because not all heroes wear capes.
Yo, I got an idea, something that I've always thought about when it comes to supports.
Okay.
So let's say the best for their team, not looking at, the scores of any other player or actually haven't seen the gameplay. In your opinion, which support probably did better? The support with a lot of deaths, but also a lot of assists, or the support that has next to no deaths, but like probably no assists?
Hmm.
And I hope you sort of see what I mean by asking that.
Mhm. And of
Like
course,
what?
and of course, the answer is more deaths, more assists, right? If we're going off statistics there,
Oh yeah,
yeah. The person with, oh, but I just came up with an
because
argument why that's wrong. Okay, see, keep going, sir. I cut you off.
because something I just always think about is what because if you think of it like this, right? The support that has the large amount of assists and a large amount of deaths, obviously there's that concept of sacrificing yourself so that the carry doesn't get killed, right?
Hmm.
But then you can start going into the idea, okay, but what about the fact that the other support didn't die a lot, so there's even less feeding going on? Um, you know what I mean? And maybe it's also an example of maybe their build wasn't very good, maybe they're out of place in team fights. It's okay to get those supports, but is the sign of a good support someone that's getting a lot of assists or someone that isn't dying a lot? Like, you sort of understand what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
because hypothetically, the support that didn't get a lot of deaths, maybe what ended up happening was they weren't putting in the build, they're not farming,
Hmm.
but at the same time, they didn't feed themselves. So, like, I guess to you guys, what do you like to see in a support? Someone that is part of the fights a lot, and although they die maybe a lot, they're also there helping to secure kills, or a support that stays the fuck out of the way and, you know.
I guess the biggest thing is just like no matter what, like I understand somewhat with the role of support, like you are kind of sacrificing yourself, keeping your carry alive, but at the same time, like any goal in any lane is not dying. So, I mean, obviously, if you're looking at elo and whatnot, and just like ranking up, like you're not gonna have a lot of kills, but you should have a lot of assists and not a lot of deaths. Like I don't really like should be able to have enough game sense to know that like, hey, we should back off now, or like we shouldn't poke, try our best, and then maybe die and just trade. There's sort of that fine line between using yourself as just like essentially just giving the other team gold, or just making sure you both stay alive and just like tank your builds with not a lot of damage if you're going to play that aggressive, I guess, as a support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it all depends on the thing, and like that's why it's so hard to pinpoint the support, because if you look at your scoreboard and look off the statistics, it's obvious to see for the most part if every other hero is doing good, but the support, it's not that easy to pinpoint. Like it really is just off like what happens in the game and the gameplay, because to say,
So
because when Steve brought up that point, like you can argue both ways, uh, what is better depending on the situation and the game itself. So it's unique every game.
mhm.
And another way I looked at it, and this is, I remember seeing this because I have a Call of Duty background, and I remember seeing a professional pro, and at the time he had the most championships of all time or whatever when he said this. And he said, I would rather see my teammate go 35 kills and 30 deaths than see him go 30 kills and 10 deaths. And what does that mean? Life, but because of that, they won the game that much quicker than they would have without it. Because everyone's played a game where for some reason someone's 10 and 0 or 8 and 0 or whatever, and then but they're still losing. Like why are you losing the game if someone on your team's 8 and 0? Obviously you can say some people might just be playing bad, but there's also the point that
Not there for
sometimes
the fight.
sometimes it could just be that they're just not there. They're just doing what they see is fit for their character, but not what is best for the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So on that note, I just wanted to go over. Now, I'm going to say this now. There's a few things I forgot to mention. Number one, We're not affiliated with Stranger Matter Studios whatsoever. We are not developers. We are not testers. We are just consumers, like the majority of yourselves. And we're here to try to bring in the community and talk about a few topics that we have from our point of view. Simple as that. And then I wanted to go over what do you think, Stephen Chandler? What do you think is the bare bones thing that each role has to do? So, guys, just remember it's been 2 years, 2.5 years, or whatever now since we played Paragon. But when you think of Paragon, what do you think it means to be a jungler, support, carry, offlaner, mid lane? And we've kind of already touched on support, so let's move on to carry.
Okay. Well, I've always pictured the carry as like, the main damage dealer, the one that is able to deal. They should be able to, when it comes down to a fight of basic attacks, when you're popping off abilities, that kind of stuff, they should be dealing more damage than the mid laner. They should be dealing more damage than the jungle. They should be dealing more damage than the off laner. It doesn't necessarily mean that like there's a difference between damage and strength, I would say. Like
Hmm.
obviously the mid laner I feel like is going to be a bit more versatile. The off laner probably be a bit tankier. The jungle probably isn't out of position. They should be able to overpower every other enemy on the enemy team other than like the opposite carry. But like obviously you want to be ahead of the other carry, but it's one of those things where the only one that should be rivaling your power is the enemy carry, and the carry should be the one dealing the most damage to Prime. It should be dealing the most damage to
Hmm.
Raptors and all that kind of stuff. It should be you're scared to see that character on the field, and if you're not, then I feel like you're kind of failing as a carry.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, that's what I always think about when it comes to a carry and what the support should be doing. The carry should always be able to overpower the jungle, I think, if they're playing smart.
What do you think, Chandler? Do you have anything to add about the carry role?
Yeah, I mean, it's always like just because with the MOBA, I mean, that's the beauty of it. Like, it doesn't matter what role you're in. There's so many ways to build it. But like, I don't know. I was just like, as an ADC, I always found it most fun, like almost playing that glass cannon, just
Hmm.
being able to deal immense amounts of damage because you know you have a support there to either like boost up your health or your movement speed or whatever to just get the fuck out of there.
Hmm. I actually think, I think you guys are right. I think when it comes to carry, you just have to go like straight off, just go off its name. If the position is called carry because they literally have the potential to carry you to victory. It's as simple. It's like it's just as simple as that. There's no such thing in Paragon, at least. There's no such thing as a carry with health. I mean, you could build it, but it's not exactly optimal. So as long as your team around you is essentially keeping you alive and you're hitting your shots and you're fed properly, the carry should be able to win you the game as long as they're there and doing what they need to do, which is hitting shots, rotating when they need to rotate to be in team fights, and making sure that they get ahead before above everyone else. Like the carry should be getting everything, not always, but for the most part, to make it kind of a bit more basic. And for everyone watching, if you agree with us, disagree with us, think we're fucking stupid, let us know. Just say something in the chat. Uh, we'll be happy to answer all
Maybe
all
there's something we
opinions.
missed or something that, yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
So let's move on to the mid laner. What do you think about the mid laner?
Chan, I'll let you go first since I.
Well, it's really just about working those towers and kind of having your lane under control. Like most times, like these aren't the most overpowered characters, but like it's really with working with your jungle and at any time when you're actually killing the person in your lane, it's because you have a proper rotate from your jungle,
Mhm.
but not running in and just completely feeding the other team. So it's it's an interesting role because again, you always have to think that at any time, either right or left lane could be rotating in onto you. So it's super easy to overextend, and I don't know. I always found like just playing that role, it's a little more exciting and keeps you in the game a bit more because you have to pay attention to everything around you.
Hmm.
So it's definitely a good role for like micromanaging.
Hmm. Yeah, I always think of it as with mid laner. Uh, it's always super exciting to be a mid laner because you're the easiest to gank. Overextending, you have to push 2 feet past the middle lane, past the river, and you're considered overextending. You're the first person that's able to rotate when there's a fight, but you're also the first person to be able to get a tower usually, or lose your tower, depending on the situation. So, and there's a saying out there. I don't exactly know what it is. I'm gonna butcher it, but the mid laner is considered like the second carry of the team. So as long as, because if the carry is doing basic damage more so, unless we're getting into hybrid carries, but that's a different concept entirely. The mid laner is the ability damage of the team usually, like for the most part. So they have what it means to be a mid laner is to always be there with the team, like more so than anything else. I think the mid laner like has to be there to be a part of the damage because usually the mid laner is the one that has a huge AoE or has a crazy stun sometimes or whatever it may be. Um, and don't worry about your tier one tower. Just forget about it. Like obviously you don't want to lose it, but like if you push your minions up, rotate, uh, and you get a two piece in the right lane, but you lose your tier one middle tower. I personally think the two piece on the right is usually a lot better, especially in the laning phase.
Yeah, and like you said before, like once their mid's going that 2 feet past their own side of the river, I mean they're overextending too. So
Mhm.
losing your first one doesn't really matter because they're not too far into your territory. But it's definitely that second tower is way more important for mid lane because again, you get people coming in there. It's way easier for either lane or your jungle to just come and destroy that person.
What do you think, Steve?
I've always liked to think that the mid laner is like they're like that shifty friend that you had back in your hometown that like knew where all the best shit was. Like they're the enabler of the team. I always like to think like they're the one that that always locks shit down. Like in my opinion, the best mid laners are always the ones like think about Gideon. Why is he so great? He can deal damage from far away, and then his ult holds people in place. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
like he's not quite as strong as the carry, but he's really good for setting up kills. Like you think of Bellica with her knock up, you know, her lane control, um, all that kind of stuff. They enable kills. I find,
Hmm.
you know, they're a caster. They focus on their abilities, and they're really helpful and good for setting up other people getting.
Means, but I just think it's so unique, and you just have so many decisions you can make at all times, and yeah, it's just awesome. So let's move on to the off lane. And I guess I'll start this time. So when I think of off lane, what does it mean to be an off lane? Usually it means you're a tank. Doesn't always mean you're a tank. You can obviously play other characters if you're skilled enough with them in the off lane. Like there's was a time in Paragon where there was a lot of Revenant in the off lane, and for the testers, if you watch any of the tester games for Fault, they've been playing some carries in the off lane as well. But what does it mean to be an off lane? It means that it's a character that has to be good at 1v1ing and good at boxing, is what they call it. So usually, to be able to and so forth. So what does it mean to be an offlaner? It means to do that side stuff that the team like needs done, but um, it may. I don't want to say it's not the priority, but it may be second to a team fight. If example, because for example, it can be a big deal if there's a team fight in the right lane, but the left lane is still pushing. The off lane is still pushing because they might end up getting that tier two tower. You know what I mean? So what is it? So now because there's that complexity, let's say someone from the team fighting right now goes over to stop the off lane. Well, now there's one less person in the team fight, and then they can rotate, and anyway, it just gets really complex. What
Yeah.
do you guys think?
I I've always thought of the off lane as needing to be one of the most self-sustaining characters because you're over there by yourself. Because they need to have the ability to stay alive and deal damage, but not necessarily get kills. It's
Hmm.
one of those things where I've always felt that you need to be almost like a frontline fighter for your team
Hmm.
when maybe like the carry needs help or needs, like a little break from the fight, and the off lane has enough health and defense, but it's nothing super duper crazy. Obviously, you probably want to either build off lane super tanky or lots of health, but it's one of those things where they're, yeah, taking it back, a very self sustaining character that can defend themselves. I like when you brought up that they were a boxer because I would play Crunch in the off lane, and I think that was always like a thing that I thought about. It's like a person that can do really good one-on-one fights has a good versatile kit, but it's not specifically crucial that they're in the fight to secure kills. It's kind of like a big brother role. It's like there to be like protecting and helping and just being a body that
Yeah.
shouldn't be needing a lot of help and support, save for like the odd gank or two. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, and that solo lane's always the side with Prime as well, so you really engage in that a lot.
Yes. Yeah. They're always on the prime side, which is really cool. Which makes sense though, because remember how like in Monolith, um, yeah, remember how in Monolith and Paragon, how like the Raptor Pit used to be like in the middle right, but then the carry and support would go right lane, and then the other carry and support would go left lane, and then you face the off laner. Okay, there's many reasons wrong with that because number one, if you're the carry and support on the opposite side of the map, just to get a raptor, which they're pretty much there for the carry in the beginning of the game usually, they have to rotate the whole other side of the map, which means the whole team's gonna have to rotate to the other side of the map because it's so far away.
Yeah, and
Uh,
most times the jungler would just end up taking in those instances rather than the ADC, which should be taking it.
yeah, exactly, and it's just and we're not saying ADC they're supposed to go to ADC, but primarily, usually, in a perfect game they do, right? But there was a lot of that issue where they weren't to where. So then, if you were on the side that didn't have the Raptor side on your side of the map, you were immediately at a disadvantage, and that was one thing that actually Monolith brought a big. Monolith had a big issue because of that 2v1 idea that they had um, because of the verticality of the map. Um, and also, there is also, if we get just a bit more into it, 2v1ing as an offlaner is not fun. You're against people that know what they're doing. You're probably losing that tier 1 tower. Always. Not necessarily, but always. And sometimes that tier 1 tower could be the difference between knowing if you're ahead or not ahead so early in the game. Like we're talking like first 5 minutes. And I don't know. I know Steve has talked about this before. So, Steve, would you be able to elaborate on that?
Like elaborate on.
What it means to be the offlaner in a 1v2 and trying not to lose your tower, and how it affects the
um,
actual game.
Here's the thing. I actually always kind of enjoyed the feeling of being a 2v1. And I know that's not a super popular opinion, but I kind of liked it for other reasons. Um, I think it fit into my, at the time of playing Paragon a lot, it fit into my cynical mind of like, I'm going to lose this tower. I'm probably going to get my shit wrecked, but I'm also probably going to try and get that carry a few times. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
it was that feeling of like this tower is probably going to inevitably fall. And I think it was that feeling of when you could say 20 minutes in that tower is still standing, but with barely any health. That was an accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
defended that fucking tower, you intimidated them off of it. They never got far in. You know what I mean? Like I always found it an extremely satisfying role to play, but I think it was more so just because like if the tower fell, if I was getting shit on a lot, it was like, well, there's two of them.
Yeah.
uh,
I got my reasons why I lost my tower. It's a 2v1, man. Uh yeah.
yeah, I definitely think that it's just a different type of game. I think honestly, Fault moving back towards the 2v2 and the 1v1, I think that'll be better from a competitive standpoint and from retaining other players.
Mhm.
But I'll always probably remember the 2v1 at least kind of fondly. I don't
Yeah.
know, just my opinion.
Oh yeah, we all have those times where it's just like, huh, I'm 1v2ing and I'm winning. Well, would you look at that? I must be nasty. I must be
You
fantastic.
get extra bragging rights
Yeah.
when like 8 you're like hell yeah.
Okay, so let's move on with the jungle. Steve, you can start here.
All right, serious dude. He's got to be rolling up with the big boy pants, full assassin mode, ready to plant little C4 on your brain and make it go boom. It's got to be someone that rotates well because that is something that I always hear about. Me personally, whenever I jungle, I got my flings going on. I give equal love to each lane because you got to. But that's always the biggest thing is people aren't checking out the off lane. They aren't checking out the carrying support and the mid lane all equally, and then you can start getting like bitterness from your teammates. Maybe you're not getting enough. Maybe someone just like super over pushing off lane, but because you're so worried about getting your camps and trying to get the carry, you're not getting those easy kills.
Hmm.
And I mean, sometimes, like I said in past Faultarian journals, it's all about time. And if you are, as the jungle, that assassin character that has such a foreboding presence, he could pop out of nowhere. As long as you're maintaining that feeling of chaos and anarchy, no other character really on the team does that. You kind of know, oh yeah, the character's gonna push my shit in. The mid lane's gonna CC me, all that kind of stuff. But the jungle is one of those characters that is supposed to sort of exist as the revenant of your team. It's like a ghost that is there to get those kills, to get that extra experience to help push your team along. Um, I've always bounced around in my head. I'm inclined to always say the bad thing. I feel like majority of the kills should be between the carry and the jungle, but also at the same time, I know it is a bit of a bad habit for junglers to get kill hungry, and then the because the ADC is usually a long range character, you kind of run into problems if you can't even like walk up to them, like Murdoch taking 300 damage, per shot, and you're like, well, I died because I looked at him. Great. So I feel like jungle, in my opinion, is one of the most complex roles to play in a MOBA, but at the exact same time, it's also one of the most straightforward. It's hard to explain, but the idea of get big and eat is the easy way to say it, and then the long way to say it is you need to control this map. You know what I mean? Before your team enters the mid game, and especially before they enter the lane game, it's your duty to be controlling your jungle and doing your best to control the lanes and make sure that no one's stepping out of line, no one's over pushing. And when they do over push, you better fucking hope that you don't miss your right crunch and then your left crunch and then you just crunch them to death. You know what I mean? Uh, that's how I feel about the jungle.
What do you think, Chandler?
Well, I mean, like, so it really comes down to just kind of knowing your paper route. Like, you got to know where to go and decide and how you want to rotate around your jungle, and then if you want to go into their jungle, or if you want to gank, or like it's very situational, but you need to be like you can't just get so caught up in trying to kill the enemy team's mid that and now their jungle rotated in and killed your mid, and now you're behind because you decided to get greedy. It's really kind of like sticking to a path early game and understanding that like you have a role to play so that you can be viable and one of those big things that helps win team fights towards the end of it,
One
in my
thing,
opinion.
one thing I love about what it means to be a jungler is I just find it really cool that the jungler gets to essentially decide the pace that the game is going to go at. Is a jungler going to hit you with the steezy early gank under 5 minutes? Is he going to just farm a bit because his name's Sevarog? Is he going to try to rotate in the enemy's jungler? What's going to happen? You know what I mean? And I really think that's cool because as the jungler, if anyone is this, the jungler is the in-game leader. They're the ones that are calling the shots of what's going to happen, of what he's going to do. Because as a support main, I can tell you, once we start like if we end up being the ones that have to OE in lane, I can tell you I got one eye on the mini map at all times because I got that ward there and one eye on the carry, seeing what's going on. Like I'm always there. Like, are we gonna get ganked? Are we okay pushing up? What's going on? Are we good? Are we good? I don't know. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, I just really think jungler is so unique, and it goes everywhere from as simple as you grab your minions, you do a gank, you hope it works, yada yada yada. You go back, grab your minions, do a gank, you do your. Or it can be as complex as okay. So since I know I'm starting on the strong side and the enemy jungler starting on the strong side, that means I can rotate over when they get to the weak side, and if I want, I can dodge my weak side and then go in and steal a jungle camp from them. Okay. Well, it doesn't exactly have to be like that, but that's just one scenario, of course. Yeah, that's what I really like about jungler. And Steve here was a crunch main, so he played a lot of jungle, and it was really cool to see the crunch come in, do a double dash, even though he's like 9 miles away, and you're thinking, no, 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 there's no way he's coming in and initiating and doing this gank. Oh no, he is. Hits him with the uppercut, and then right after that, the steezy thunk comes in. The second the uppercut animation ends, and like whoever is there, they're just like, well, fuck, that's it for
Cody's just
me.
like filling them with bullets. Like,
Yeah, Krypton just there, just hit. We're just saying, hit your basics, man. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
man. It was funny when you were saying earlier, like of everything a carry has to do, and like, are you this? Are you that? And I was say like, or are you a big green robot that no one has any faith in, and you're constantly having to prove yourself? You know what I mean?
You know what though, Steve?
I
After
relate
we
to that.
stopped playing, and this is one thing, okay. So us three, really stopped playing after version 42. Like I really played very, very little after that. And like once version 44 came out, like I did not play. I just didn't play the game. Um, and apparently Crunch by the end of it, by version 44, he was fucking fantastic. He was apparently like a very
That's
good.
heartbreaking because I did not know that.
You didn't play then.
Ugh.
Yeah, could you imagine? Like everyone's like, "Yeah, choose Crunch." To where when we were playing, people were dodging because you would choose Crunch.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
could have been styling people be like, "Oh fuck, he got the master skins." Like, yeah, I I got the Crunch master skin. That is, I'm put. I actually have that on my resume, man. Like, that's how happy and proud I am of that because I put in so much time getting that master skin.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I think I had that, and I had Sereth master skin.
Yeah, you
I
did.
had those were the two master skins I had.
Yeah. I had Narbash, Decker, and I think I also had like some weird, like I had Sparrow, I think also.
Did you
And
have any Chandler? No, it's completely off topic, but I just can't remember if Chandler ever had any.
Chandler, do you ever get a master skin?
Nope. I never played the game enough for that.
Oh boy.
Chandler was busy kissing girls and making money
Having, yeah,
instead
tour.
of playing video games all the time.
But that's all right. For anyone that doesn't know, that is here listening and watching, so apparently, well, we can't confirm or deny this, but we did get a bit of information from someone internally from Strange Matter that apparently the animations for some of the heroes are a bit scuffed. Uh, and those heroes are Wukong, Revenant, and Crunch. What does it mean by scuffed? It means that either the animations don't work properly in the assets, or for some reason, even though they work properly, they're not saving, or they're just being weird. I don't quite understand. So we were talking about Crunch last Faultarian journal, uh, and then we got that information that Crunch is probably going to be one of the last characters in Fault, unfortunately. So for all you Crunch mains out there, that's pretty heartbreaking. Wukong can be the last. Well, okay, before Morgesh, but second last.
Why
Um,
couldn't it have been Moragesh's animations that were all messed up? Like, I have
dude,
to be Crunch, dude.
yeah, yeah,
You
I
got
know.
an F in the chat from a man Crunch,
So
man.
we had this guy named Kenny who's been coming into the stream a lot. He's been pretty fantastic actually. Uh, and we just got him to show us like the crunch animations in Unreal Engine, and they worked fine. So I was going on like, wait a minute, like they wouldn't just tell us this and just bullshit us, of course. So for anyone that may have done that just for a little bit, it's not that Strange Matter was lying or this implement all the animations. So they basically have to create crunch from scratch every time they do a new update because for some reason they're scuffed. I'm not a game developer or programmer, so I couldn't tell you exactly what the logistics are, but I do know that kind of sucks. So yeah. So if you liked Wukong or Crunch or Revenant, man, I love Revenant. Revenant's my logo. Like I loved Revenant, even though I'm a support main. Like that guy's so cool. Anywho, that's beside the point. Uh, yeah. So I guess that's the end of topic number 1 of Act 1. So we're gonna move on. And the next topic is the back end. What do we mean by back end? Well, it must be 2 weeks now that there hasn't been a tester stream. It must be. Um, so what we've been told is that they Fault Alpha is currently down, even for the testers, because there's a lot of back end processes coming online. So we just want to talk about what we think those could be and theorize about them, because we've gotten like a few teases here and there over the last few months, and it might be time for all these teases to maybe come into fruition. And that's what this back end stuff is, or it could be just as simple as I don't know, implementing a system to make skill based matchmaking or whatever it might be. So
I think it's definitely going to be like UI and like a lot of smoothing in the current gameplay. Because again, you got to think of what people are saying about the other Paragon remakes currently and the gripes they have with those. And one of them is just like it not feeling like a smooth game, especially if you're going to have an early access come out and you want people kind of going for that maximum bundle. You want the game as smooth as possible and you want it looking the absolute best so people are more likely to support your version of the game.
well,
So I think more than anything, like it's to their benefit if they're actually going ahead and making sure things like that are kind of fleshed out.
yeah. Well, for anyone that was fortunate enough to play the Alpha 3 weekend, you would know that there was no exit out of game button, so you had to Alt F4. Uh, and you would know that the menu screen was, to be honest, it was pretty garbage. But it was just a temporary screen. That's what they've been saying. So I think, as Chandler said, I think this back end is going to be them bringing in a more professional screen. They've been gassing that they have a good UI for 2 months now. So it's time for them to put it in because EA is right around the corner now. We're down to 20 days or something. And yeah, it's just time. And I just think, as Chandler's saying, it's going to be so important because there are people out there that are literally saying, "I'm not going to play Fault because it looks bad." Um, well, here's Strange Matter's opportunity to say, actually, it's going to look pretty good. It's going to look the best out of all the
Yeah,
alpha
because I think at
games.
first, right now, they definitely, especially when it's alpha and you're constantly updating things, why would they have gone through so much extra effort on working about cosmetics
Hmm.
when, again, they just want to get game mechanics under control and sort of flesh that out first? So, it definitely, to me, it makes absolute most sense that right now, literally like weeks before they want early access to come out, is that's when they would finally decide to kind of make updates and changes on all that.
Hmm. It also just makes sense when you look at it. Uh, you got a set date now. It's crunch time, so they got to get some of their goals
Crunch.
done. Sorry, they got to get some of their goals done before EA comes out, or on the day of, at the very latest. And it's also like, if you're gonna go dark, because they haven't went, because for the most part they've been pretty good with keeping everyone updated. This is the time to do it because, in a sense, it's only gonna build hype coming EA, or if they
Yeah.
have a dev stream scheduled a week before EA, or whatever it may be. For everyone who doesn't know, early access is May 8th. I'm so excited, you have no idea. I'm literally like, number one, it's COVID-19, so when I say I can play every day, all day, I mean it. And number two, I would probably make it happen anyways. I play 4 hours before I went to work, 4 hours after work, 4 hours after I'm done my schoolwork. People think I'm joking, but like, I would do that. But now I don't have to do that. So I don't know. It's gonna be awesome. May 8th. It's on the way. I really think everyone should really consider buying it on Steam. They got these 3 Steam packages. But if for some reason you're unsure, just tune into a stream when early access drops and see what is happening. And join the Strange Matter Discord. They'll
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Definitely be an educated consumer. Like at the end of the day, just because we feel like this is going to be the most like
successful.
successful version of a Paragon remake, like you definitely you want to make sure that you do your research and like just having more people looking into it and having these talks, like it benefits the developers too because like they want to know what people actually want. Like that's the biggest thing I've noticed with Strange Matter. Within 24 hours, it was changed. So I mean, that's the biggest thing. You need to with this game. It's to our benefit being this early into it and seeing it through development and being able to talk with developers because nobody wants it to turn out like Paragon.
Hmm. That's true. No one wants this to, a year down the road, just fail. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Uh,
especially like with when it's your money on the line, like when it's your hard-earned money. It's not like the game, like obviously when it fully comes out, it's going to be free. But right now, it's early access. Like you're buying into something and you're supporting people based on a promise. So like,
mhm.
do your research, understand why they're doing things the way they are. Like, even though again, like from everything that I've seen, they're definitely doing it the smartest way possible. It's like do the research, see why they're doing it that way, see why like it's proven the way that they're doing it works. Because again, they're trying to make a sustainable game. They're not trying to make like something overnight and something that people can play now and forget about later.
Mhm.
Like this is supposed to be something that sticks around.
Number one, and then we have the unholy icon. Crunch time was March because the original day for early access was March. It might have been April, but or if it was April, it was like April 1st or whatever. But either way, March. So that's their deadline, and Unholy is a bit worried because Strange Matter they have missed some of their deadlines, and they've been a bit exuberant, or what am I trying to say? They've been a bit too excited with their stuff. But the way I look at it, just to unholy, and for everyone that's watching and listening in, uh, Final Fantasy VII was delayed too. The Final Fantasy VII remake. And why do companies delay games? Because they don't want to deliver a poor product. It's like They just don't want to do it. So if it means I have to wait an extra 2 months, however impatient I may be, but they're going to release a better game and more to do, I'll happily wait. I'll bite my tongue. I'll uh, play Valorant for the time being or whatever it may be. But I'll wait. That's my opinion on it. Of course, people have different opinions, and it's also one of those things like I always think new businesses, because if Strange Matter is a new business, they seem to always make their own goals a bit too early, if that makes sense, because everyone's really excited when you start a new business. But then you realize that it actually doesn't take 3 months to do this, it actually takes 6 months to do it. So, just little stuff like that. And I remember I read like an audiobook about it because of my degree or whatever in university, and that's what I talked about. I can't remember exactly what the book's called, but that's what it's on. And yes, Steve, as you were saying, as you didn't say, but we're gonna say, sorry.
Well, I mean, you made a you made a good point when it came to uh the idea of trying to deliver a better product. I mean, I'm always going to be a person that is advocating for um transparency and communication. Like,
Hmm.
if Strange Matter fucks something up or they make a promise and then they can't keep it, I'm more inclined to not jump ship if they're going to admit, yeah, we kind of messed up. This is why, but this is a bit more realistic.
Hmm.
Because at the end of the day, as Chandler brought up, we want to spend our money on a product that we aren't just going to get bored of or isn't something that we actually want. I mean, if they make a promise and then they tack on, a whole extra month or like 2 or 3 months, there's got to be a good reason for it, right? I mean, I genuinely never actually thought that we would get some kind of replacement for Paragon. I always felt like, I don't think any company's actually going to go far enough to create a product that is reminiscent enough of Paragon that's going to make me actually want to play it. And everything I've been seeing with Fault reminds me of what Paragon kind of felt like in the beginning. It was something that was new, something that was still being created, something that, although it looks finished, I'm I myself, like, I'm a musician, I'm a creative person, and there have been a ton of things. Like, there was an EP I made last year, and I listened to the whole thing, and I said, "No, this is fucking garbage." And I pretty much reimagined all 6 songs that were on it and re-put them out, changed up a lot of things, and I made a product that not only I liked a lot better, but I've gotten a lot of better feedback on that project specifically because I was honest and I took a little bit of extra time. Like, I now I might start getting to ranting about, I guess, I won't go too deep into like capitalist rhetoric, but I feel like it's extremely easy for people to be impatient when it comes to this kind of stuff. But I just
Oh,
want
this
you
is the
to
easiest sound of my life.
like
Anyway,
ask yourself something. Like, think about a game that you bought that there was at least one or two red flags about it. They're like, I don't really like that, but it's not a huge part of the game. And then you bought it. It was like 20 or $30, and you played it for the first week. It's like, damn, this is like a really awesome, cool, fun game. But there was always that one thing that you wish was different. But this is like a final version of the game. It's something that can't really be changed with a patch. And then you find yourself sitting down and you're playing it and you say, wow, I'm really not enjoying this. And it's hard for me to not think about that anymore. So when it comes to a product that I've bought, I feel like buyer beware. You should be aware of what you're spending your money on. And no one's asking you or forcing you to spend your money before you actually need to. I think that's a power that sometimes people forget. But also at the same time, yeah, maybe if there's a lot of consistent delays, sometimes that really is better than a rushed, quick product because at that point, it's more of a concern about getting the product out as opposed to making the product that the company wants to make.
Hmm.
So I
And
think,
I
yeah,
always, I always, as I said, I come from Call of Duty background, and the example I thought while you were speaking was Call of Duty. It comes out every year on a dime, doesn't matter, it
yeah,
happens.
it's a good
And
example.
to say that the last few years they have not only admitted and gotten a lot of poor PR and bad customer reviews about releasing unfinished products, but still meeting that deadline instead of pushing it back a month is like it just happened. Like for example, the new Call of Duty. If you played the if you played day one, you would know that the spawn sucked. Warzone wasn't a part of it. The campaign wasn't had a few glitches, and there's like a gazillion thousand things that needed to be fixed. There was server crashes and everything. Um, but if but if Activision or I guess Infinity Ward took an extra month to fix those things, I would have been very very happy. You know what I mean? Because from my point of view, when people are releasing unfinished products, now we have to make an exception. This is still an alpha, right? Um, but we're talking like a full release. If once full release hits, if they release an unfinished product in their eyes, uh, I don't know if they're really in it to make a good game anymore. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's why I definitely think right now with all this back end that they're doing, it's for quality. It's so you can justify putting something on Steam because again, Steam with some of these early access things, they are going to kind of promote you and like if anyone's looking at anything that you're putting out, they want to see somebody in going all the way up to tiers to the $60 version.
And
So
if that
that's
means
kind of the biggest thing, just quality.
yeah, so if that means they delayed it by 2 months, and it means the game is going to be a better version of an alpha, because in my mind I thought early access was going to be beta. Technically, it's not considered that yet. It's still going to be alpha, but beta should be coming very soon after, if that makes sense. If they plan on calling anything a beta, like early access, there should be a beta version of the game very after, and that's what they're trying to get to, I think. And if that means it takes an extra 2 months, then by all means, I'll do it. I'll wait very impatiently, of course. To get back on the back end, because there's only about 1,000 things, and we're actually doing very good on time. I don't think we're going to get everything done in this act at this point, at this rate. Um, so obviously, they're going to change the menu, going to change the HUD, make it look a bit better. They're going to make the map look better because that's just going to attract people, the visuals, right? And everyone knows that Paragon was the sexiest game out there at the time. Um, so that's really gonna really change. I don't know if anyone's seen what the Alpha Paragon looks like compared to the finished version of the map, but if you have time, you should always do that. Or we did show a few videos last stream. Yeah, so there's that. There's also talks about a big raptor. I really hope it's not just them putting in Fangtooth. Like, okay, like they're just gonna take the three raptors away and just put in Fangtooth and be like, yeah, we're just the three raptors. Just there's too many issues with it. I hope it's like a raptor evolves into probably the animation of Fangtooth, but that's what I'm hoping. I hope they look into the passives a bit more. And what else do I want to see for EA? I want to see a skin released. I'm an Indiegogo backer. I paid the 120 Canadian dollars, or I think it's $100 if you're US, for that Indiegogo. I want to see my skin. You know what I mean? I want that skin, and if it's a tier one skin, I'm going to be pretty disappointed.
Yeah, I would imagine it's at least tier two, if anything. I don't see this early on them having any
Oh, they might not have it right
new tier
away.
threes.
Yeah, yeah, they're not going to have tier threes right away. They take too long. They take a while. Tier threes, yeah, they're a lot of work and a lot of money to make. So, what do you guys want to see from the back end, besides like map visuals? Do you guys want to see something like lane objectives? Like, is this a time where they're really coming in?
I mean, Probably not. Like, I'd rather just see it
Would you rather, instead of them adding new
smoothed
stuff,
out.
you just want to see a more finished version first? A
Yeah,
more.
just a finished version, because again, it's still early access. So if they put out a patch once a month leading up to, let's say, January of next year, then
Mhm.
at least enough has changed, and like you can work out those different things, and they're going to have their own dev streams between now and then, and see what people actually want. Like, to be able to just have a little more fleshed out and smooth of a game for early access, and then worry about actual like bouncing and game mechanics
Yeah.
more so towards full release. Personally, I
Pers-
prefer that.
Personally, for me, I mean, here's the thing. I have played and enjoyed quite a few games in the past that did not look as good as Fault looks right now. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, I mean, in terms of back end, early access, that kind of stuff, I just, I don't know. For me, sometimes it's just seeing some kind of sign of commitment to making this so much better than it is right now, and some kind of incentive to get on the bandwagon now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think this is the time. Now, full release is different, but this is the start of they got to make a push to really grow their people and take people outside of their Discord, outside of their Twitter to come and buy the game. And whatever, however that may be, there's a few ways. Yeah, so that's the topic of number two. If anyone here has any opinions, disagrees with us, thinks we're idiots, thinks we have make some pretty good points, message it in the chat. For anyone that doesn't know, Act One we always do just us three, but Act Two and Three we move on and let the community come on in and talk in voice chat. As long as they're not toxic. If they get toxic, we're gonna have to close it. So I'm hoping that never happens. But if it does, I'm gonna cry. Uh, yeah. So now we're on to the third topic, which is the PC requirements for Fault. For anyone that doesn't know, it's going to only be on PC for now. Early access is only going to be on PC. There will not be a PS4 or PS5 version as of yet. It is, of course, in the roadmap and their goals to get there, but it shouldn't happen before full release, as it has to succeed on the computer first. So because of that, there's going to be some minimum requirements that they say are needed to play Fault. Uh, yeah. So let's just pull them up.
Yeah, because I think currently what they're showing on Steam is definitely not proper, because it's some pretty beefy requirements, I
Yeah.
think, right
So
now.
yeah, I actually have it up there. So what they say for the operating system is Windows 7. That's good. You know, that's simple. The processor, the CPU is an i7 2600K. I'm gonna be honest. I played the Alpha Weekend, and my processor isn't that good.
So I wonder if these are
Just
requirements for like absolute, like epic, like total
no, this
full
is what they
resolution.
have a minimum and recommended. So I'm only reading the minimum at the moment.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way too high.
They got memory 8 gigs of RAM. 8 gigs of RAM, that's reasonable. Probably every computer has 8 gigs of RAM, but not every laptop has 8 gigs of RAM. That can be an issue
Yeah.
because you can lose some customers that way. The graphics card GTX 960, look, that's really low. Uh, Everyone will probably be able to play it off that. DirectX version, broadband connection, whatever, 50 gigabytes of space. So that's what they're calling minimum. So that's what they're saying is needed to play the game on the lowest settings possible. I can tell you outright, you don't need a CPU that good because I do not have one that good. Um, and I do have a better GPU and RAM though. So
You
the
know,
recommend so the recommended is Windows 10, the newest version, of course. CPU of i7 6600K, 16 gigabytes of RAM, a GTX 980, and same things for that. So why I wanted to bring this up is this is just to add to the educated You want to be an educated consumer, and this is the stuff Strange Matter is recommending that you have. However, I can tell you first right that I'm playing on high settings in the Alpha 3 weekend. Uh, I I have 16 gigs of RAM and I have a GTX 1660 Super, but I definitely don't have that processor. And I always have like 20 tabs open on my and like other stuff like it, and the game ran fine. I was running 100 frames per second, no problem. And so this was brought up. It probably must be a month ago now in the Strange Matter Discord, because someone was saying like, "Look, I don't got a PC that good, man. Like, I only got a $500 PC kind of thing, or I only got a laptop." And they said, "No, no, no, no. It should be like you should still be able to play it, no problem." So I assume Strange Matter is looking into the matter, and they don't fully have all the specs um, ironed out yet. What the minimum and recommended is. Uh, but I can tell you that if you're on Steam and you're weary that this is too high, you don't need this much. Like, I promise you, you don't. Um,
Yeah, because that's sort of the appeal of games like League of Legends and whatnot, because everyone can download it, everyone can play it, because it doesn't have these crazy requirements
yeah,
to play. Like it's just so easy to get into it and be part of the community because you do not need that huge commitment of like $1,500 game and setup in order to play their game.
yeah. You don't need these requirements. So this is just to help people, and that's a really good point that Chandler made about the League of Legends thing. I don't know how it would work, but I assume that there will be a way to make it that people can play at different settings, and you can make the settings so low that anyone with a laptop should be able to play, as long as it's like not uh, from 2010 or something like that. Um, and I think that that itself is going to add a lot of is going to attract a lot of customers and gamers to try Fault out. I think that'll be really the lower the system
Yeah, I feel
requirements, the
like that's
better.
a requirement.
Yeah, it's a requirement to make the system requirements as low as they possibly can, so that everyone can play it. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, just as simple as that. Steve, what do you think? Like, would you think off of these system requirements, do you think your laptop that you're on could handle it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was looking at my stats here. I mean, I got an i7 8700.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what kind of graphics card I have in here, but I do know it's like a GeForce GTX. Oh, 1050. Cool.
mm-hmm. But you only have
Yeah.
6 gigabytes of RAM.
No, actually, I apparently have 12.
You have 12. Okay, well you're gonna be super fantastic because I remember you telling me 6 the other day.
Oh,
Uh,
my bad.
yeah.
Maybe it's
So
two separate.
What?
it could be two separate RAM
Yeah,
cards to add
two
up to
two
12.
six, just like one for like
Oh,
just general and the other one for.
what you're thinking about, but I know that it has like solid state and whatever the opposite of that is.
Well, yeah, everything has an SSD.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, SSD is basically
Well,
uh,
this has like
fast
solid.
memory, and then
Yeah.
HDD is like your slow memory. So
Yeah.
HDD is usually really big, like 1 terabyte or something, or 500 gigs, or even though you can get SSDs that big, of course.
Hey, it turns out I've had this computer for over a year, and I actually didn't have my fucking graphics card on. I was just, I was just using
Uh,
my
You had
oh,
her into
okay.
eco mode.
Oh, alrighty. Well, Steve's been failing to use his laptop uh,
I feel fucking
for a
stupid.
while now, apparently. But yeah, so just to reiterate, this is what Strange Matter currently has the system requirements to be, and I'm sure they're going to change as time goes on. And as time goes on, it's going to be better and better for everyone to play. So if you just have an older laptop, don't have the finances to get a better PC or whatever it may be, uh, no, I don't believe you'll have anything to worry about once early access comes around. If you plan on playing it. Yeah. So thank you. That is the end of Act One. We're 6 minutes away from it being over. But we'll just end it there now. We will be back for Act Two. We take a 10-minute break in between. I go grab some water because talking for hours is very difficult, believe it or not. And yeah, so we'll be back. And if you want to talk, we'll be in the Strange Matter Discord. And as I just want to say, we are not affiliated with Strange Matter at all. We're just consumers, just like the majority of the viewers themselves. And this is S.A. Reed, Gotta Get Swole, and Stranger in the Faultarian Journal number 4. So,
Swag.
thank you.
Bye bye.
All dressed up in good intention. I'm running fast in no direction. Guess we get to rest up when we're dead. Been breaking bones and learning lessons. Trying to shake these burning questions. I can't get the fuck out of my head.
182. Lay around the house and daydream till the afternoon, thinking about the times that we had when this was all that we knew, when this song was still new, when this all was still new. We could play blank blank 182. Summertime nights that we had, staring at the moon, laughing at our own jokes, acting like they were new. We'd only watch cartoons, but love and life is our tune. Cause we'll leave this time, we'll leave this home, and find lives of our very own. But we can play blank blank 182. We can play blank blank 182. We can play blank blank 182. Summertime nights that we had, staring at the moon, laughing at our own jokes, acting like they were new. We'd only watch cartoons, but love and life is our tune.
We could play blink, blink, 182. Drive around our cars and pretend that we never grew. Sneak out of the house every night. We were young and confused. We never made curfew. There was too much to do. We could play blink, blink, 182. Chasing all our drinks with Red Bull and Mountain Dew. Hangover so bad we would sleep until the morning was through. Yet start again cause we knew that there was nothing to lose.
That we can never go back to this. And as we grow, we'll look back and miss our life. Cause we'll leave this time, we'll leave this home, and find lives of our very own. But we can play blank blank 182. But we can play blank blank 182. Our own jokes, acting like they were new. We'd only watch cartoons, but love and life was our tune.
You don't know the things I did to make you feel right, make you feel alright. And everything you wanna know, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Spreading false alarms, spreading false alarms. Do you feel right? Do you feel right? This is all I wanna know. Are you telling me that you'll be by my side when I wake up at night? Everything you wanna know, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. I love the city lights when you never look so bright. Oh, this is all I wanna know. Tell me you feel alright. Tell me you feel alright. Show me You're the source of love.
Hello. Is everyone there?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move on to the Strange Matter Discord. There's a bunch of people in the alpha chat. Looks like they're playing Valorant or something. So let's move to the EA Q&A chat there and use that.
Sure.
Hello.
Hello. We're just getting it back up. yeah, yeah, the word. I see. Yeah, Kenny. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
You,
We're just waiting on Steve. We'll give him a minute or two, and then we'll.
okay, what happened to the other guy that I met when I first came in?
Meet Steve.
No, it was somebody else, I think.
Nah, there was only us three. We had
Mm,
like we had
okay.
like a few special guests and stuff here and then. Uh, but that's it. Yeah. So everyone that just tuned in, we're about to get started. We're just gonna wait on. Got an essay read. We'll just give him like 2 minutes or something. Um. Yeah, and then we'll get started. I also didn't realize we were above time because I live in Newfoundland and I'm trying to do Eastern calculation and anywho, whatever.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay, Steve said he's on his way. Awesome. Chandler, do you think we should just get started? Yo, Chan.
Yeah, may as well go ahead.
Yeah, might as well get it started. Steve said he's on his way, so. Anywho, what if Flippity Flop though? This is Stranger or Big Moose, and we're starting Act 2 of the Faultarian Journal, number 4 this time. It's super fantastic. This is our 4th one now. This is our 4th week in a row. It's been awesome. We've always done it on Saturday, but this week we're trying Thursday out just to see how it goes. And these 3 topics we got this time is hero builds. We got a lot of them. We got imagining a few items, and want to talk about Boris in particular. Thank you to Empty. For anyone that doesn't know who Empty is, he is a tester for Strange Matter Studios. I also believe he was a European pro player back in Paragon. And he has been nice enough to share some of his ideas for a few heroes that he thinks could use a bit of a rework or a bit of a reimagination. So that's what we're going to do. So, Chandler, please introduce yourself.
Hey, it's Chandler, or I gotta get swole. Here, play games and talk about a community that's quickly growing.
Awesome. And we also have Kenny here. Kenny has been joining us for a while now. He's pretty awesome. He actually is the one that made this Faultarian Journal background that you see currently. So Kenny, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm Kenny. I am waiting for Fault to come out.
It's May 8th, man. It's
It's
so close yet so far away.
such a waiting game. I hate this game.
It is, yeah. And we're also waiting on Steve, who is SA Reed. I'm not entirely sure where he is. He said he's on his way, but he's currently not here. And thank you for the follow, DCR. I really appreciate it. I lost my train of thought with that fellow. Yeah, I was talking about Steve. He'll be joining us at some point whenever he gets back.
Yo, yo,
And
yo, yo.
Steve's here. Steve is here. Steve, please introduce yourself for any new viewers in the audience.
Howdy, my name is Steven. Also go by S.A. Reed. Greatest crunch main you'll ever see.
Okay.
Me.
What happened to your other intro? The good stuff.
Is I think is that not the
That's
Did I
it.
say something?
No. That's good. That's good. That's good. For anyone that doesn't know, we are not affiliated with Strange Matter Studios whatsoever. We have been gracious enough to get a few testers in here and there, and a dev or two to help us talk about the stuff over the last few weeks. And thank you to all of them. But we are not affiliated with them. I just wanted to clear that up because some people thought we were. And yeah, we are just a consumer, just like the majority of the audience there. And we are just passionate Paragon and now Fault players. So, let's get it started. So let's bring up our hero builds. So to start, we're going to bring up our own hero builds, and then we're going to move into empties there. Because we have a few of our own that we came up with. When I say we, I should say Chandler, because Chandler came up with them.
Well, it's definitely loose shells of what these characters could be.
Mm-hmm.
Some things are just reworked, other things are completely changed, but it's definitely more so created right now, kind of to get you guys to give opinions and sort of see what people like, start conversations about these characters.
Mm-hmm. Which, yeah, that's good. 1 second. I'm gonna try to do something a bit fancy this time. A bit fancy. See if I can do it there. Awesome. So we're gonna have some gameplay up in the corner from Alpha 3 Weekend, and we're also gonna talk about these heroes. So the first hero that we have up on the board is Revenant. For anyone that doesn't know who Revenant was, he was what we would call a hybrid carry in Paragon. He was one of the later heroes to come up. When he came out, he was absolutely fantastic. He got a bit nerfed because he was a bit too good. And even at the end of Paragon's death, he was still a top carry. And what made him so good was he was probably the best 1v1er in the game. Like, he was so good at soloing. And that is, like, carriers are always good at soloing, but usually they don't have the ability to stay alive or not do enough damage fast enough or whatever it may be. But then there's Revenant, which, even though he'd never had really a stun in his kit, I think he had like a micro stun, he was able to sustain long enough to 1v1 pretty much anybody. I would even go as far on go on a limb to say that uh, he might have been better at Countess at 1v1ing. And he also looks super badass. What do you guys think about Revenant? Did you guys like Revenant? Do you guys dislike him when he first came out? Do you think he was broken the whole game, the whole Paragon life?
What kind of escape did he have?
His ult. If you consider his ult an escape, you could use it. So you could use his ult. Um, so like if you're in a team fight, get ganked, you just ult someone, you just run away. If they can't catch you, sometimes they can't catch you, so it's useless. But yeah.
Yeah. He never had like a devoted escape though.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of felt like that kind of played into his, his kit, because it was always one of those things where he could stay pretty far away, and like for example, like he had that ability where he shot the little missiles out.
Mm-hmm.
So for him, it was always like if someone came up to you, it was instead of running away, you were incentivized to save your ult for that. You know what I mean? So that you couldn't get ganked by like other people coming in, and then it just makes sure it's a 1v1.
Mhm.
And it encouraged to not, I guess, move out of position even more. I always thought Revenant was a cool character. I was never that good with him. I just never really got the hang of him. I've never been really good at ranged heroes. But I felt like he was an awesome addition to the roster because he looked cool, and I thought his kit was super unique.
It is super unique.
I'm
Uh,
pretty sure he was the only carry I played. It
really?
was on the rare cases, yeah.
Yeah. He became like a top pick, like especially like at the high levels. Like he was like a pick or ban character
I
when he
only
started
picked him
playing.
because he was easy to play.
He was very easy to play. This is when they started rolling out the characters that they're like, okay, we're gonna come up with a few characters to make the console people a bit better because they're a bit easier to use and less skill shot. Which
Yeah.
you can argue is a good thing, but then you can also argue that it just makes it easier for a PC player. Also, it's not that it's easier for PS4 players; that it's easier for everyone. So, anywho, yeah. So let's get right into it. So this is Chandler's idea. Gotta get swole. Me and Steve looked it over a little bit, and we discussed and did a few changes, but we left a few things in just for a bit of discussion. So let's go in. So as everyone knows, in Paragon at the end of the game, there was no passives. They didn't Passives didn't exist in Paragon. I think they did way back in Legacy, but they definitely didn't in version 45. So we gave him a passive because Fault has made the commitment that they're giving every hero a passive. So what we have is his passive Nether Rounds. Revenant's last round in the chamber deals critical strikes for bonus basic damage. If I'm not mistaken, this was a part of his old ability. One of his old abilities, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was one of the abilities that uh I can't remember. It was yeah, I think it was like Hellfire rounds or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember.
So yeah, so we basically just took that portion of one of his old abilities and moved it to his passive slot. And then we went with his LMB, so basically his basic attack. Range basic attack, dealing basic damage. Revenant's hand cannon only holds 4 bullets on the fourth bullet. When the fourth bullet is fired, Revenant automatically reloads his hand cannon. Bonus attack speed decreases reload speed, but doesn't affect fire rate. So that's one thing that made Revenant really unique is attack speed actually didn't make his shot shoot faster. It just made him reload faster, which was like completely unique to him. Uh, so his RMB, Revenant reloads 4 bullets into the hand cannon. Simple as that. I do believe his passive and RMB used to be together, but we just moved his RMB to the passive slot to try to give him yeah, just a bit of balance, I suppose. And then we got his Q. So Revenant unleashes 8 ethereal missiles that home to random targets within a wide cone, dealing ability damage. It actually used to be 10 in Paragon, so it used to be 10 missiles, and these are those lock-on missiles that you could not miss with. That they did a lot of damage, to say the least.
That was pretty broken.
Yeah. Chandler, why did you decide to bring it down a little bit?
Well, sort of because people were using them sort of in solo lane and whatnot. When you had 10 of them, people were also using them just not even on heroes. They were just straight up using them on like minions.
Mhm.
And when you're able to send 10 of those out, you're just wave clearing more of those. And then it all compounded to the point where like he did become way too overwhelming. So just a bit of a nerf on that. Like obviously, because again, reworking any of these characters, it has to be within their animations. So like those lock-on missiles are always going to be a thing. But it's like, okay, how do you make it a little more reasonable? Like if they get, let's say, just a little bit of a boost in damage per missile, but there's just not as many targets that they can lock onto at the exact same time.
Mhm. Yeah,
I thought that would
and
kind of help.
that's true, right? You couldn't use his basic attack while you're using his missiles, but his missiles did generate slightly better wave clear for him. And the big thing was is for me was how the missiles locked on. Like right when you think they're about to get away because you got to reload your pistol, or you because you miss a basic, you can hit this button and do the equivalent of 4 basic attacks. You know what I mean? And that to me is a bit broken. It is very unique to Revenant though, so we kept it in there. We didn't discuss about making it a skill shot, but there might be some potential and debate about making it a skill shot. Now his E is completely different, if I'm not mistaken. So what we have here is his E throws an AoE nether grenade that disables enemy abilities for 4 seconds. So essentially, he throws a grenade and has a silence. What do you guys think of that?
Mm. So he's kind of like an anti-mage type of deal.
I like the silence.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
like
Silencing is
silences.
cool because like Richter was one of the only characters with silence.
hmm
So I think silencing is a really like I like silencing a lot. I guess it's kind of ironic considering like Crunch was nothing without his abilities.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know.
Greg,
I
can you
think
scroll up a little bit just so you can see
Yes, I
that
can do
ability
that.
on screen?
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry, everyone.
But yeah, so it kind of reminds me of like the Revenant from Apex Legends as well. He has a silence bomb as well.
hmm
I think having something that because it's not hard CC and it's not even really CC, but it is at the same time. I guess like
hmm
it more so asks for people to be conscious and have to rely upon like their awareness of what certain characters are doing and when they're activating their abilities. I think it adds another layer of complexity to his kit that I feel like a lot of carries they don't get. I find sometimes carry kits are very straightforward and to me it gets kind of boring. That's kind of why I always enjoyed playing Seraph, because I felt like it was a very diverse kit and there was a bunch of different stuff that I could do. So I think if they added potentially some kind of silence to Revenant, that would be actually pretty cool. I think it's a good idea.
I liked it too, rather than just targeting somebody to take some movement speed away from them when you hit them.
hmm
Because I think that's what the E used to be. It just used to be a scar or something like that.
Yeah, it used to be something like that. Yeah. And then, of course, Revenant pulls himself and his target into the Nether Realm, dealing ability damage and applying a root for 1 second. Killing his opponent inside the Nether Realm grants bonus gold. Was the root in his original alt, or is that new?
No,
Yeah, that was
that's
the same. I took something away. I forget what I took away. There was just something else that compounded on it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, what
wait.
I,
His alt had a root.
Yeah, when you hit them with it, it rooted them.
I don't
That was
remember.
always there.
yeah, there was something. There was something. I think it was a micro stun of some kind. But anywho, I might be mistaken. Uh,
You can pull up the build on like the old Paragon build if
Oh
you
yeah,
want.
it's a good point.
ooh, yeah, yeah. We can do that. Hang on, actually, I think I got a video of him.
Yeah, if you bring a video up, make sure to take the other video down.
Yeah. All right, hang on. We're just going to make this smaller because if I close, it's going to restart, and that's not what I want.
This trailer is better.
All right, now come on. Tell me Revenant isn't the coolest character ever to be created ever.
Well, I mean, there is Crunch, but
Look, man, I'm sorry, bro, but like, Crunch is over with.
There's
Oh.
Figma. I don't think he's the coolest.
Crunch is the fucking man, dude.
Anywho, that didn't show his abilities. Uh, but it was a really cool trailer. I really like Revenant. I literally made him a part of my logo because I think he has a kind of stranger side to him, and I like to call myself stranger and call
I think
myself
what
that from
Chad
now on.
I think what Chad meant is for you to go to the wiki and look at the abilities
Oh, look up
for
his
the
actual
original.
abilities.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
Yeah, just so you can compare it just to his old alt.
Hmm. Revenant pulls himself. Revenant pulls himself and his target into the Nether Realm for dealing ability damage and applying a root for 0.5 seconds. Killing his opponent inside the Nether Realm grants bonus damage.
Hmm,
Wow.
interesting.
Okay, and is that exactly what you have? Oh, you made it 1 second, so you actually made it a bit bigger.
Yeah, but didn't I take one of the? What did I take away? There was something I took away. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, he made his passive the Nether Rounds. Uh, and you took away some stuff from his queue. Okay, yeah. No, that's pretty good. For everyone that's watching, what do you think about this Revenant build? It's just a bit of an idea. Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Do you think it still makes Revenant a bit too good? Would you want to play this Revenant? Is really the big thing. Would you want to play this? Because balancing can come afterwards. So then we got Aurora, the Ice Princess. Uh, yeah. So let's start with an Aurora video, and then if I brought up Aurora,
Yo, Greg,
ooh,
do you know that you still got the Narbash gameplay on the screen?
Yeah, just make that gameplay a little bit smaller if you can.
it's still too big. You think? How about now? Is that better? We'll leave it at that for now. Okay. We're gonna bring up the original Moragesh overview. Or
You mean Aurora?
Aurora. I meant Aurora, but I said Moragesh. Sorry.
What a charming little world. I'll take it. Until next time.
Yo, Aurora is badass. That was such a good trailer. Oh my goodness. So Steve, I'll let you start with Aurora. What do you remember about Aurora from Paragon?
Uh, I remember buying a new controller shortly after she came out. For completely uncorrelated reasons. Um, she was. I'm just taking a look at that passive that you added there, Chandler, and this, I, I fucking hate Aurora so much.
Yeah.
I don't know. But here's the thing. I don't think she's broken. I don't think she's OP. I think she is a really good character, and that's my problem with her. But like I think that's a good thing. She added a really good dynamic to the roster. She makes a good mid lane and a good off lane, and I think even as an off lane, it really that was what I always remembered her. She didn't need help. She could get kills. She could get away. You know what I mean? She was self sustainable, and that was always the thing about her. Now, if you caught her going a little too ham bony, then I mean you could take her down easily. But it was so hard to lock her down. Like you know what I
Yeah.
mean? She had technically 3 escapes because if she rooted you, then there'd be some space, and then she could ice sculpture to get out of things, and then to jump away, and then she had the ice slide, and then she could even ult you if she needed to. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
she was so hard to lock down, and so like the fact that now you can't even slow her down with her passive, it just makes me shudder. I don't know.
Uh,
So that's my initial thought on her
yeah.
passive.
So when I think about Aurora, it makes me think about what that meant for Paragon. So when Aurora was first introduced in Paragon, that was the start of a certain kind of character in Paragon. What do I mean by this? The characters started looking a bit more detailed, I found, which I loved. Their kits seemed a bit cool. But this is where they started making the characters a bit more simple and a bit more easy to use. Even though Aurora had quite the skill ceiling, even though she was good at every level. Um, and I also remember how bloody broken she was when she first came out. And just how I just remember her literally ulting in a team fight and getting 5 kills without a problem every game. And to say that's an
By herself?
by herself. And like to say that's an overstatement, okay, it obviously is a little bit, but not far much from the truth
It
because
wasn't hard to do, or at least like getting a few kills and then leaving other people just completely wounded.
Mhm.
Like that was always my problem with Aurora. Is like it never really felt like you needed to be super skilled to play her, especially if like if you didn't build ability damage, yeah, you were kind of fucked. But like I don't know, it was just like she always felt very like, oh, I just can't move. All right, cool. It just reminded me of Blue Magic in Magic the Gathering. It's just like, oh, I can't play. All right, cool. Like, there's literally nothing I can do to stop her from getting away or to stop her from freezing me. Like,
yeah, yeah. But she did get nerfed. She did get nerfed. But I remember at the
oh
time
yeah,
she was an offlaner, jungler,
there's no way to deal with
support.
her.
Some people were playing her mid lane, and I was just like, what is going on? Like, who was like, because no one gets to play Aurora first day because except a select few because everyone wants to play her. And and I just remember not playing her for the first day and just being like, like this character is broken. Uh, so it seemed like Paragon released a character that wasn't fully finished. Like obviously your kit was finished, your animations was finished, but the balancing was not finished and all that stuff. And that's in a sense, you could say that that's really where Paragon started to fall because it was at this moment in time when she was released that the level of players started to go down
Yeah, you made
significantly.
you, you made a good point with like it was at that character is when it started because if you think about like Countess came out, we knew it was a good character. It didn't break the game. When Crunch came out, I thought it was a good character, and it didn't break the game. Seraph, still, no one ever really thought she was like super awesome, but it didn't break the game. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
When Aurora came out, like it was just a consensus that what the fuck are they doing? Like
Yeah,
what?
this was also around the time when the 5 minute or prime came up, which I always bring up because I literally remember winning games in 4 minutes and I was mind blown. Um,
Yeah, that
but
shit was
anywho,
huge.
let's move on to Chandler's idea. The passive for Aurora that we have is Ice Princess, not affected by movement speed. So what Chandler was thinking, because we did previously talk about this, is Aurora has so many good getaways that just to make her slightly better without putting it too over the top. We said movement speed. And some people say, well, that's kind of stupid. Why specifically movement speed? I think because by the time Aurora gets in the game, she's going to be a counter pick in a sense. You know what I mean? And I think with her passive, that'll be a really good idea for her to be a counter pick. But Chandler, would you elaborate more on what you were thinking?
Gotta get swole.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, no, my phone just glitched out a little bit. So what were you asking?
What is with her new passive? What is the idea? What's the thought process behind it?
So okay, so this was sort of my and sort of I want any passive that I sort of really add to a character. I really wanted to add flavor on top of utility. I don't want it purely just to be looking at it like in a MOBA sense that purely like this has to be part of the norm of what you would look for an ability at. But sort of the mindset where just her type of character and like if you look in that old Paragon reveal trailer, like she was almost portrayed like a dictator, like this high up character of power that purely is just coming in and controlling a lane would just be nothing to her. So that's sort of the mindset I had. So building a kit around her purely like if you look elsewhere in it, there's a lot of like movement speed debuffs or like buffs for your team and stuff like that. It's the mindset of having a hero that can completely control the speed of a lane
Hmm.
and purely again dictate who goes where and does what. So there's only so many ways. Like I didn't want her to pull like a May and literally just throw up a wall in front of the lane and they just can't push through it until they deal damage. Like that didn't seem cool. But having the mindset where like if she's controlling the speed, I then don't want that person that seems like they have this high up power to be able to be knocked down that peg and somebody else be able to slow down her movement speed. Like obviously you can still root this character, you can still knock them up. It's just any movement speed debuff would not apply to her.
Hmm.
And it
Which
was sort
makes
of that flavor of again if she's deciding what the game is like, what speed the game is being played at, uh, it shouldn't be able to be applied against her.
Mm. Yeah, and I remember just off the top of my head, I remember playing off lane with Aurora, and I remember sliding to make her slide wall show up, simply so my minions wouldn't push up, S- so so the enemy hero couldn't get just couldn't get minions, couldn't get the
That
minions.
was a famous.
They would have to wait another 20 seconds before they were getting another minion, a bit more CS. Someone's got some music going on. But anywho, we're going to move forward. The LMB, so the basic attack is just melee basic attack dealing basic damage. Just as simple as that. That I is probably going to say the same. And then her RMB, Aurora leaps in the direction she is moving, leaving behind an icy statue of herself. The replica will draw aggro from enemies, minions, and towers and stay in the world for 7 seconds.
Yeah, this is the exact same ability. It's just they can balance it if they feel like it needs to stay longer or if it needs to stay not as long or if it can't pull aggro, whatever. But again, it was one of those things where when you're running away, it was nice being able to have that statue just pop up and you kind of boost yourself off of it.
Yeah, it is a really cool ability. It is a really cool ability. And I actually really like your idea of her being like a dictator of movement. I really think that's really cool. And I can kind of see it in your ideas here. So her Q, Aurora dashes forward, leaving behind a trail of ice that lasts 3 seconds that other heroes can walk on. This trail gives allies movement speed increase for 2 seconds and 10% movement slow to enemies for 2 seconds. Chandler, why did you decide to do this?
Yeah, so again, just more of getting away. So if all of a sudden you decided to be in some big team fight and two of your allies got killed and now you need to get out of there, you now have the ability to kind of speed up your characters, kind of like how Narbash would kind of speed people up, but also have the ability to deter. Like obviously, like the movement speed debuff to enemies is only if they decide to walk on it. Like you can easily, like it's not that wide. If you look at old gameplay, like you can easily walk to either side. But again, it's sort of that dictator mindset that people like you are deciding, hey, you cannot go on this specific part. Like let's say it's the easiest to go straight, but to get around it, some stairs. Like it's the mindset of just having more control over that lane, and I don't know, a 10% movement debuff for 2 seconds when that wall only lasts for 3 seconds anyways. Like you'd have to be on top of the character while it was cast for it to 100% hit you. So by no means do I think it'd be overpowered, but more so just add flavor to it. Because again, before it used to just kind of appear in the world and it would just block things, and that's kind of where it stood.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it's really cool. I think it really goes with your idea of the movement speed that you have going on. So let's move on to the E. So Aurora creates a ring of frost on the ground around her. That's the exact same. Touching the ring deals ability damage and applies a negative 10% movement speed slow for 2 seconds. The ring remains in the world for 2 seconds. So she uses her set it to never expire. Oh, River, I'm gonna have to do that. Damn, I didn't. Yeah, because the same thing happened with Sawcap. Thank you for letting me know. Uh, we'll fix that after. So yeah, so this is really cool. So it's basically her circle again, which is kind of a skill shot. If there's anything in her kit that is a skill shot, it's probably this, because you have to catch the enemies in it. It has like a certain range to go, and if you catch them, instead of stunning them, you have a 10% movement slow, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So, and that's just following your idea of movement speed and trying to take a stun away, because she did have quite a few.
Yeah, exactly. I don't, with that character, I don't really want her completely rooting somebody in place. I would rather her, because again, like with any of these things, unless alt, I don't really want them like completely getting stuck in place. Uh, but with all these other abilities, like it's just a little bit of ice. Like it's not going to completely seize a character up. It's more so going to again slow them down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I really like that. So then we're on to her ultimate. Aurora's freezes an area, applying a 25% movement speed slow to all enemies for 1.5 seconds. After 2 seconds, the ice on the enemies explodes, causing ability damage and a small AoE around each target. Each enemy inside the explosion AoE will have a new explosion applied to them. So you completely took out her AoE ult and just said, you're only getting slowed.
Well, I mean, it still does damage. It just before it used to, I think, stun them as well, and
Mm-hmm.
now it just does a higher amount of movement speed slow. I think before it used to be 10%, and I brought that up to 25.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And again, like obviously the levels, like you end up balancing percentages and lengths of time and all that other shit. Like by no means is this going to be a completely balanced build. It's more so like the direction
Mm-hmm. I actually
more than
think
anything.
what you have going is pretty good. It's pretty good. Uh, the only thing I would argue is that maybe there's not enough skill shots in your kit still. Uh, but overall, the ideas of the kits I kind of like.
Well, I guess what kind of skill shots did she have before?
It was only her ice wall and her circle, and I guess you can also say like her statue is kind of a skill shot, but so uh, sort of yes, sort of not. Yeah. But overall, I think this is good. I think this is good. I think this is going to be a character people will enjoy, and I think it's a perfect pick of what does what to say. And what does Reverb have to say? Attacking the statue does X damage and roots
Oh
for
yeah,
Y
yeah. No, that
seconds.
would that would help. I like that added. Yeah.
Oh, that might be really cool. What do you think?
Oh
That
yeah, hundred
that
percent.
actually sounds like a really good idea. Is that too many stuns? Well, then again, you can always change the stun, so it probably isn't. No, that's probably really good. It's
Well,
kind
in
of
my
like
current
a.
build, she has no actual stuns. They're all movement speed slows.
Hmm.
So if again you just added the only stun she has is from that statue. I don't mind that. I mean, by no means do I think that's staying in the world for 7 seconds anymore.
No, no, no. But why I
Like,
really, why I really like that is why I really like that is there's a character in Smite, Athena. I remember how she has an ability that makes people like come to you.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty much this kind of ability. So it actually is really cool. Yeah, as long as her ult is 95% slow. 95%.
Well, again, that's only for 2 seconds. It's just
Yeah,
keeping
and it
them,
is an
like
ult.
freezing all the ground around them
That's
and
true. That's
keeping them
true.
in place.
That's true. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I can agree to that actually.
Yep.
Steve, Kenny, what do you guys think of this Aurora? Would you want to play this Aurora in Fault?
Yeah, I like it. But I was thinking of for her ult would be similar to May ult to slowly slow them at the end, root them.
Hmm. Steve,
You
what do
know
you
what I mean?
think?
Steve's away right now.
Steve is away. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. And Reaver said he thinks the 7 seconds is fine because you can still play it and roots still let you do everything. Yeah, and you just can't move. I kind of agree. I kind of agree to that too. And I was thinking like even if you get slowed, you could still probably use like Crunch's ability to fly away, um, so that it's
Yeah,
not
there's going to be
utter
characters with obvious like dash abilities that can
that are yeah.
obviously outplay a just basic movement speed debuff.
But that's what you need, right? There needs to be counterplay, and in the past, Aurora didn't have much counterplay, so that's why I think this kit is just fantastic. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to Grimmix, and we're gonna bring up the original
Yeah, because you had
Grimmix.
we're still on the fence about how exactly we want that passive to play out.
Yeah, we are.
Welcome, new owner, to your Sentry Combat Robot. This battle-ready tool is the ultimate addition to your arsenal. Featuring a proprietary renewable energy source,
I really like
patented
Grimmix.
defense chassis, and an auxiliary tethered coil control system. The next generation of offensive advancement is here and ready to execute your every command.
Warning, Sentry robot should only be used by trained operators. The owner assumes all responsibility for damage done to beings, places, or property. Please battle responsibly.
Okay, so Grimmix came a way back when they had early access. Alpha early access, they were calling it in Paragon. So that's an old trailer. You can clearly see that that trailer is different than the newer Paragon trailers. But yeah, it's anywho, let's move on. So when you think of Grimmix, what do you think? I think worst carry in the game. I love his abilities though. Grim was your baby, but um, I don't. Anywho, uh, I think of refrigerator.
Yes, heavy. There we go. That's what I was thinking. That was sort of with the passive. My
Yeah.
original passive, they didn't really go for it. I just basically said that he couldn't be knocked back or knocked up because that was sort of the mindset of the Iridium Core. Like he was just this big, heavy character that just like let's say Steel goes to run into him, Steel literally just stops on him. It's kind of like in Overwatch when two Reinhardts charged at each other. They just kind of knocked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just this heavy piece of metal that's kind of walking around the.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I
Like I wouldn't
remember.
care if they completely took out his jump.
Yeah, I remember we were saying that, but then we were like,
Yeah, you guys didn't
no.
really like the whole not being able to knock up or knock back or whatever.
To not knock up a carry, I think that's kind of wild. Uh, so we changed his passive over time. And what we currently have is Iridium Core. He CCs everyone that CCs him, can be CC'd by teammates. The reflex CC is 50% of the CC on him. So essentially, if you hit him with a stun, he'll stun you back, but for 50% of what that stun is. um, and at first we didn't have the CC teammates, but we had it at 100%, so it's just equal. But you can be stunned by your teammates, so try to just balance it out a little bit. But I quickly turned that down.
That's a lot of CC.
You went a little crazy with his kit reverb. Reverb. What's your idea for Grimmix, dude? So what do you guys think of the passive? Do you guys like that passive for Grimmix, or
On paper, it sounds kind of overpowered.
you think so?
A little.
So everyone that stuns him gets stuns for half of the time. But he
It's
can
a
be.
passive. It's not an ability.
It is. Yeah, that's true. But he can be stunned by his teammates, which means he can stun his teammates also. So there's a bit of a double-edged sword there.
It's not that hard to stun your team unless you're Gideon.
No, you can't stun your team in Fault.
I'm saying it's not hard not to stun your teammates.
Exactly. I just think, uh, yeah, it could be a bit too difficult. Make his ult a skill shot. Okay, yeah. Once we get there, so we got his RMB, which is his basic attack. That's obviously just going to stay the same. Then we got his RMB. Grim activates a 2-second duration shield that blocks the next incoming enemy ability. If the shield successfully blocks an ability, that damage is sent back to its source, dealing 25% damage of ability back as well as gaining mana. So it used to only give you mana when he used his little shield. But Chandler's idea originally was that you just whip it back, just like Yin's little ability, where she cracks her whip and hits your rock back at you if you rampage. So we were saying that, except it does 25% of the damage that it would have done, but you still get your mana back.
I like it. There's some skill to this ability.
Yeah, and I wanted him just purely deal more damage, like being able to just, I don't know, like be more aggressive with a character like that. Because again, you don't want the mindset of him having to run back. That was sort of like my original idea with the Iridium Core and like not being able to knock up or knock back. Like he was just running at you. Like again, the character's name is Grim.exe. Like you wanted him basically going in to terminate whatever he was like set out to terminate. So I don't know. I definitely a much more aggressive build was kind of my thought process behind this character. Yeah, like an
Oh, Reverb just brought up a
yeah.
good point. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I remember when we were talking about it, we were thinking about Grimmix and we are saying, look, we're not trying to make another basic damage carry.
No.
We want his abilities to be useful, because if you want to do that, you can move on to Murdoch or Twin Blast or Sparrow. So even though they all have their own niches, but so what we're saying with Grimmix is to try to keep that hybrid carry. What will make him useful as a carry? Because when it comes to basic attacks, he's going to do less damage than the other ones. So it's really his abilities. So you're sacrificing a bit of damage, but for a bit of sustainability, in a sense, is what we were trying to go for. But now when I
Yeah.
read it, so let's say his passive CCs the person that hits him, but his RMB just sends it completely back at you. So let's say you get stunned. Don't those kind of overlap on each other, and then they kind of...
Well, again, that's why that ability was originally when I had my passive. It wasn't really with that other one in mind. I mean, you could obviously rework that
Yeah.
however you want it to.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really think that through, did I?
Yeah, so I mean, like, even if we don't go the CC route or we don't go the knockback route, just like having something that makes him a little more tanky without outright just saying more HP.
So
That's
if
where I was like, what game mechanics can you add to a character to make them feel heavier, to make them feel more planted, to make them just a bigger staple in the lane? Like when you see them, you kind of know, hey, that's a thick boy.
yeah,
So it's just like what kind of ability do you give a
so if you
character
eat
like that?
stun, you stun who reflected it. Yeah, so if you eat the stun, you would also stun.
Yeah, like if they stunned you for 2 seconds, you stun them for 1 second.
Yeah.
They still have the upper advantage, but they still.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's what you were going at with
Yeah, that
your
was
passive.
the idea. So lob shot that deals ability damage and quickly displaces enemies, moving them from the center of the explosion and applies a 10% movement speed slow. I think this is the exact same if I'm not mistaken.
Which one?
His Q.
It used to just displace them dealing damage. I added the movement speed slow.
Okay. Yo, you added the movement speed slow. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So not only are they knocked away, but if you let's say the skill shot would be the mindset of if you can lob it in front of them, let's say they're running back towards their tower, but you lob it in front of them, you could actually launch them back towards you so you could deal damage while they are now slowed and they can't get away as quick.
Mhm.
So
And
that was sort of the mindset behind adding the movement speed slow to that ability that you're not just displacing them back because again most times the easiest thing was to just knock them back and they just went flying away from you but there really wasn't any advantage outside of that.
mhm. Yeah. And Reverb said he does like the idea that we have, but he thinks the passive at the moment is broken. Yeah, at first we had it 100%, and then we were like, okay, we got to calm it down a little bit. That's crazy. I can see what you think about being, but you can be stunned by your teammates or CC by your teammates. So if you accidentally get hit by a Steel ult, an Aurora ult, Gideon ult, you would get that CC also and stun them. So it can actually work counterintuitive. Because if you're getting hit by a Gideon ult, well, you just knocked him out of his ult.
Did you guys mention the other idea for the passive that we had, or as I
Yeah, the
recall?
original one that I mentioned.
At first, the passive we had, or Chandler had, I gotta stop saying we for this. This was mostly Chandler. Most of this was Chandler. Uh, it was crowd control.
He couldn't be knocked up or
Yeah, it couldn't be
like
knocked up or
knocked
knocked
back.
back.
He couldn't be knocked
you
up
can
or
you
knocked
can you can
back.
still stun him, you can still slow him, you can still whatever him, you just couldn't knock him up or knock him back. So really, that would only counter what Murdoch's grenade, if that's still a thing, Steel's knockback, Wukong's staff.
Um,
I mean, there's only so many, and again, with a character like that, like it's all dependent on if those characters are even being played. So
Mhm.
it would just end up kind of like with Aurora's. It's the mindset that like it's creating kits that make you want to counterpick. Like it's no longer just the base level of being competitive. Like there's literally characters where it's like, oh well, they picked him, so I'm going to pick this character purely based on a passive. It was kind of an interesting like again, I haven't played Fault and the new game state of any of this, so it's hard when you haven't played the game creating these kits, but it's sort of
Yeah.
with the mindset of Paragon and the game state it was in.
Mhm. Uh, yeah. Reverb said that he's. Imagine if the passive that like the CC passive that became his RMB, and then we
Okay, yeah.
gave him a different passive. And he's also saying with 30% of the duration, because even if it's the RMB, it's still kind of busted. And then
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
just a simple passive of if he hits his basics, he gets mana to use his rest of his abilities. which actually might be really cool because of his next ability, his E, where he needs mana. Oh.
Yeah, so that's sort of the mindset. Your basic attacks are using mana to apply damage over time,
But
which
maybe his
I just like
passive could
damage over
also
time
give him
compared
mana.
to other things.
Yeah, and I really like the idea of him being like a big body, so a carry, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, just a
Yeah. So
big piece of metal rolling around.
yeah, so we're on to the E. When this ability is toggled, Pulse Cannon attacks using mana and has a damage over time effect. So literally the exact same thing as what it used to be. If you hit your shots, you get a damage over time. I think he used to have a slow though,
That
didn't he?
Yeah, it didn't used to be DOT.
yeah, it's not
Oh,
DOT.
used to be. It used to be a slow, and we made it damage over time. That sounds broken.
Yeah, that's why I added the slow to the lobbed
Yes,
shot.
yes, yes. Whoa, Grimmick says support. I didn't even think about that. That kind of just blew my mind.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, like,
That would work
he doesn't
actually.
have to be forced into just because he used to be something like reworking kits and whatnot. You can switch kind of where he could get played.
Hmm.
So I mean, it wouldn't be outlandish to see him in that role. Obviously, he doesn't have some of those like traditional support abilities, but it would still be in those kind of
Well, it's
in the
cool.
thought
It'd be
process of that.
cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, and then of course we have his ult. Grimmy XE comes to a halt and locks onto an enemy hero. After a short channel, a Gyro targeted Force Orb is launched. The orb will pass through the world and non-hero units but can be blocked by enemy heroes and ability-generated walls. The orb deals ability damage upon hitting an enemy.
Yeah, I guess so. And again, kind of like what Reverb was saying. So if instead, like, again, the only way I would rework that and take away the lock on is again if you sit into that role and you have to make the skill shot, I want to have it have like a greater AoE and deal a little bit more damage. Obviously, if it's going to lock on to somebody, I mean, it just makes it easy. Just click onto it, find someone, click towards them, and call it a day. But definitely way more rewarding if it becomes a skill shot that you can hit them with.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea what I would have ever wanted to switch that alt. It was more so just kind of a placeholder to have this discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we're kind of all of the idea that if you're trying to play, and I don't mean this with any disrespect to Grimmix, but if you're trying to play a carry, why would you choose Grimmix over Revenant, Sparrow, Murdoch, or Twin Blast? Like, in realistically, right? So
Because he's
that's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. Well, his fun, but we're talking like objectively why, and uh, his his previous kit just wasn't doing it. You know what I mean? He was in the top three worst characters in the
yeah,
game.
and that's kind of where I'm trying to get at with any of these. Like, it's the thought process that they had with Overwatch. It's okay. Let's make every single character in the game feel overpowered, and then just balance it so it purely comes down to skill. So if everyone feels like no matter what, you get to click onto your favorite character and it can be viable purely because like the kit's basic mindset like is viable.
Hey, I know
You
who
don't want
this
any
is.
ability where you look at it and you go, I'm not going to use that.
Nice. Okay. And what Reverb said is what his idea for Grimmix was. And for everyone who doesn't know who Reverb is, he's just a really cool guy. And he's pretty fucking good at the game. And he's a tester. So the ult I had was to make it so you can freely aim the ult through the map and have it knock back whichever way it comes from. So he could wrap his ult behind someone and knock them back towards your team. Similar to Ness's little ball of electricity from Super Smash Bros. Remember when you go, I don't know, he go, yeah, 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 whatever he would say, and then he would like shrivel up and then this ball would come out and hit them, and you control the ball? You know what I'm saying?
Yep, yeah.
That would actually be really cool, I think, because then you take away the skill shot. Uh, well, you take away the lock on, so you make it more of a skill shot, is what I meant to say. Uh, So it could hit himself and propel himself into his enemies for a lot of damage as well. Whoa. So like, yeah, I think lock on is yeah, it's something. Especially lock on just takes away a bit of skill. It's just it's just as it's just as simple as that. Um, but what do you mean, Reverb? Like if he hit himself, would
Like he could
him?
become the projectile then.
Oh, so this is technically a projectile that hits someone to make a projectile. Is
No, like if he decides to wrap it around himself and hit it into him in an angle that could go towards the enemy, he could literally launch himself in and just kind of like steal where he just charges forward and deals damage. He would just launch himself in, dealing damage. But now you're closer to them.
Oh, that's really cool, actually.
Yeah, so
Mm,
you have that because again, when you go into his ult, you have to plant yourself.
mm-hmm.
So if you have to plant yourself, and then I mean, obviously that gives you even flexibility right there. If you just put yourself into that position, and then you go, oh shit, maybe I need to get away. I mean, even just launch yourself away from them. Like if it gives just situational being able to either hit them directly with it or launch you in. I mean, you're at a disadvantage because now you're closer and they can deal more damage. They can deal more damage or root you or whatever once you launch into them. But I don't know, just having flexibility in any ability, especially in alt where it's going to have such a huge cooldown. Just kind of just being able to have more reward from using it.
Mm-hmm. So are we in agreement that you think that would be a better idea?
Oh, it'd be a super cool idea. I'd like to see it taken into effect. Like, I'm just trying to picture what that even looks like. Yeah, having the camera follow the ball, that would, yeah, definitely. I can just imagine that being a pain to put into the game, but it would look so cool. Plus, I guess if he's playing more of a support role, you'd be able, like, you'd be in lane with somebody, so it's a
Mm-hmm.
little easier to kind of go into that place and not be too scared that somebody just comes up and ganks you from behind, but you still have to be aware that.
Mm-hmm. And so I got it written down what I imagined from what Reaver was saying and what we were talking about. So what I got there is Grim EXE comes to a halt and uses a ball of electricity that goes through walls and that Grim controls. He can use the ball to hit the first enemy. This is bad English, but he can control the ball to where it hits the first enemy it hits, or he can hit himself or an ally with the ball, which propels himself or an ally in the direction they are hit from and explodes on impact, dealing a whack ton of AoE damage. And then Reverb is saying it would use like a camera. It would use its own kind of camera, similar to Muriel when she ults and camera just follows the ball through the map. So kind of like what's the character from Overwatch that uses the let it rip thing? Junkrat? And
Yeah,
how
yeah.
that has a camera and you follow it around.
Yeah, 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 literally just that.
Yeah, I actually think that's a really good idea. So anything more on Grimmix or can we move on to the third character? Or is that the final character we have?
That is the final one that I'd been
That's the final
working
character
on.
that
Yeah, but we have
ch-
some of Empty's builds, do we?
yes, that's the final character that Junkrat came out with. So now we're going to move on to Empty's ideas.
What? Did you just call me Junkrat?
I might have. That was some of Chandler or Gotta Get Swole's ideas. And now we're going to move
Yeah,
on
no,
to
I
Empty's hero
reverb. I'm still
ideas.
not on. I'm still not on with that passive, but that's an
Yeah,
ongoing
we'll update the
conversation.
passive. We're just not going to do it this very second. But yeah, I now that I've been a bit convinced, I would say that the passive is a bit too busted, and I think it would be better to be RMB. Truly. But we're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna move on to Empty's ideas. For anyone that doesn't know who Empty is, he was a top player, a top European player back in Paragon. I remember, I like, anywho, and he is currently a tester as well. For some reason, the clip is busted in your Twitch chat. What clip? Hang on. Hang on.
Check your DMs. And was Empty going to get into any of these with us and talk to it through voice or?
Uh, I asked Empty, and he said if he gets a chance, he will. But
Okay.
we'll see. Yeah, he can't. Okay, let me just check. But I DM'd you a clip from Sock. Oh, you brought up a clip in. Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. Let me see what reverb sent me there. Just give me 1 second. But while we do that, we're gonna slowly but surely switch screens.
Maybe you should.
Okay, I got the clip up. Yada 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 yada. All right, now let's bring it back. So this is what Reverb's talking about when he says this pinball.
Maybe you should, dude.
He's like fucking good, dude.
What the fuck was that shit, dude? Heal me! Oh my god, you fucking missed.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Even though that is
Let the tilt out.
clearly a glitch. Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, I can get down with that.
I actually think that's really cool. And if that was his alt, that'd be really cool. So now we're going to go on to Empty's ideas. So last stream, we went over Muriel, Drongo, and Greystone. This time, we're going to go over Grim, Wukong, Steel, and Boris. Thank you to Empty for everyone. Please follow Empty. You can see his Twitch right here at EmptyT. He's pretty awesome. Just hit him up with the follow. So we're going to start with Grimmix. So we've already talked about Grimmix, but this is what Empty's idea for Grimmix is. So passive, Grim EXE stacks minion energy from last hitting minions with abilities. Not basic attacks, he can stack an infinite amount. At 25 stacks, he gets 3 mana regen per second. At 50 stacks, he gains 10 ability power. At 75 stacks, his second ability gains slowness. Slowness is dependent on the level of the ability. At 100 stacks, his first ability gains CC immunity for the duration of the roll. At 150 stacks, his ultimate will execute enemies below 20% HP if an enemy has been hit with ability 3 or at least 3 times in the last 30 seconds. Enemy heroes can still block an execute ability. Indicators will show for both teams if a hero is executable. Whew. And there's more. Grim EXE does not gain stacks from player kills unless they have been marked by ability 1 or 3. Okay. He can have a maximum of 8 stacks on an enemy hero. Raptors grant 2 energy stacks, while River Buffs grant 1 energy stack. If Grim EXE last hits minions with abilities, he gains 3 extra gold. If Grim EXE kills, not assists, an enemy with energy stacks, he gains 3 extra gold per stack. So that's a big passive. Empty at his damn stacks. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It's very different than what Chandler thought of. I do like it. The only thing I'm worried about with stacks is like I just don't want too many characters that have too many stacks because like I feel like that's so unique to someone like Sevrog, and I just don't want too many people to have it. But if it's like just Sevrogs and Grim, it's no big deal, of course. But that's just something I'm a bit worried about. I haven't even read the abilities yet. So Chandler, what do you think about this?
I mean, that definitely goes a lot deeper than mine did. It's cool because it's sort of reminiscent of, uh, obviously Severog and just having that incentive, and like once you bake it into a character last hits, like even the casual players when they start looking at a character like that and they start looking at what they have to offer, it
Hmm.
puts it into their mind at an earlier stage. Hey, this is how you use this character. You want to last hit. Now all of a sudden, you have somebody who might not that be good at that good at the game, last hitting now purely because it's part of a character's build.
Hmm. That's true. Wait, he wouldn't last it because it's a part of his build? What? What do you mean?
No, no, I mean like you're more likely to like
Oh yeah,
people
with
are doing
this,
it. Like people like if you're new to a MOBA and you don't understand that concept, once you read it in their abilities, you start looking into it more. So
yeah.
just having that part of a character more than just Sevrog, some people may just never play that. Like having more characters where there's an incentive to last hit.
Hmm. Yeah, and this also really gives a good incentive to, if you're hitting your CS, you're going to be better. Simple as that. So let's go on to his first ability. So Grim XC rolls in the direction he's facing, doing set amount of damage, for this amount of units, dealing set amount of damage. If he passes through enemies whilst rolling, he will knock them backwards and upwards and place a 3 energy stack bounty, which he can redeem if he kills the enemy after the enemy has been marked for 5 seconds. If the enemy is killed with the roll itself, the Grim XE will also gain 3 energy stacks. Grim can cancel this ability early. If a friendly hero kills the enemy, he will not gain the energy stacks. At 100 stacks, Grim EXE gains CC immunity while rolling. Whoa! That's a lot of stuff. I like this rolling thing. So the rolling thing's kind of back. Reverb mentioned that earlier, but it was an all. This seems kind of broken. Not gonna lie. Very broken, but that's okay. Because it seems fun. It seems fun. So ability 2, Grim.exe damages enemies for whatever amount of damage in an X radius. Anything hit with the ability is knocked away and given a slow. The slow only happens if Grim EXE is above 75 stacks. So that, Chandler, that's exactly what you said, except the slow only happens if he's above 75 stacks. What do you think of that?
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm a fan.
It's good. It's good.
It helps with just his general character. I feel like just making him more viable in a lane.
Hmm. It's true. And then we're on to ability 3. Grim EXE gun fires an energy shot dealing set amount of power. For every 5 energy shots fired, Grim EXE loses 1 energy stack. Oh, okay. Grim EXE can use this ability if he has no energy stacks. However, the damage is halved to set amount, allowing him to get this ability at level 1. At 150 stacks, Grim EXE can execute enemies under 30% HP who have been hit with this ability 3 times in the last 30 seconds. For each hit on enemies with this ability, Grim EXE puts 1 energy stack, which is redeemable if Grim EXE kills his enemy hero within 30 seconds of this ability being hit. These stacks are separate to the stacks obtainable from his first ability. Grim cannot have more than 8 energy stacks on each enemy hero. This ability will be a low mana cost ability, allowing you to use it efficiently for last hitting. Grim EXE will have a stack meter showing how many of these abilities he can fire till he loses his stacks. This is a mouthful and a half. However, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
definitely a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. This is a very in-depth character, I must say. This is ain't no one picking up Grim EXE and knowing how to use them day one. Yeah, it is very complicated, Reverb. I must gotta give you that. This sounds like I'm playing Smite or something. To be honest, this kid is a bit all over the place, but it is a good kid. This is a 2020 League Champion kid. Oh boy. And then he has his old abilities. So he has his old ult there, which he just, lock on, hits him, yada, yada, yada. So then his ultimate, it gets more complicated. Same ult with range cap. Grim EXE charges the stacks he's gained through the game, damaging enemy hero with depending on the amount of stacks he has as follows. If Grim has 25 stacks, 90 damage, 150 more damage. So yada yada yada. Firing his ultimate, Grim loses X amount of energy stacks depending on the stacks he has. So he loses stacks if he uses them. Oh, have they been? I actually don't play League at like all. I tried it for a little bit, and I have an account made back in 2012. I think I made the account, but um, okay. An alert is shown if Grim ults you, giving you time to react either by shielding, healing yourself, or having the ultimate blocked by a teammate. An execute alert is shown if you are below 20% HP, and Grim XE has hit you with his third ability 3 times in the last 30 seconds. Shielding or healing yourself to be above 20% HP will after Grimmix has altered, you will not execute you. Oh my gosh, I just butchered that whole thing. I'm saying it again. An execute alert is shown if you are below 20% HP and Grimmixy has hit you with his third ability 3 times in the last 30 seconds. Shielding or healing yourself to be above 20% HP will after Grimmix has ulted, you will not execute you, but instead deal the flat damage. So if you heal yourself after the execution shows up, you take less damage. This kid is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Aphilos. Yeah. You just said 5 ults. Yeah, but that sounds awesome, though, that it has 5 ults, though. But it sounds super, super complicated. So, Empty also gives his thoughts on his characters. So, this is what he has. So, Grim EXE is based on minion farming with abilities, making sure you get as many last hits with abilities as possible. Grim EXE has an execute ultimate only obtainable once reaching max stacks. Grim EXE is excellent at marking enemies with bounties for him to obtain if he manages to kill the enemy. Grim EXE is a very intriguing hero with many ways to help you outplay your opponent, making you consider how you use each ability. Grim EXE stacks are gained and lost throughout the game. This will require a lot of thinking to figure out when and if you should use certain abilities, as when losing abilities, you might lose damage on your ultimate and even a passive ability. Grim XE is also very much combo based with all his abilities. Grim's kit is very unique solely because he can upgrade all his abilities 5 times, whilst his ultimate can only be unlocked through his passive. What do you think? It seems kind of cool, but it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot to take in. It's not something I can just figure out this very second, for sure.
No, you definitely have to see it being played and like see it being viable. What I would hate to see is that let's say it is an awesome build and it works great as long as you know what you're doing, but then he never sees any play and he's never viable. And then because nobody plays him and everyone says that it's no good, he just gets reworked anyways, and then it's reworked way too late, and now all of a sudden you have something that isn't fun.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know, like
I think abilities.
there definitely has to be a happy medium
I
between.
Yeah. I
Like,
think
yeah.
I don't want champs to have a high skill floor, but a high skill ceiling. That's a really good way to put it, Reverb, because obviously this is a high skilling uh, concept. But if I was a new player, I would never play Grimmix because this is crazy. Like this is not a first day character you play. This kind of really turns off lower elo
Yeah, like you're
players.
playing about 15 bot matches before you figure out what you're doing with that character.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And his thoughts. We really need an ability carry, and there's no one better to do the job like Grimmix. I wanted to include a very original passive which goes hand in hand with his ultimate. Apart from that, I really wanted a hero which had 3 abilities which can be upgraded 5 times, while his ultimate is unlockable after getting a certain amount of CS. I honestly really like the fact that you can gain and lose stacks. It makes you think if it's worth dealing damage and getting your CS game up and going. I also wanted to try and keep some abilities so there wouldn't be need to make new animations for them. One important feature with Grimmix is that he can execute enemies, something which we also didn't have so far. Yeah, he's definitely a complicated champion, and he's not. It's a good idea, but
I
it's a
like the
bit.
idea of like building a character's kit and how you use it to something that like it's so niche that it gives a player a completely different experience playing this character as opposed to playing something like Murdoch.
Mhm.
I think Grim was always such a simple character that was just like I don't know. I always really enjoyed playing Grim. He was definitely one of my go-to characters because I thought he was so cool, but I always felt like there was nothing about him that you could master. You could get really good at. I always felt like I don't know. I don't know, like looking at this kit, it makes me feel like, oh shit, like I could really sink my teeth into this and really learn, okay, this is what this character needs. I need to be acting this way. This is what I'm really good at. And I don't know.
Reverb, you and Steve, S.A. Reed here are the only 2 people I've ever heard that like playing Grimmix.
Gramix was always super fucking dope. And it always was super confusing to me that he was this like badass robot that little alien won and all it does is just shoot. You know what I mean? Like for
Hmm.
something called Grim, I feel like if it was this death bot that was super complicated and this little alien is like this genius piloting it and all that kind of stuff, like that shit would be super dope.
The double ADC Grimmix Murdoch meta in Legacy was so much fun. Oh boy. Yeah, it was pretty fun, but I don't know. Grimmix was something. So now we're on to Wukong. So I want to just make this statement. At the end of the game, Grimmix was probably the best character in the game.
Grimmix?
Sorry, did I just say Grimmix? Joking. I meant Wukong. Wukong was the best character in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I would yeah, some people may disagree, but Wukong was pretty good. So, we got a little trailer for you of his first release.
An honorable student demonstrates many virtues. He shows strength, cunning. Most of all, he shows wisdom and respect.
So, Stephen Chandler, what when you first were introduced to Wukong and played against him that first week of Paragon, what did you think?
I never really enjoyed playing them. I don't know. I just I don't know why, but I've never really enjoyed playing like animal characters. Like completely aside from the kit. I don't know. It just felt kind of like nothing about him really interested me in wanting to play him. Like, yeah, the stances were kind of cool, but like what each stance did and his animations, like even like the knockback, the way the staff just gets huge. I don't know. To me, it just never really seemed really cool, and his ult was
I
very boring to me.
I just couldn't get into him for the exact same reason that I could never get into Devil May Cry, because my brain was way too small to be having to switch between stances and have different abilities. Like it was just such a turn off to me. To, like, I mean, it's great for some people, especially if you have higher skill ceiling, being able to like go between the two. But again, more so from a casual standpoint, it was just such a turn off to be like, okay, well, that's more than I bargained for. I don't even want to touch this character now.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty boring. He's pretty bland. I can see that Empty is in his Google Docs right now, or I saw his name show up, so he's here. And so apparently the lore between Fang Mao and Wukong is that apparently they lived in a cave together for like 200 years, and Fang Mao trained him in the way of Paragon, whatever whatever. And but Fang Mao ended up making him go crazy. That's kind of wild, isn't it? That's kind of cool. I can't wait to see the Fault lore and see what they're gonna come up with. That
It's
just
so cool, just like any lore with any of these games, like just having flavor text, and even like what I always loved, like you get in the lane with somebody that a character had history with, and they
Mhm.
just yell stuff out about them.
Yeah, yeah. It's just really cool because as it just makes you connect with that character all much more, and it makes everyone have a favorite kind of thing. Um, okay, but as we were saying, so this is Empty's idea for Wukong. So Wukong, anti-heal stance switcher, no mana usage. So passive. Wukong does not use mana. He instead uses inspiration. Wukong believes he can thrive under any circumstances. Anytime Wukong uses an ability, he gains inspiration. When his inspiration is maxed out, Wukong abilities change as his belief in himself is stronger. Okay. Okay. There's a character like this. There's a character like this in Smite I've been using. She uses like water. Yeah, sorry guys, I was just reading the chat, but never showed what was going on in its story form, just little tidbits. Yeah, that is true. They only ever gave little tidbits in Paragon, but that's okay. It was enough for me. Anywho's, as I was saying, Wukong starts with 25 inspiration. Once Wukong reaches 100 inspiration, his stance is switched. Wukong will lose 3 inspiration every second. Once Wukong falls back below 25 inspiration, he is switched back to his other stance. Wukong will then start losing 1 inspiration per second for the next 25 seconds. What do you guys think of that so far? So this idea of inspiration instead of mana. Once
Another
Wukong,
cool mechanic.
it's different. It's really cool. Once
Yeah.
once Wukong, okay, I already said that. Wukong gains 7.5 movement speed increase per enemy nearby when he is in the inspired stance. So he becomes a Usain Bolt for everyone that's near him. If Wukong is stunned in midair, the stuns are increased by twice the time. Yo, that's so cool. I actually really like that. You get rewarded for basically hitting a better shot, a really, really
Yeah.
difficult shot. So, hi, Lisa. So ability 1, no inspiration. Wukong slams his stick straight down in a line, dealing set amount of physical damage. The cooldown of this ability is reduced by 1 for every enemy he hits with this ability. This ability gives such amount of inspiration. Wukong gains this amount of inspiration for every enemy he hits. If an enemy is marked with hatred, this ability will disarm the enemy for 1 second. Foiling to hit anything with his ability will make Wukong furious and lose him 15 inspiration. His ability hits an enemy with hatred, hatred will be removed. Uh it might have just been because I was reading it out loud, but that I'm actually kind of a bit lost. What about you guys?
Yeah, this is
So
definitely going down the
so he does
same lane
damage.
as.
Yeah, this is one of those in-depth characters.
Yeah,
Big brain
yeah,
ideas.
yeah, yeah.
This ability gives inspiration, more inspiration for every. And if the enemy is marked with hatred, this ability will disarm them. Failing to hit anything with this ability will make Wukong furious. Oh, so if he misses, it makes him.
Then it would cost his inspiration.
Yeah, it would cause.
Yeah.
And it would also make him angry. So it would become hatred. And then hitting someone with hatred would disarm them. Is that what this is saying?
No, I think whatever it's called. I think that's another ability.
Yeah.
It's like tagging another character as hated.
Okay. Okay. And then ability number 2, no inspiration. Wukong enrages himself, losing 2 inspiration per second. Oh, so it's an ability to become to get his hatred. This grants more attack speed for the duration. If he hits an enemy 3 times before he deactivates this ability, the enemy is marked with hatred. So, yeah, he can mark someone with hatred. Wukong gains increased movement speed as he jumps in the air, gaining a high altitude advantage. He runs for 5 seconds, then drops down. At any time he's in the air, Wukong can use his first ability to deal 1.5 the damage and knock up the enemy. This ability gives 3 inspiration for every second he's in the air. So what do you guys think about that? So basically his run up in the air, jump, same thing as usual. Uh, when he hits you, he does 1.5 damage and knocks you up. And he gets his inspiration, of course, because we're going to this inspiration. One thing I really like that Empty's doing, he's making them really complicated, which might
Yeah,
be
yeah.
a bad thing, but it could also be a good thing. But one thing I really, really, really enjoy that he's doing with his heroes is he's giving them this like ability. Like, so we're talking about inspiration with Wukong. We're talking about this stacks with Grimmix. He's always moving. He's always giving them something that's so unique to them, if that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
something that builds them up, like it's natural progression no matter what, from early game to late game.
Yeah, and I think that's really really cool. Overall, I just think it's awesome. So, but it's also like when Reaver was saying like empty and his stacks. So empty, I could see you like something similar to stacks, which is fine. There's no problem with that. But yeah. So now his ultimate. We have Wukong slams his stick forward, hitting the first enemy he's in contact with, dealing damage. If the enemy is marked with hatred, this ability will put a 35% anti-heal debuff for 6 seconds. If the ability hits the enemy with hatred, hatred will be removed. This ability gives 25% inspiration. Why this is so cool is the anti-heal debuff is because one of the factions, one of the support items gives a AoE heal. So every support's going to be using it, kind of thing. It's basically a staple. So
Yeah.
this would counteract that, if that makes any sense. And it gives more inspiration. So that's all of his abilities without inspiration. Now we're talking with inspiration, all of his abilities. Wukong extends his stick, dealing damage in a 145-degree arc. Okay. The cooldown of this ability is reduced by 1 for every enemy he hits with this ability. If an enemy is marked with hatred, this ability will disarm him. And then the rest is the same as before. Okay. And then Inspired. Wukong enchants his stick for 6 seconds, dealing this much increased basic damage if he hits an enemy 3 times. Okay, so it's the same thing. So this is when he has max inspiration, when he's at 100 inspiration. And then we got ability 3. Wukong jumps vertically, granting him altitude advantage. Once landing on the ground, Wukong gains increased attack speed for 7.5, 12.5, 15, 20 for 5, 6, 6, 7 seconds. And his ultimate, Wukong spins his stick a total of 720 degrees. Oh, so he does 2 full spins. Dealing set amount of damage for each hit. If the enemy is marked with hatred, this ability does the same thing as before. So, what do you guys think about this inspiration idea and how, if he has enough inspiration, his abilities become stronger?
I think it's cool adding that extra layer of having to be aware of another gauge different to other characters,
Mm-hmm.
especially the idea of altering the kit. Especially like, let's say you get max stacks during a team fight, and it was the fact that you paid close attention to lining up your abilities to get you the most inspiration, and then bam, you can pop that alt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be huge.
I think it's really cool. And then then Empty gives his ideas for the kits, what he believes, why this is a good idea. So we got Wukong will still be decently agile, keeping his vertical jump and his vertical walk. This will be costly considering he will be squishy. Wukong will suffer heavily from stuns if he is hit midair or he is in his inspiration stance. Wukong is a stance switcher with long cooldowns. He will be able to switch stances thanks to abilities which increase and reduce inspiration, having him save his 25 seconds of inspiration stance. Wukong is very good against healing heroes with his double anti-heal ultimate, which reduces healing by 35% for a decent duration. Wukong will have to choose if he wants to disarm or anti-heal debuff the opponent, giving him options. Wukong also has other combos which will require him to use multiple abilities either to increase attack speed prior to making sure you mark your enemy with hatred or using your mobility ability to deal more damage and knock up the enemy. So what do you guys think of his ideas? Like, do you guys would you guys want to play this Wukong?
Yeah, I'd be more inclined to check out this Wukong 100%.
Okay. And then his
Me
thoughts.
personally.
Wukong is very hard to balance. You need to figure out how much mobility he can have without being annoying to deal with. The abilities won't deal a crazy amount of damage, but then again, he uses no mana, so he'll be sticking in lane for a long time. Of course, a Wukong will not be regenning his health easily, therefore, although he has unlimited abilities he can use, he will need to watch out for his health. I wanted to make him be a proper stance switcher with a few good different mechanics. I also wanted to try and keep some abilities so there wouldn't need to make new animations for them. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
And Wukong was all over the place back in Paragon. So this really tries to make the best of it. Awesome. So now we're on to another character. We already went over Muriel. We already went over Drongo. We already went over Greystow.
What time's second act supposed to be over at?
I can look. It is. I had it up on my phone.
Was it 11?
I think but it's Eastern. You see, it's Eastern.
Oh, okay.
Yo, we got our logo today that we're looking into, which is pretty awesome. So we say 9:50. Whoa, that's pretty late. So 10 p.m. Eastern is 11:30. Is 11:30.
Okay.
So still got a little bit. So, so we already went over Greystone, yeah. And then Moragesh. Steve, are you ready for this?
Whoop.
So it starts off Moragesh, less lock on, and some more combos. So Moragesh daggers, basic attacks, deal poison damage which scales with magical power. Each basic attack deals 3 bonus poison ticks with 3 seconds and stacks. That's pretty cool. So basically damage over time. Is I assume what he means by poison. But I'm not sure. Moragesh furiously blows insects forward, dealing a set amount of magical damage. This ability goes through minions, but sticks on the first enemy hero. Oh, okay. This ability has a chain reaction, meaning if another enemy hero is in close proximity of the ally, the insects will transfer to that enemy, dealing 80% of the initial damage dealt to the previous enemy hero who was hit with this ability. The insects cannot target the same hero more than once. The insects cannot hit more than 3 enemy heroes each time, doing 80% of the previous damage dealt to the prior enemy hero hit with the ability. The last enemy hit with this ability becomes marked on the voodoo doll that Morgesh keeps by her side. The insects cannot target the same hero more than once.
So far, I'm liking it.
I can only hit up to a certain amount. And while we're doing that, I just wanted to show the Morgesh cinematic when she first came out. I've been doing that and I forgot. So let's get it done. Did you notice that for every other cinematic preview I had, they had like an extra skin for her, for the character, and then for Morgesh they just didn't? It's because they started taking devs for Fortnite at that point.
Yeah.
No, I have no idea, but that's just what I assume. Maybe they just didn't come out with one for her.
I was gonna say Revenant came out after Morgesh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. So, since I just skipped this part, but what do you guys think when Morgesh was first introduced into Paragon? What was your initial thoughts, and why did you love her or hate her?
It was just such a cool character.
I didn't think she was gonna deal as much damage. Like I think she just needed a big old damage nerf. You know what I mean?
You
Like
think so? But at
she just
first,
dealt way too much damage.
do you think she was too easy to use?
Yeah, like the fact that you could just spam the lock on attack over and over and over and then run away and ult, like
Mm-hmm.
it all dealt way too much damage and there was no skill really needed for playing her.
There
You
wasn't.
just activated the ability and you ran away.
I really like the passive that Empty has.
I like it too. Apply a poison on basic hits. I think
Mainly
that's really cool.
because I like DOT for everything.
No, but it seems
Big
like it
fan.
would fit her really well, is what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah. So ability 2. Morgesh transforms into a body full of insects, granting her increased movement speed. Morgesh can pass through minions and heroes, dealing magic damage. Morgesh will also instantly explode all ticking damage on enemy heroes. Morgesh takes 25% reduced damage while in this form. Morgesh cannot be rooted while in this form. The last enemy hit with this ability becomes marked on the voodoo doll that Morgesh keeps by her side. So that's just the same as her old, except he made it a bit more in depth. She had an ability where she could walk through people. So you can't be rooted, take less damage. It deals more damage to any poison or ticks that she has. And this will also mark the person. And then we got ability 3. Morgesh throws a bug hive in an area, dealing amount of damage ticks for 4 seconds. Enemies who are marked from ability 1 or 2 will have another additional 2 seconds of ticking damage. Oh! So if you're marked, you get hit for more damage. That's kind of cool. And ultimate. Sorry.
What if I completely forgot my idea. Never mind, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, Ultimate. Morgesh summons a deadly swarm of insects in Morgesh image, dealing a bunch of damage. Hits on the marked enemy hero from anywhere. After Morgesh uses her ultimate ability, the marked enemy will reset. The ultimate ability can be interrupted while she's going through the animation. If interrupted with CC, she gets frustrated and will lose her marked enemy hero, but the ultimate will not go on cooldown. Oh, okay. So what do you think of this so far? So basically, he took out the lock-on ability, and everything else is the same, just a bit better. And he also made it so the ultimate has like a way to be stopped a little bit,
Yeah.
which might be really cool. Which might be really cool.
Yeah, I think it makes her a bit more of a like a bit more skill intensive and takes away some of the unreasonable damage.
When I see this, I know this might sound foolish, but if I feel like not enough stun to her kit, and like he's been going kind of brazy with the other kits, and then this one, I want to see more done. You know what I mean? I like the
I
idea of the
mean,
poison, but
sometimes less is more.
that's true.
When a character is fully identified and you know exactly what they're supposed to do and like sort of like even combos with that character.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. Hmm. What do you think, Steve? Would you like to play this more, Morgesh, or would you think she's still a bit too easy?
Um, I've always thought, what if there was just like a bit more of an unreasonable cooldown on her mark ability,
Oh,
which
okay.
makes her pick and choose a little bit
Well,
more and
she
not
has two
just spam
abilities
it.
that can mark people now
Like,
in this new build.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, she has
Wait,
her ability one, which is completely new. You just blow insects forward, and this one is when her little travel she had. That can also mark them.
it can?
And empties concept it can, yeah.
Okay. That was always the thing. I always felt like there was no consequence to marking someone. I always thought, what if it was like maybe there was a bit more thought put into, okay, I'm marking this person and this is the reason why.
Mm,
You know what I mean? Like,
hmm.
I don't know. But either way, I always just thought it was an interesting thing to consider.
You think that she should have increased cooldown?
Yeah. Well,
That means her abilities are gonna have to hit hard.
mm, yeah, I guess you're right. So,
Okay, and empties idea for his Morgesh concept. Morgesh will no longer have auto lock basic abilities. Self high five. Morgesh will become dependent on choosing in what way she wants to use her abilities. Okay. Her ult is fantastic and doesn't need a change apart from the small change it made when she gets frustrated and loses her marked target. Morgesh is aggressive and usually throws in quite a few basic attacks between abilities and in her dash animation, meaning her passive strongly needed to be oriented with auto attacks and fit her poison niche. I love the poison niche. In fact, I actually, after reading this, I would love to create like our own character another day of what we think would be good for Morgesh with the poison idea.
Yep.
yeah, that'd be cool.
And then Morgesh is a poking god with minimal getaway, and that should still be her thing. I agree. She doesn't have very much getaway, that's for sure. She's an easy gank. And then my thoughts. For the love of God, what's up with the auto locking abilities she has? I agree some heroes need to be beginner friendly, but auto lock abilities are not the way to go. What better way to fill a crazy niche as a crazy bits? Will catch some people off guard. Oh wait. As a crazy bitch will with her swarms and hugs. Fuck, I'm butchering the words. She needs more combos, and I just like her passive and I just like her passive will catch some people off guard. She will also get to choose what to do and how aggressive she wants to play. Let Morgus go crazy. Let her do what she's here to do. Hard hitting, but not so safe against hard CC. Apart against roots if timed correctly. Autoplay potential, yay. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely like this concept, and we'll definitely have to touch in our own version of it. But this is definitely a more stable version of Morgish compared to how she was in Paragon.
Hmm. Yeah, the Paragon, like, these auto lock needed to go, for sure. And he did exactly that. So this is a more fair character. Simple as that. And now, everyone's favorite character, the character that's on the logo of all of Paragon for whatever reason, Steel. This is new. I was looking at this earlier today, and I noticed that he added Boris, but I didn't notice he added Steel to this Google Doc. So now Steel's in there, and it's awesome. And I'm actually really excited because Steel was the first character in Fault that had a passive implemented, and he was broken. I was raging because I couldn't stun him ever because that's what his passive did. So they removed it for the weekend after a day or two, and yeah, and even still, he was still very good. Like probably the best character. I don't know if he still is now after the weekend, but I know in the weekend he was. So yeah, but I got a little video for him. This is old because Steel was an original. So look at this. Yo, doesn't these old videos just make you feel some kind of nostalgia and everything? I just think it's pretty awesome.
Back in the glory days.
Oh yeah, Steel should have hair. Big flex.
Just an afro.
I've been saying that for a while. Yeah, why not? A robot with hair that he can infinitesimally grow back. And whenever he uses his ult, his hair disappears and then it comes back. I'm just kidding, but anywho, let's go in. So, Steel, God of CC, with less hard CC that grants better overall value. So yeah, he has a lot of hard CC, meaning stun, root, knock up, all that stuff. So I guess Empty's idea is to give him a bit less hard CC. So passive, Steel shreds enemy magical defense when an enemy is stunned within 700 units. Stun doesn't have to be his, can be from an ally, as long as Steel is next to the CC'd enemy. Steel gains 3 magical protection for each CC'd enemy up to 10 stacks. He has to CC the enemy's ally CCs do not count. At max stack, Steel becomes CC immune and glows in yellow. Each stacks lasts 20 seconds. What do you think of that?
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, but imagine if you can't stun a character. Like, isn't that broken?
What do you mean?
This says you can't stun him.
Yeah, oh, that's your own fault. You'll let him get there.
But it still uses 3 abilities. There's 3. Yeah, I get it. And it only lasts for 20 seconds. Okay. That'd be a long battle if he got to glow in yellow. Actually, now that I think about it that way. So ability 1. Steel auto attacks with his shield, dealing ability damage at a slightly longer melee attack range, trembling an enemy hit. Trembling is the best word I found to describe the effect. It's just like Bacchus' ultimate from Smite, where enemies become dizzy and their movement is altered slightly. Oh yeah, that's when he burps, remember? Brrr.
Yeah, and basically everything's altered, yeah.
Yeah. If trembling enemies get hit by ability 3 or his ultimate, he gains double the CC stacks on his passive. Okay. Ability 2. If you tap the key, Steel will pull up his shield in front of him while moving at 75% of his maximum movement speed. Blocking all attacks, Steel gains damage mitigation when holding the shield in hand. The shield is half as wide as it currently is in Fault, so a shield is smaller. If you hold the key, you will be able to throw the shield somewhere on the ground. The shield still blocks all auto attacks. Enemies passing through the shield become slowed. The shield is three-fourth as wide as it currently is in Fault. Yo, the shield in Fault is massive. Like it'll cover the whole lane. Like it's literally like I don't understand. Like a whole team can hide behind it. And it blocks everything. It blocks basics. It blocks all projectiles. But this only blocks auto attacks or basics.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a different take of it.
It is, yeah. And then ability 3. Steel puts his shield in front of him and dashes forward 1,500 units in a straight line, dealing magical damage. Anyone hit by this is also knocked up and displaced. That's very Steel-like. The dash can be canceled at any time. Oh, so we can cancel it. Enemies previously hit by ability 1 will grant Steel 2 CC stacks on his passive. If Steel collides with the wall, a tremble effect happens in a 600 unit AoE around him. If Steel uses ability 1 on trembling enemies from this ability, they become rooted. That's kind of cool. So what do you think about his new third ability there? So it can be canceled. It gives his CC stacks. And this tremble effect that he has. So imagine being at Orb Prime and I collide with the wall and you all get dazed.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this. It's just simple as looking at it, thinking about it, reading about it. So his ultimate. Steel leaps forward up to 800 units, then smashes into the ground, dealing magical damage, knocking up all enemy heroes. Steel gains a 2% shield depending on his max HP for every enemy hit with his ult. Shield lasts 10 seconds. Steel is immune in the ultimate animation. What? Steel gains 2 CC stacks on enemies previously hit by ability 1 or the tremble effect of ability 3. I can't stop his ult, so the only thing I can do is dodge it. Do you know how hard it is to dodge Steel's ult?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't dodge it. They just miss, is actually what happens.
I like how it's kind of doubling down on this idea of him being like a genius CC character.
That's what he was supposed to be. He's supposed to be the king of CC. He also has the highest defense in the game. Base defense. Doesn't mean he has the best scaling. Okay, so about empty Steel concept. Steel is a god of CC, and this kit will prove that. Yeah, it will. Steel needs to have some thought behind a bit and between his abilities and combos. Not the same repetitive combo I've been seeing all the time. Stunning the carry on cooldown. Let the man wait, man. Robot? Let the robot scale better and reduce his hard CC, but grant him better value if used correctly. Oh. So he's saying let him scale better and let him use his ability. So make him more skillful. Steel Shield is ridiculous. It covers an entire lane, so let's lower the width but grant Steel's self buffs. So is that a nerf or a buff? You decide. Steel is the kind of guy you want to protect your kids when you're not home. I mean, honestly, what more do you want? What the fuck? I like how we added this last line.
Hell yeah.
Anywho. His thoughts. Steel is fun when you're playing him, but irritating when against him, because y'all know he's just going to CC you for half the match. Let's give some thought into his abilities. Make him utilize his kit depending on the scenario, and not just have him use the same combo on cooldown. Also, let's make him viable in other lanes. I mean, looking at this kit, I can see him in solo, mid, jungle, support, and... Wait. No. I was getting ahead of myself. Definitely not a carry. That'd be low-key toxic, fam. So good in every lane but carry. I really like the way
Oh,
he's
yeah.
wording this. I think I don't know, it's just fun. It just adds a bit to it.
Very cheeky.
Yeah. And now we're on to Boris. Should we leave Boris till later, or should we leave Boris? No, we'll talk about him.
Yeah, we can do
Boris
Boris now.
is the character that does not exist in Paragon. He was about to be released, but then they closed the game, or they announced the game being shut down, and then he never got released. So, but he was in the assets. They had some animations for him, and yeah. So he is the only character in Fall at the moment that his whole kit is completely unique, completely created by Strange Matter Studios, and I don't know how to put this, but Boris was the worst character in the game in the Alpha 3 weekend. He is still probably the worst. Maybe Muriel might be the worst, but he's definitely in the top bottom two. At this point, I really think he just needs Jesus or something. Like, I don't know what the like. He just something's got to change because he will never be used at this rate. Like ever, ever. There's not like ever. Anywho, he's literally like the Iggy and Scorch of Fault at the moment. So, his passive. Boris has 4 canisters on his back, each demanding a specific task to be completed throughout the game to unlock a second variety of each of his abilities. Oh boy. This is going to be an in-depth one. You guys know what Boris currently does?
What does he currently do?
Hang on. Let's go on our trusty Fault Hub. So, what he currently does is he heals per basic attack, and he deals more damage per max health. He just swings at you. Boris leaps forward, dealing 2 basic attacks to all nearby units. So he kind of like swings left arm, swings right arm, hits you with the left hook and right hook. Applies on hit effects. This ability cannot crit. Boris is unstoppable. So it's kind of like his reach in. You know how like Grux has a way to get in, so does Crunch and all that stuff. They have a way to get closer to the enemy really fast. That's his RMB. Q, it's actually a passive. Senses all enemies below 50% health anywhere on the map. He sniffs. It's really. I have a meme that I'm not going to show on stream because it's not very professional. But I'll show you guys later because I just think it's awesome. Active. Sense the nearest enemy hero within 4,000 units. If successful, gain attack speed when marked target is in melee range, and gain movement speed when moving toward the target for 12 seconds. His passive. And he has another. So this is what I'm talking about. Like they made his kit like pretty good, and he still sucks. So I want you guys to like understand this. So his passive in his E. Units drop energy that Boris collects for his 4 canisters. Energies last on the ground for 30 seconds. Heroes, Raptors, and Prime grant 20 energy. Minions grant 2. Each canister can contain 25 energy cells. Active. Boris injects all full canisters. Canister 1 enhances Bloodlust healing. Canister 2 enhances Bloodlust damage. Canister 3 grants movement speed. Canister 4 grants abilities from canisters 1, 2, and 3 and unstoppable for for a certain amount of time. Total buff duration 10 seconds. So basically he uses the canisters and he gains bloodlust, so if he kills the enemy, he gains health. He gains bloodlust, so if he does more damage to the person that's marked, he gains movement speed, and canister 4 makes all of his canisters unstoppable. So, and then his R. Force selects an enemy hero and launches straight into the air, firing his rockets to come crashing down on the target, dealing a certain amount of damage, and executes a target within 10%, 15%, 20%, or less maximum health. So he basically flies up in the air like a rocket, charges down at you like a rocket, and may one-shot you, or may not. So that's his current thing, and he is awful. No offense to him. He's no good.
What about him just doesn't work, do you think?
He does no damage, and
Yeah.
he's not tanky enough at all.
So they could just balance his kit with percentages, maybe, or
That's what I was thinking, but it doesn't seem to be that easy. Or maybe they just haven't. Maybe Strange Matter just hasn't balanced his numbers yet. Uh, but you can see like his kit, like they're really making it in depth. You know what I mean? Like they're giving him a lot, and he's just he's just never a better choice than other characters, ever. There's no reason to play him besides you want to play him. Objectively, there's no reason at the moment. Which is kind of unfortunate. Uh, so that's why Empty made this. So let's go back. So his passive. Instead of his E having the canisters, he has moved his E passive to the actual passive slot, saying he has 4 canisters on his back, each demanding a specific task to be completed. So canister 1, deal 10k damage to minions. Grant second ability to ability 1. Oh, okay. Canister 2, deals 7.5 damage to enemy heroes. Grant second ability to ability 2. Deal 5 damage to raptors. Ability 3. To enemy towers. Grant second. So basically, the canisters give every ability a second ability. That's kind of cool. And that would be like a tertiary objective. I really like the idea of him having a tertiary objective.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Once Boris unlocks a second variety of one of his abilities will go on a loop. Example, he uses ability 1, which is the normal version. Then the next time he uses ability 1, it will be the unlocked version from his passive. And it repeats the progress. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, so is what Empty's saying is it will go from version 1 to version 2 to version 1 to version 2? Is that what he's saying? Or it'll just go from version 1 and then version 2 and then just stay version 2? How do you guys read that?
Uh,
I think he means once it goes to version 2, it goes to version 2. Now that I
yeah.
reread it, that just makes the most sense. If Boris fills all his canisters by completing each of the above tasks, Boris reduces ability cooldowns on all abilities under cooldown which are of the opposing version. Oh no, he did mean it loops, so it's version 1, version 2, version 1, version 2. For example, Boris currently has ability 1, version 2. Ability 1 and 2 and 3 are on cooldown. He uses his ultimate, which is version 1, after using this ability. Boris reduced the cooldown of ability 1 and ability 2, which are the opposing versions, but not... Whoa. Which are the opposing versions, version 2, but not ability 3, which is the same version as the ultimate, but by 0.5 seconds each. So to try to make sense of what that said, he has a few abilities, and if they get a reduced cooldown, if he uses his ultimate, and he reduces the cooldowns of ability 1 and 2 because they're on version 2. But he doesn't reduce the cooldown of version 3 because it's currently on, of ability 3 because it's currently on version 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They're just rotating, cycling through.
Yeah. So, ability 1, version 1. Boris dashes forward 1,000 units, dealing physical damage while passing through enemy heroes and minions. Simple, it's just his little dash. It's pretty cool. It's a gap closer. Version 2. Boris jumps forward 1,500 units, dealing physical damage. This ability can't be targeted through walls. This ability grants him slight Z-axis movement. Okay. This ability
So
has
you could launch yourself up a little bit.
Yeah. No, but that's the Y-axis. No, Z-axis is... Yeah, you're right. Okay. This ability has a longer range with slightly more damage. Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, I think his ability 1 is currently... what's the word I'm looking for? Not good enough. I don't know. It's just underwhelming. That's the word. Underwhelming at the moment. So with this version 2, it would make it better. And then ability 2. Version 1. Boris enrages himself, showing darkness in his eyes, granting him Cleave on autos and life steal for 66 seconds. So and cleave means he attacks everyone around him. And life steal. Okay. Version 2, Boris exhausts his negative energy, which is obtained from the amount of enemy heroes or neutral slash enemy minions slash buffs slash subjectives apart from towers hit within the time frame from ability 2, version 1. Each successful auto attack grants 0.5% of his max HP as health regen for 5 seconds. Stacks to 20 and each stack lasts 20 seconds. So he gets more. So he gets health regen for each successful auto attack. And he exhausts his negative energy, which he gets from his ability 1. I think that's okay. To be honest, I think version 1 is just better than version 2. But, yeah. But I haven't read the whole thing, so we'll just keep going. At max stacks, Boris gains 10% of his max HP as health regen. That's pretty good. If Boris has no stacks, the ability is swapped back to ability 2, version 1. You will only have a limited time to use this ability version, as will always swap back to ability 2 version 1, while at the same time not forcing you to use this ability. If this ability is next up and there's no use for it, you can hold the ability key to swap to ability 2 version 1, but you can never swap back to ability 2 version 2. This helps in those scenarios where you could end up waiting a few extra seconds till you get the other version to use again. So what do you guys think of that?
I think that's helpful.
Yeah. So he basically has health regen and more damage. He can choose between either or.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we got ability 3. So ability 3 version 1, Boris roars slash growls, slowing enemies in a 140-degree cone at maximum 1,200 units in front of him for 4 seconds. That's pretty cool. Each 0.8 seconds, he deals physical damage. Each 0.8 every time he roars, he slows enemies by this amount. Boris can auto attack while using this ability. Oh, so he can keep roaring and he just runs at you and slows you down.
Nice.
That's kind of cool. And he deals damage as well. Version 2, Boris smashes the ground in a 750 unit AoE around him, dealing physical damage while making the ground very unstable around him for a few seconds, disallowing heroes in the nearby AoE from using a movement ability. So disallowing means they can't move. So it's kind of like a root, sort of. Is that what it means? I do believe so. Smash the ground. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So you got his growl, which he runs at you, and then he smashes the ground, dealing more damage. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. Okay. And then we got his ultimate. Version 1, Boris throws forward up to 3 baby bears in a straight line up to 2,400 units. The baby bears stop at the first enemy hit, dealing physical damage. After hitting an enemy, they keep chasing the closest enemy, dealing physical damage by auto-attacking for 4 seconds. After the 4 seconds, they run tired and sit on the ground and then vanish slowly. Boris sitting emote. The first bear will have 3 hit points, which require the enemy team to auto-attack or use 3 abilities to kill the bear. Tick damage on abilities will count as more than 1 ability damage. The second bear will have 2 hit points, but deal 1.5, deal more damage on than the first bear. The third bear will have 1 hit point, but deal even more damage. So could you imagine him just throwing on ability 2 version 3? Yes. Yes, I am on board. Sorry, guys. I was just looking at this. Or dashes or Kai jumps. Okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool. For anyone who doesn't know, this is MT's Ideas. Please follow him on Twitter at MTT. It's just MT with a T at the end. He's pretty fantastic. I'm pretty sure he was a pro in Paragon, but I'm just going to say he was, even if he wasn't. And he's a tester for Strange Matter Studios for full. I think it's really awesome. Could you imagine seeing this big broly bear that just comes over and throws 3 baby bears up at you and they run and chase you? And then when they get too tired, they sit on the ground. I think that would be a meme. Like I would make that a meme, and I don't. I like it. I'm not saying I don't like it. I could see that being a bit comedic. Okay,
Yeah.
so version 2. Boar's baby bears become enraged, becoming twice as fast movement and attack speed wise, with excuse me, sorry about that. with twice the hits, with twice the hit points, but have the same damage output. I'm just gonna have some water. Okay, I like that. So version 2 becomes enraged, and his baby bears become a bit better. So the first baby bear grants Boris 1% movement speed increase per successful auto attack. The second baby bear grants Boris 1% auto attack speed increase per successful auto attack. The third bear grants Boris 1% life steal per successful auto attack. So just to ask you, Empty, are these permanent buffs? Or are these like only for the duration of the ult? And there's a character in Smite that throws out a dog, and it does the same thing as the bears do, just for the duration of the ult. Okay, yeah. The bears pass through minions, dealing damage. The bears cannot take damage when rolling towards the enemy. The bears can block enemy movement. Oh, let me bring this up so you guys can see it. The bears can block enemy movement. The bears show a different glow on their claws depending what buff they grant to Boris. The bears will die instantly if hit by a tower. Can only take one tower shot each. The bears will attack towers if the tower is closer than an enemy hero. If the bear doesn't find anything to attack, it will go through the Boris sitting emote, then slowly vanish away. Okay. The bears will act like minions, therefore towers will attack them before enemy heroes. Each baby bear shows its points for enemies and allies. I actually really like the baby bear idea. In fact, I think that's awesome. I wish I could see what the Boris animations are, because I don't know what the assets are, because no one knows about Boris. So what I'm assuming is all the Strange Matter has is those animations that they were given. But I do know that they did create their own original animation now. So I'm not sure what that would do. I can see how they can make the bears no problem and see them walk. But I would really like to see what his animations are to see what other potential ideas. Because imagine this. So that alt I think is cool. I think the idea of him having an objective is pretty cool because, as I said last stream, I really like the idea of having a tertiary objective, and they don't plan on putting it in the lanes, giving characters a tertiary objective. This does a very good job of that. Um, I think his old alt that he currently has, where he dives up like a rocket, I think that should be like one of his gap closers or something like that. I don't know if that's too easy to use or not, but I just really like that animation. Steven Chandler, what do you guys think about this Boris concept with the baby bears and the objectives to make every ability stronger?
I like the bears because it adds. I like the idea of, I don't know, like having like little companions. A little idea of having little dudes that are along with you that you put into the world. It's kind of like, I don't know, like same thing with like Iggy, the way you like add in turrets. I just like abilities that add things. Like, yeah.
Yeah. No, and MT also said that he's a solo laner by default, like that's where he usually is. So dealing damage makes a lot of sense and shouldn't be too hard. Uh, his 5k and link deleted. His 5k and link deleted are a bit harder. Oh, I just got a notification to get. So his ability 3 and ultimate version 2 are a lot harder to get. So that's where it would be more like a late game thing. Especially the Raptor one. That it will be really hard to get. I don't think the tower one will be that hard as ult. But the Raptor one in particular, it's going to be a difficult one to get, yeah. Because, yeah, it's just going to be hard. It's Raptor or Prime. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. or prime. Even still, it might be really hard to get. But either way, that's not a bad thing. Like for two out of three of them, 2 out of 4 of them to be easy to get. A fourth one you're gonna get as long as the game progresses, and a third one that's a bit more difficult. Yeah, that's good. I actually really agree to that. And if they ever add lane objectives, maybe we can make it a part of that. You can make it the more lane objectives he gets, the more stacks he gets. So let's see what Empty's idea is. So about my Boris concept, about Empty's Boris concept. Boris is supposed to be a solo laner primarily, while fitting in the jungle if need be. This board kit grants the player more control while bringing something new to the game. Boris is all up in your face, and many of his abilities can be used to decrease the distance between you and the enemy. I actually like that. Because instead of having Sevarog has a stun, Grux has a pull, so because Boris doesn't have any even soft CC, I think it'd be really cool if he just had more ways of getting closer, if that makes any sense. Because then that's kind of like he has multiple ways to stay close, even if they're running away. Uh, Boris Kit has a very unique way of rotating through abilities from dealing damage to objectives, heroes, etc. to unlock a different variety of the ability. While your enemies might not know what version of your ability you have unlocked, you'll always be one step in front of them. Ooh. Early on, you'll be looking to deal as much damage as possible, filling up the canisters to unlock abilities variants. If you're having the game of your life, you'll be rewarded with the additional buff on the passive that grants cooldown reduction if you completed each part of the passive, allowing you to rotate through your kit at a faster rate. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I can actually see that, and that makes him more of a skill idea, which is really good. And then Empty's thoughts. Boris is a Paragon unreleased hero, and for that reason I don't care one bit what animations he has from the Paragon assets. Boris should be the new character, express your creativity, and come up with a kit outside the box, new and interesting. Without a doubt, this rework was the most time consuming of the bunch, with a lot of thought behind each ability and each variation. I wanted to make him viable in the solo lane and the jungle, granting him new mechanics to outplay and bring to the game, not allowing enemy heroes to use an escape ability and summoning baby bears with their own hitbox, dealing damage, buffing your hero, blocking pass, and wasting enemy heroes' abilities makes Boris one of the most interesting heroes that you will want to try out. I'm quite sure the numbers I have set up for him make him busted, but I'm also sure that it's very easily manageable to work around it. I strongly believe that Boris's kit should show new stuff with the utmost of creativity and thought process. I've spent roughly 2 hours on this rework, and I'm sure that if someone picks up on this, it can only get better. I want to see the first hero who had no kit released by Epic shine, and the only reason behind that is thanks to the Paragon community input. I 100% agree. Empty. Boris is basically Strange Matter's golden opportunity to create their own hero. They have every opportunity to literally say, this is our first original hero, essentially. And so I really like that idea where you're going with. I think it's that. I know they might say, look, it's a bit hard. I want to use the animations how I can, but I really do think that's a good idea. Yeah, and I just think that'd be awesome. And I can see you put a lot of time into it. And this is essentially where Strange Matter can flex their muscles and really show what they got for heroes, right? But at the moment, we both know that Boris sucks. Did you read all the reworks? Yeah. Uh, I've read. Yeah. What have we read so far, guys? We have read.
We read through Grimmix. We read
On this
through
stream?
Yeah.
Morgash.
On this stream, we started from Grimmix down.
Yeah. So we did
Wukong.
Grimmix. Yeah, we've done all of them.
Wukong. We did Muriel on the last one, Drongo on the last one, Greystone on the last one, and then Morgish, Steel, and Boris this one.
Yeah, we've done them all now. I actually really liked uh, your Grimmix.
Yeah, Grimmix was cool.
The Grimmix was really awesome.
Oh, and Steel was good too. Steel was awesome. Because at least I wasn't. Because I remember in Alpha 3 weekend, which is the only opportunity I got to play Fault, I remember throwing a thunk at Steel and raging because I couldn't stun him. And they ended up taking it off afterwards because it was too much of a problem. Um, but obviously they want to make it implemented so they can still do that. And yeah, and I just believe that Steel. I believe your concept for his kit was perfect because it gave him that CC immunity that Strange Matter's looking for, but it wasn't too broken because it's difficult to get. It it's more you get it over time, and it has a cooldown, so you're not having it like every 5 seconds taking a stun by being, and it also lets you know when they have it. You know what I mean? Oh, well, I can't believe they released a character with a lock on ability. And Steve here hates Morigesh. Like Steve thinks the lock on is the worst thing they've ever done.
Yeah, the ability to just spam Mark in original game was like absolute trash.
Oh, it's foolish. It's foolish, man.
Yeah.
It's foolish.
The rework stuck to her core though, which I thought was good.
Yeah. Didn't want kids to go out of bounds. The only thing I would say about your Grimmix rework, Empty, is it has a high skill ceiling, but it also has a high skill floor. Like it's gonna be a very difficult character to use right away. Um, which I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. You know what I mean? Just if you become a one trick with Grimmix with your kit with your concept, that'd be awesome. But that's the only thing, which isn't entirely a bad thing, but it can turn some people away from Grimmix. That's true. Once you see them in action. So, we just went through a whack ton of clips, a whack ton of heroes. We've went through, what was it, 8 heroes or something now? Went
Yeah,
through
because it was
Grim.
what, 3 of mine and 5 of his.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah, is that he gains and loses sacks, which makes him a big brain hero, I guess is a good way to put it. Yeah, so there we are. We're 9 minutes away from reaching our halftime of Act 2. So we can quickly go over these two ideas. I think we can do it in 9 minutes. And then we're going to go to Act 3, which is pretty awesome. So, Empty's idea for a few items. So he has boots. So boots, for everyone that doesn't know, in Fault, they added boots. So basically they added movement speed. But Empty thinks that there should be a bit of a difference uh, in the boots. And this is his idea. So no boot should be classified under any specific favorite class. So as you guys, for people that do not know, the boots start off as like you start off kind of like as a universal item, but then they quickly move into like a legendary slot. If that makes any sense, um, which can be an issue. It is very important to allow any hero to purchase any type of boots rather than giving a specific aspect class. It's unique boots with different movement speed bonuses, giving a permanent disadvantage to other players who are using their favorite on less intriguing boots. So if I want to play Boris, who's mostly a green hero, why can't I use the boots of a red hero, if that makes any sense? That's basically Empty's argument here, is why do I have to stick to the green boots? Long story short, all the favors should work regardless of which aspect you put them in. So let's say you have 2 favors in green and 5 in blue. They would total 7 stacks on the per favor stat. Boots do not give a point in any aspect class once bought. The per favor stat is limited to 10 stacks, meaning anything above 10 stacks will not grant any benefits. Ooh, okay. So, the mana can be easily removed and numbers should not be taken seriously. Okay. So it has this little diagram he created, 1.1, 1.2, all the way up. And then it goes into like 1.9, 1.10, 11, 12, and 13. Those would be the different factions, sort of. So then the item description. So it has all these different items for boots. So the tier 0, so 1.1. So that's what you start off with, what everyone starts with. Movement speed increase, simple as that. Tier 2, you gain mana. Tier 3, you gain more mana. But you gain more speed as well. Uh, and then we got another tier 2. So when he says tier 2, he means these right here. I also think he might mean these. No, these are tier 1. So tier 2 are these, tier 3 are those. So they get better. Each tier is better. So tier 2, best for support / solo, gives you 10% magical protection, some physical protection, mana, and of course your speed. Tier for carrier solo, movement speed, physical power, mana. For mid laner, magical power, mana. For any lane, and then for any lane is 75% mana. A slowness is 10% less effective. So basically, you're harder to slow. Tier 2, best for jungler. Heal by percent upon killing a neutral minion. And then legendary items. So this is what we're saying. So this is what Enti is saying. This is going to be cool. So best for support. 20 magical protection, 20 physical protection, 150 mana per favor. So for each favor you have in that faction, you get 1% crowd control reduction. And then the next legendary item, best for carry or solo, more physical power, more mana, of course, more speed, and per favor you get more physical power. For the mid laner, we get 30 magical mana, 200 mana, 1 magical power. That fits them perfectly. Best for any lane, so a universal boot. Slowness is 25% less effective, and per favor, decrease auto attack slow effect by 1%. And then best for jungler, heal by 1%, and per favor, heal by 0.25% upon killing a neutral minion. What do you guys think? So basically what it comes down to, speed also varies slightly. Yeah, it definitely varies on each one. Basically what it comes down to is MT came up with the idea, and which all logically makes sense into each kind of role or each kind of faction in Fault, or in any MOBA really. And do you guys think, if I'm playing Revenant, let's say, and I'm playing him solo lane, but I want to get boots that help me gain my speed, but also help me gain uh, physical protection, but I'm using red faction, which is basic damage. Do you think that I should be limited to the boots in the red faction, or should I be able to also get like any other boot?
Any, because it depends on your kit. Just like from a hero to hero
Yeah.
standpoint, like you don't want to like just bottleneck yourself into one
It
option.
cuts off experimental builds and stuff.
Yeah. It closes the gap to where this is the best build you can have. We're starting to get into an optimal build, which in a MOBA you don't want there to be an optimal build. You want there somehow to always be a difference for each character in each lane, whatever, however you're playing. Because if you start doing that, it's now a recipe for success, which eliminates counterplay, which means less character gets played, and it just goes way down the line. So something as simple as starting with the boots really, really enforces why you shouldn't be restricted to a faction in any means, starting with the boots, favor, all of that stuff. Even though you might only get the aspects of a certain faction, you should still be able to dip into the others in any way you feel fit. So item shop, item quests. Adding items which become a value throughout completing quests. Preferably make these items for multiple aspects, giving them more variety. So basically create some items that give you challenges, like tertiary objectives. So he has this, and he has like his little graph again. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. So item description. So tier 0, 10% cooldown reduction. Simple as that. So it's kind of like in Paladins, how you level up your abilities. Except these have specific challenges, I do believe. So tier 2 or tier 1, you gain cooldown reduction, mana, and power, or you can choose cooldown reduction, lifesteal, and health. And then legendary items. So now we're in the tier 2, and it's already a legendary. Ooh, okay. Uh, Cooldown reduction, mana, magical power, passive, quest. Obtain stacks from killing minions. One per minion. Enemy kills grant 5 stacks. At 75 stacks, evolve into an evolved legendary item. And the evolved legendary item is when above 50% mana, gain 5% cooldown. When below 50%, gain 5% mana per second. And then per favor, 50 permanent mana. That's pretty good. I actually really enjoy that. Uh, so then the next one, 10% cooldown, magical power mana, kill 3 raptors. And it evolves into this. Your next basic ability after you use your ultimate will deal 70% of the damage, but won't be put on cooldown. That's pretty cool. Per favor, reduce ultimate cooldown by 1 second. Okay, that can be kind of broken. Could you imagine if I could reduce my carry's ultimate every single time? Stick this on Grimmix or Revenant.
Yeah. Or even Murdoch.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. And you know they're getting the 3 Raptors, like as long as they're playing well. There's no guarantee, of course, but yeah. Wow. And then tier 2, cooldown reduction, lifesteal, health. The quest is obtain stacks from killing minions. And then at 100 it evolves. And then you deal bonus damage to enemies with lower health. You gain bonus penetration to enemies with higher health. 50 permanent health. That's pretty cool. And then tier 2 legendary item. Uh, so you got cooldown, life steal, health again. Kill 1 or prime. Allies share 10% of your HP as a shield in a X unit AoE. If you're above half health, their shield is destroyed. The shield is applied if you're above 50% health. Oh, if you're below, okay. If you're above 50% HP and have been out of combat for 20 seconds. Did I butcher that whole thing? I did, didn't I? So passive. Allies share 10% of your HP as a shield in an X unit. If you're below half health, their shield is destroyed. If you're above half health, the shield is applied if you are above half health and out of combat for 20 seconds. And the shield does not stack if multiple allies have it on the same team. And increase shield on allies by 0.5%. So what do you guys think? So he came up with a few items that are really juicy and they have quests. So Strange Matters talked about this tertiary objective, this lane objective kind of thing. And this is kind of that in a way I never thought of. So what do you guys think about items having objectives on them to make your character better and make the item itself better?
I mean, that's kind of cool because it's like upgrading while you're still in lane.
Which is really cool. It gives you really that incentive to really offset the balance of the characters. Because if everything starts off balanced, this is what really offsets it.
You just feel like you're achieving more.
Yeah, you're truly being rewarded for doing very good MOBA like skills. Or yeah. Okay, and you guys got any final notes about Act 2?
No, I think that's
You think that's good? You think that's good?
I think that's definitely a lot covered.
Oh, that was a lot. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just do this. Hey, what a flippin' flop, though. This is Stranger or Big Moose. And we just finished Act 2 of the Faultarian Journal number 4. We take a 10-minute break and go to Act 3. I just talked a mouthful this act, and I feel like my throat is in the desert right now. Stephen Chandler, do you have anything to say before we go cut to our short break?
No, I'm excited for this last act.
Yeah,
Awesome.
It's going to be very interesting to see what Strange Matter actually does when it comes to, if they do start playing, applying like reworks and changes to try and balance the game, or at least make it more fun. which I think is something that Paragon really needed.
Yeah, it needs a lot. And on that note, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we're going to come on back. So stay tuned because we'll be back. And if you guys want to jump in and chat, come on. We're in the SMS voice chat. Let's do this.
In the future, just computers. No one here to start a war. We're forgotten, just a picture. No one looks at anymore. In a world where we forget about our mothers, maybe we deserve to fade away. 'Cause if we don't give a fuck about each other, it's over, all over. If we blame it on the humans, yeah, if we fall, who saves us from these ruins? We always thought we'd be here forever, but we placed a bet and we lost it all. We always thought we'd make the world better, but look at us now, we've fallen so far. In a world where we forget about our mothers, maybe we deserve to fade away. 'Cause if we don't give a fuck about each other, it's over, all over. If we fall, blame it on the humans.
it so bad. I got it bad for you. You give me good love. You're like a dream come true. They say it won't last. They say you're wild and free. I know you never were a one-man woman. I was hoping you would give that all up for me. I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you, doing all the things we know we should.
There's a Spanish train that runs between Guadalquivir and Old Seville. And at dead of night the whistle blows and people hear she's running still. And then they hush their children back to sleep, lock the doors, upstairs they creep. For it is said that the souls of the dead fill that train 10,000 deep. Well, a railway man lay dying with his people by his side. His family were crying, knelt in prayer before he died. But above his bed, just awaiting for the dead, was the devil with a twinkle in his eye. Well, God's not around, and look what I found. This one's mine! Just then the Lord himself appeared in a blinding flash of light and shouted at the devil, "Get thee hence to endless night!" But the devil just grinned and said, "I may have sinned, but there's no need to push me around. I got him first, so you can do your worst. Easy going underground. But I think I'll give you one more chance," said the devil with a smile. "So throw away that stupid lance. It's really not your style. Joker is the name, poker is the game. We'll play right here on this bed, and then we'll bet for the bigger stakes yet, the souls of the dead." And I said, "Look out, Lord, he's gonna win. The sun is down and the night's riding in. That train is dead on time, many souls are on the line. Oh Lord, he's gonna win." The railway man, he cut the cards, and he dealt them each a hand of 5. And for the Lord he was praying hard, or that train he'd have to drive. Well, the devil, he had 3 aces and a king, and the Lord, he was running for a straight. He had the queen and the knave and 9 or 10 of spades. All he needed was the 8. And then the Lord, he called for one more card, but he drew the diamond 8. And the devil said to the Son of God, "I believe you've got it straight. So deal me one, for the time has come to see who'll be the king of this place." But as he spoke from beneath his cloak, he slipped another ace. 10,000 souls was the opening bid, soon went up to 59. But the Lord didn't see what the devil did, and he said, "That suits me fine. I'll raise you high to 105 and forever put an end to your sins." But the devil let out a mighty shout, "My hand wins!" And I said, "Lord, oh Lord, you've let him win. The sun is down and the night is riding in. That train is dead on time, many souls are on the line. Oh Lord, don't let him win." Well, that Spanish train still runs between Guadalquivir and Old Seville. And at dead
Oh
Hey,
boy.
Nate. How's life? I don't know. It's alright. I've been dealing with some things
Turn
like
down the
every
music.
human being and really didn't sleep much last night. I'm sorry. That's fine. I just think I need a little me time.
Is oof, that water did not go down properly. Is everyone there? Hello? Is everyone there? Hello?
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, yo, yo. I was drinking some water and I felt like I went down my lungs. Does that ever happen to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit happens. We'll give Chandler a minute or two, and then we'll get back to what we're what we're doing.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
You're back. Awesome. So let's get this rolling. So, A, what a fluty flop though. This is Stranger or Big Moose. And we're here with Faultarian Journal number 4. This is our 4th week in a row, guys. This is fantastic. The amount of support we've gotten over this is absolutely amazing. We're passionate Paragon players, and by extension, of course, Fault players. And this has just been the best. So we're here to talk about all things Fault, anything and everything. If you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, or opinions, please jump in the Strange Matter voice chat Discord or talk in the chat in the Twitch. And just to let everyone know, we are not affiliated with Strange Matter Studios whatsoever. For some reason, there was a bit going on that people did think that we are, so we're making it clear that we're not. We are simply consumers, just like the majority of yourselves. So, Steve and Chandler, please introduce yourselves.
Hey, yo, I'm Steven, S.A. Reed, best crunch main you ever see.
Yep. And it's me, Chandler, or Gotta Get Swole, and I speak for the people.
Big Moose. We ready for Act 3, boys?
Awesome. So we're here to start Act 3. We got a few ideas, and I just wanted to go over, do a little recap of what we did in Act 1 and 2. So in Act 1, we went over support characters, because there's this big thing going in the Discord today for anyone that noticed. Talking about why supports, people are arguing why supports cannot carry a game like a carry or a mid laner can, and how they're not as impactful. So we talked about that. We talked about the back end because of, as some of you may know, the testers haven't been streaming for 2 weeks now. Like, I'm losing full. I've been inside for 2 weeks. Like, I don't know what to do. So they said that they're working on back end stuff, basically preparing for early access. So we theorized what some of that stuff could be, and all that jazz. And then we talked about the pre-requirements. So if you go on Steam, you can see the pre-requirements for Fault. And we just argued that we think they're a bit high, and that Fault actually doesn't require that much. But yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely placeholder text right now.
Yeah, it's definitely just placeholder text, but just wanted to make sure that everyone got away from that worry in case some people thought that their laptop or computer was not good enough. I don't think you'll have a need to worry for the majority of you. And then in Act 2, we talked about a whack ton of hero builds. Shout out to Empty. He was a European pro back in Paragon, and he is a tester for Fault, and he gave us a whack ton of ideas for hero builds and a few items. And shout out to Chandler, who has Gotta Get Swole, who is here talking with us right now, and is a part of the Faultarian Journal squad for his hero builds. And we never got time to get to Boris or any of the extra topics. So here we are. So we're moving on to Act 3, and first we're going to start with marketing. And while we do that, I'm going to throw up some gameplay. So, Steven Chandler, while I'm pulling up this gameplay, when you hear the word marketing, what does that mean to you?
I'm sick and tired of Raid Shadow Legends popping up in my YouTube ads. But damn, I know that name off by heart now. Arc Knights, these games that just, they're paying for this marketing, and even if you don't play it, you know what it is, you know what it's all about. And that's something that Paragon did really, really badly.
And Chandler, when you think of marketing, what does that mean to you?
Well, it's just making sure that the general public is fully aware of what your product is and why they should be even interested in it. Because like it's all well and good to say, well, oh, the game speaks for itself, but if nobody knows about your game and it isn't put in front of anyone, like why would anyone new join? Like you can't grow based on purely just word of mouth. Sometimes you need to force it. So
Mm-hmm.
just having those things like YouTube ads or different like paid streams or sponsor streams, stuff like that, just like multiple different ways of getting your product out there.
Absolutely. Uh, so why we decided to put marketing as a topic is because the one thing Straight and is doing a great job, but when it comes to marketing, they've only recently got a marketing manager, and they just haven't been doing a lot of it whatsoever, really. Um,
Greg, that text is still up on the stream as well
what text?
from the overlay.
Oh my goodness,
I
it's
just
gone
figured I'd
now.
mention that.
Okay. So yeah, so we just want to talk about that and what we would like to see uh, come into the game to hit the thing. So what I think is occurring right now with the marketing that I see is it's essentially hitting a certain demographic. And what I mean by that is I think Strange Matter has been targeting the same demographic for the most part. So, like 90% of the people that are seeing these ads are people that are already part of the Discord, already know about Fault, or something in between. And then there's that other 10% of people that are just random people. And 10% is actually fantastic for marketing. Like, we should just put that out there. But for a new game that's a startup like this that has so much uh, potential and so much opportunity, I would argue that 10%, and these are made up numbers. I'm just going kind of off the top of my head. It's not like I wrote it down and calculated it or anything. I would say that that's not good. Like that, they can do better. It's good, but they can do better, kind of thing, and
Yeah,
not
for
just a
for
little bit.
early access, they're going to absolutely need a trailer.
Yeah, and so we just want to talk about that. So as Chandler just mentioned, obviously trailer. Trailer is the number one biggest thing. Like the trailer's gonna get the word of mouth out there, more so than anything. Like when I watch a good trailer, it makes me excited and it makes me want to tell more people. I will bring up a good trailer to my friends. Trailers stay in your mind, right? Trailers have an impact on you in ways that people probably don't think of. Like when you think, if I said to someone, "What's a funny trailer?" Everyone has that idea in their mind because just same thing with a good movie. They stick so well in your mind that they actually attract you to the game. And trailers have a way of fishing, is what I call. It's That's not the professional language, but that's what people use. Uh, is you go fishing, which means going fishing means you're just going for whatever audience. You're just putting it out to the world and hoping someone sees it. Usually that's $1 million marketing plan. Uh, and I don't know, but Strange Matter doesn't have $1 million. So a trailer is good, but fishing, a trailer is good, but fishing is not. And having a Twitter, for example, is a way of fishing. Now, obviously, you need a Twitter, but it's not going to reach a lot of people with fishing unless you're McDonald's, if that makes any sense. Because McDonald's has the money to put up billboards for all the general public to see, even if some people don't eat at McDonald's. Because it's going to get them revenue because they have the money to continuously do it. It's commutative capitalism. They have the ability to continually push ads on you that eventually are going to try McDonald's food. But Strange Matter doesn't have the money or the opportunity to do that yet. Um, so that's where they need to be very specific and very uh, they need to very much focus on the different demographics that would be attracted to this game. And to say the MOBA demographic isn't large is absurd. Like we got millions of League of Legends players. Like that's a perfect demographic to target. You also got the whole Paragon community. We're at a fraction of a fraction of a fraction that currently know about Fault. At one point, Epic Games was talking about 800,000 people were playing Paragon at one moment. 800,000. And we have, what is it, 12,000 people in the Discord? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you see that, and that those are, so like the demographics there and the demographics large, and it's going to take a while to get there, but I just feel uh there's more to be done. And I also think Strange Matter has more to come. I really do. Uh, and the best way to do that at the moment is to have a trailer. A trailer that is going to get people talking, that is going to bring back the fans that gave up on Paragon because of its death. And even though they don't want to even though they heard about Fault or any para zombie, they're not willing to take the chance to even look into it because how can it be better than Paragon? Or why is their heart going to be broken a second time? Whatever it may be. And these trailers have the opportunity to change their minds. So what do you guys think?
It's definitely about relighting that fire.
It's at the moment I think it is, yeah. It's about relighting that fire and just really getting people talking. Like I remember hearing about League of Legends back in now League of Legends is different. League of Legends is like a once in a million uh indie company that goes big kind of thing. And they started years ago, like 2007 they started making the game or something, or I think it was actually earlier than that. And so what got people talking about that is multiple things. The first thing that got people talking about League of Legends was that they went to PAX East, got a lot of people talking. It obviously was just a good game and people enjoyed it, and it was something new. Got a bit of buzz in the media. Just people, they just had a few journalists come in, say it's a good game. And then there's another big thing, the RLCS. I just said RLCS like it's Rocket League. Their League of Legends Pro League. They started with the big $1 million championship at the end of the year. And just like, I remember at the time, and I said this, I think I said this last stream too. I remember at the time that got announced, so many people were making the switch to League of Legends. Um, People like Call of Duty pros and everything were giving it a shot because that was at the time that was the biggest prize pool in gaming ever, and that's enough to make a career off of it, right? So people were really uh, doing exactly that. They were switching over just to give it a try. And I remember once when Battlefield they announced a $1.6 million tournament, and I remember there was, because I'm from a COD background, I remember there was COD pros that spent a whole year playing that game, but then the tournament ended up dropping because Battlefield, uh, the company just dropped it, kind of thing. And like that's what I'm talking about, like stuff like that. Like that's the kind of marketing like people don't think about, uh, unless uh, well, most people don't, I say. And I just think there's little stuff like that they can do. So I wanted to talk about with Steven Chandler here and anyone in the chat that might be listening. Uh, what do you think, besides a trailer, would be a really good way for Strange Matter uh, to gain more gamers?
Sponsored streams for sure.
Sponsor stream's a big one.
Yeah.
Collaborations?
What do you mean by collaborations?
Um, hmm. I don't know exactly how it would look. Maybe it would be like skins or something, but like for example, there's been a few games that I've started playing because they did collect like there's a few I don't know if it would work for this kind of game, but there's a few mobile games that I started playing because they were doing like collaborations with other games or other media, like more popular stuff that
Okay.
you know like maybe there's like for example, it probably would never happen, but what if they got like a Star Wars deal where like I don't know, they like you get like a stormtrooper skin for Bellica or something like that. You know what I mean? Like
Oh, is that kind of like in Call of Duty when you bought Doritos, you got two times the XP?
yeah, kind of.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same concept.
Yeah, I think. Uh, so let's put it this in a different way. Strange Matter. Uh, I was with Chandler, and I think we did out the expect. Was it with you, Chandler, that I did
Yeah.
out the expected cost of what the early access should be able to give
Yeah.
them? Oh, let's see if I wrote that down. Hang on. And some people are probably going to disagree with me and punch me in the head. But anywho, I did out the money of what they should expect. Everything from calculating the money taken out of the Indiegogo to pulling out a few any formulas and yada yada blah blah blah. See if I can find the piece of paper. Yeah, okay. So I got it. So, and we kind of put at the bare minimum. We didn't talk about like 400% growth, which could happen like very well. Like that's in the realm of possibility. We were talking like just a little bit of growth. And what did we say? $209,000. 3 months into the EA, they should be able to see. Now that's with minimal growth. They probably should see more than that, and realistically, but that's not including the royalty that Steam's going to take. And I think Epic Games gets one, but I can't. But I'm not for certain. So it's probably going to be less than that, and that's also before taxes, of course.
Yeah, and that's before anyone gets paid.
Yeah, that's before any of that stuff. Yeah. So that's for 3 months. That's pretty good for a small company. It's not the best, but it's okay. And There might be 227. Anywho, we'll just say 210,000 because I had a few numbers written down. I don't quite understand my scribbling. So we're talking 210,000, and let's say they got 10 employees. I think they have more than that, but we'll just say 10. So let's say $40,000 a paycheck over 3 months. So over 3 months, they should be able to pay the 10 people with money left over, no problem. If we're talking 40 grand, which is not very much. Well, it's also not very little either. And there should be more money after that for server costs. Of course, need a bit of contingency money in case you go under at any point, or to create a new hero. You need a bit of that money in the bank, um, and so on and so forth. So what it roughs out to is they probably have at most, and I'm talking at most, unless the game explodes, which could possibly happen, because I'm talking bare minimum numbers here. They have $18,810 for marketing. I don't know if
It
anyone
really
knows,
isn't a lot.
which is very, very little money, by the way. Like that's a big lump sum, but not for a company. It's not. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to do a couple like the paid streams. Like you'd only be able to give somebody like 100, 200, maybe $500 at absolute most if it was like a higher name. But
yeah,
still, it's like who's gonna go? Oh yeah, no, I'll play your game for 2 hours for $500. Like a lot of these streamers gonna want that.
and I also come more from a film background, and so let me just look it up before I say. So let's put it this way: for a 1 minute TV ad, and I just went on Google. Uh,
I mean, I definitely think they'd go YouTube ads before they ever did TV ads,
yeah, I know.
which should be a lot cheaper.
Oh, it'll be extremely cheaper. So if we just say a YouTube ad is, oh, well, I saw $1 million, but something tells me that's like, you know, Game of Thrones kind of TV spotlight with everything. BB saying we're currently talking about marketing, so we're currently talking about just theories, not really theories, but ideas that we have that could just make Strange
Yeah,
Matter grow.
feasibly how they could get their name out there.
Yeah. So so obviously 500,000. So there's no case for TV, but if we cut it down, we'll say $5,000. Let's say you get $5,000 to someone to make a 30-second ad for you, which is not a very big ad. For fault. for full. Marketing for full. How can they grow their player base and reach the most amount of people in every corner? Because we want the game to grow, BB. We want the game to grow. And yeah, it's just something to talk about, really. Some um so if we said that, that doesn't leave with a lot of money afterwards. So you can put that on YouTube, Twitter, blah blah blah. But then what are you going to do with the rest of the money, Chandler? Like if you had more money to do that, what would you do?
Uh, I don't know. Again, like it's going
What
to come from like the smaller things, like
I would
I don't know, like
say,
an actual advertisement. Like the best advertisement they can do is just a regular trailer and hope that gets
yeah.
kind of like
That's
passed
like
around.
the biggest impact. I think what else would be really good to do with the money is I would love to see so um I'm not sure if Twitch or Steam does this, but I know that like Expedia.ca does it. Um I know so when I worked at Ava's Rent a Car, but you know, COVID, we used to pay money. We used to give Expedia money so that they would make us the first choice that you see on their webpage, so that people would rent with Avis. So I feel like maybe some of that money, if Steam could put you on their list so that people are, because no one's looking at page 5 on Steam very often. You know what I mean?
No.
But if you put down a bit of money so that you end up on page 1 of Steam, you're more likely to attract a few more people, especially when you say it's only $20 to try it
Yeah.
out. That's fantastic pricing.
Oh, 100%.
And
And again,
just
like I think that's also the part of early access anyways, because a lot of that money, like it'll probably coexist, like whenever they do decide to have the full free to play release, that's when they're going to have bigger ads going out, and you'll see it going. Because again, like there, it's not really supposed to be the average consumer going to early access. Like this should be for the people who want to directly support the developers. Like, yes, it is nice playing a fun game and getting into it early and whatnot, but like the main point of any early access is directly helping the developers create that game and
yeah,
build it to more than just the early frame.
yeah. And I think, yeah, that's where if I was so from a money perspective, without word of mouth, because that's like a gazillion different things you can do. I would spend the money to get it higher on the Steam page, uh, and just and spend the money to where maybe you could look into a YouTube ad. So yeah, BB, I'm sure they do know, but it's still nice to talk about. We're just here to give some feedback and our own opinions, and you're welcome to do so as well. So so as I was saying, yeah, and that'd be really cool if they could take make a YouTube ad, obviously put it on YouTube, Twitter, and make that so that when you click on a video in the MOBA genre, um, you that ad shows up on the YouTube video. So it shows kind of like how Raid Shadow Legends shows up. I think that'd be really cool. What do you guys think?
I mean, yeah, it's just that's going to be the biggest hurdle for them because again, before you had brought up this game to me, I knew nothing about it, and they've been kind of working on it for how long now? So it's
Uh,
one of those things. It's like
mhm.
I don't know, like it's definitely going to be a process. I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, and I come from kind of a marketing background, so that's why I just always find it really important because it's kind of the little bit of expertise I have kind of stems from there, and in no
Yeah.
way, and that's why I think it's I don't know, I've seen who am I playing against here? I have no idea, to be honest. I couldn't tell you who the people playing the enemy heroes are, as I just watched the screen. Hang on, let's
Yeah.
see if I can see as it goes. Yeah. So yeah, I just as I was saying, sorry. I just yeah, I just think I've seen what it can do and like how much it changes stuff. Um and I just think that's the only I think that is probably the one of the two top things they can do to really get this game to grow is obviously come up with a trailer. That's going to be the biggest thing. And just somehow spread the word of mouth, which means make it show up on YouTube. On YouTube, make videos. Make it on the first page of Steam or the second page. Um, make it show up as like a promotional tweet on Twitter, so on and so forth. It's pre-recorded. Yeah, this is BB saying we are not testers of fault or any kind of that. We are just kind of doing our own thing here, just trying to spread the word of the community, come up with a few community topics that people have thrown at us, and just discuss it to try to hype up the game and just keep it
And that's the
ongoing.
biggest thing. It's like that's kind of why, again, when you look at all the different pair zombies and whatnot, like why I've definitely more so gone towards Strange Matter with this whole thing is that
Mm-hmm.
they seem to be listening to the community most. So that's why things like this, having these conversations and like getting the community's opinion and being able to talk about it more than just being fed information and more so like as a
Mm-hmm.
community growing ideas. And because again, at the end of the day, it's the community is what's going to make a game either succeed or fail. So
Exactly. Exactly.
really just having healthy conversation like this is the best.
So for everyone that just joined, we are just putting up some Fault gameplay. We're not affiliated with Strange Matter Studios in any ways. We're just people of the community, just like yourselves, that are super excited about Fault, and we want to see it succeed as much as possible. So, just to hammer it down, what Chandler, what do you think you, me, and Steve, and the rest of us can do just as consumers? What can we do to make Fault grow?
Well, I think that's sort of part of the point of one of their Steam bundles there and having the key to give to your friend. Like, again, word of mouth in early access is what's going to grow it the fastest. And
Mm-hmm.
obviously, once it goes to free to play, I mean, that's what just becomes appealing because it's a free to play game and anyone can just download it to try it.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I love is how do I word this? The gaming community and just general in games is very polarizing. Meaning, if you get them on your side, they're going to tell another 100 people. Okay, not that many, but they're going to tell a lot of people about your game, and they will definitely get their friends to try the game. Like I know I got a few of my friends to try the game, and one of my friends is the reason I even heard about Fault in the first place. Um, and but it also is one of those. It's also one of those things where you don't want the gaming community to be on the bad side either, because they will trash your game, and you'll get the wrong publicity, and that's not what you want because everyone knows the gaming community is pretty toxic, and they can be very polarizing in their decisions and what they do. So what we can do, what I can do is I'm doing this stream. That's one way I want people to hear about this game. One of the many. Tweet about it. Tell your friends about it. Be active in the Discord. Tell all those Paragon people that have their heart broken, look, there really is hope at the end of the tunnel. Paragon might be dead, but Fault is going to be better. And you just have to believe. And if you're part of the Strange Matter journey that they have created and allowed their consumers to be a part of, you will learn that this is not just me saying this to hype up the game. This is reality. They really have something strong going here, and that's what we can do kind of from a community standpoint. I also just really need to see a trailer. Like, to be honest, that's all this really big thing is. Yeah, oh yeah, on May 8th, for anyone that doesn't know, that's when early access is. So that's when we can go on Steam and get a package, and I guarantee you I will be playing the game a whack ton once it drops on May 8th. So we'll have lots and lots and lots of new content. Unfortunately, I only got access to the first Alpha 3 weekend, to the Alpha 3 weekend, even though there was um, 2 alphas before that. That's all right, BB. You can be biased. We're here to take all in. We're here to take all opinions in. Seriously, just don't be toxic. That's all I
I
ask
was going to
for.
say, how many times you said you're biased towards
I'm
Strange Matter and Fault so far?
That's what I mean. Like to say I'm not biased towards Strange Matter is foolish. I obviously am. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At the
Or
end of the day, it's just kind of like we don't really care who makes it. We just want to play Paragon again. like,
we do. We do want to. We
like
just.
I don't know, and like Fault just kind of seems like the coolest one, the one that's like being taken the most serious. So like, I don't know, but I mean, if Overprime rolls up with like, I don't know, Overprime is just kind of.
Uh, if I was so to answer BB's question, I don't want to touch on this too much, but I'll mention why. Okay, I was thinking about this a lot because last stream I was pretty hard on Overprime and Soul Leave and Team Soul Leave, but I don't think I gave him a fair shot. So I've been thinking about it a lot, and now I'm thinking more so how to do so. And they're definitely in an earlier stage of development than Strange Matter is. So in that case, I do have to believe that they have more down the tunnel. But from what I've played, number one, the server issue, of course, but it's alpha testing. But that needs to be like number one priority, but it doesn't seem to be, according to the roadmap. That's kind of my biggest thing. And number two, it's hard to say this, but uh, for these para zombies to be successful, at some point they have to start moving away from Paragon. I know that might hurt some people's hearts, but it has to happen. Yes, they were given these assets, but that's it. Overprime is literally uh, just a worse version of the Legacy Alpha map. And not many people played the Alpha of Paragon when it costs money and everything. That's what it is at the moment. But it's a lot clunkier and a lot less finished. And if you look at their roadmap, there's no it's more they're more focused on getting more heroes in the game than they are about fixing those clunkinesses and making their own kits and making their own map and so on and so forth. But you can't knock them out. You can't say Overprime's gonna be shit. Because they're that much more early in development, and a lot can change from them. So if anyone from Overprime is watching, and you love the game, I'm not trying to say I don't like it. I'm just saying at this point in time, it's not my cup of tea, and I would love to see where they take it in the future. But until then, until they can change my mind, Fault is the way to go, because Fault has uh, a much more clearer vision, and
Yeah.
that looks like it's going to be more sustainable.
What's the next topic that we had to discuss?
The next topic, yeah, and what was BB? Yeah, they are doing that. You're right, BB. They've been making it their own game, and many slight changes that are only going to get bigger and bigger over time. So, yo, BB, I got a question. Are you platypus? I hope not. Anywho, guys, sorry, I'm just looking for a picture. Okay, sorry, I found it. So our next topic is we want to talk about competitive because last stream we talked. It wasn't a part of the topics, but right at the end when we were doing an encore, it became a topic, and everyone was very interested. So we just wanted to kind of touch on it from our point of view because we had a lot of tester point of view last time, and we got a Stranger Moose exclusive last time that said uh, it's kind of a leak, even though it's in the trail roadmap. So it's not really that big of a leak. But Strange Matter will be bringing esports to Fault. And what I mean is they're not just bringing it, they will be. Strange Matter will be doing what Riot Games does or Activision Blizzard does for Overwatch and Call of Duty. They plan on bringing in their own hosted tournaments with the prize pool and maybe possibly like a pro league or an amateur league um, in the future. And I am to say I'm excited is an understatement.
Yeah, it's definitely that's one of the things that killed Paragon was not having that competitive side. So
Oh my, like it's just like esports is so big now. Like this isn't 2005 where everyone hides that they are a competitive gamer, or 2010. This is 2020. It's a real live job. Many people can do it. You uh and it's literally a talent and a skill, and it's all about work ethic, and to it is the reason games survive. Like it is, there are games out there that people solely play because of the esports community that it has. Smite being one of them. I don't know. What was the last other one, Chandler, that only basically only has an esports community?
There
Quake?
are
Quake?
games that have practically died after their esports community got turned away, basically, and they stopped the esports completely.
It's true. It's true.
Like
It's
Heroes of the Storm, they
yeah.
stopped their competitive league, and the player base on the game died.
Wow. And then you got games like Quake that it's pretty much only competitive players, and even though the game's essentially dead, uh, it's not. And welcome, Platypus. This is the first time I've ever actually seen Platypus. Ever.
What do you mean? Platypuses are elusive.
Yeah,
I'm always around.
you're always around. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Platypus just joined our chat there, and he is a mod for Strange Matter Studios. So he's pretty good. Oh, and Sworn Brother, thank you for the follow. I actually really appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Uh, so to say esports is important. It is like the biggest thing, and I know I know that Fault. I don't know all the testers, but I can tell you that the majority of them for Fault were competitive players for Paragon. So them alone are going to be pushing for it, which makes me really happy because that means there's a few big names and a few larger voices than we have that really want competitive to be a thing. And Strange Matter is fully open about it. They brought on Ryan Red. Ryan Red is huge into competitive. He doesn't really play it, but he organizes it. And he said, I remember way back in Holiday Access, him saying, he's making if he has to do it alone, he's making competitive come to Fault. He don't care. He's making it happen. And that was in like a dev stream or whatever way back in the day. And yeah, I just I come from a competitive background in Call of Duty, and I've just seen what it does. And just to think
It
about this,
legitimizes the game on so much more than just like a casual
yeah,
level, obviously, but like
yeah, because why would you want to grind a game if there's never going to be any payoff? Like when it's a game like this that's multiplayer oriented, like you're not getting progression like an RPG. You're not getting things that you can like accolades you show off. Like you want that
you're not
competitive
unlocking
side.
weapons or stuff like that. It's like a set thing. So you might as
Competitive
well.
also brings the simple fact that the devs and the founders will push for a more balanced game and a more advanced game,
yeah,
all in all. Whereas in Paragon, because they just didn't care about the competitive side of it, they watered down the game. And I understand the casual people, are a backbone of the community,
hmm
and the competitive people are my. But people in general aren't going to play a game that's stupidly easy because they want to get onto that competitive league. Everyone is always looking at it going, oh, I'd love to be like that. No one looks at football and goes, oh, I'm watching this because, I wish I couldn't play it.
yeah,
They want to compete as well, just as much as the people playing.
yeah, exactly. And Sworn Brother made a point. There will at least be ranked. But Sworn, I'm here to tell you that there is going to be esports in Fault. Now you got to give it a bit. It's probably going to be full release, so we're talking 2021. Like you got to give them some time, but it's happening. It's gonna happen. Whether it's probably gonna start on a small scale and work its way up, but it's gonna happen. So get your 5 stack, and I'll meet you on the fault line because I know I'm doing it, and it's
Get
good.
good at them speeds.
Yeah, and as Platypus just said, that was a really good point that you made. That it legitimizes the game. So that means the devs have to take the time to make sure the game is balanced so that it can be played at a competitive level. And everyone wants to be a pro. Like same thing when I watched. Like I played hockey for 10 years. To say I didn't want to be in the NHL, of course I did. I obviously wasn't good enough where I'd be there now. Uh, But and it's the same thing in gaming for me. Like I would love to be able to be a pro in gaming one day. Same thing with I'm sure all of you. Some of you, uh, and that alone brings viewers to the thing. And esports last year made 1.5 billion dollars, which is unheard of, by the way. And you can even bring it to like the biggest Twitch streams. You got Shroud, you got Ninja. Ninja was a Halo pro. Shroud was a CS pro. Now they're the biggest names. Now they're the biggest names on Twitch. You got all these people that come from a competitive background that are the reason gaming has grown. And when I come from Call of Duty, Nadeshot was a professional Call of Duty player, and he's the reason Call of Duty uh, grew the way it did. Not just him, but for the most part. And I'm just really excited to see what Strange Matter has in store for competitive um, as time goes on. And I hope, because I know in Paragon they had a Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 league, which was ran by Huddy, who's the marketing manager of Fault now, and Sir Winkleton, I think his name is, who I don't think has any affiliation with Fault at the moment. Even though I did play with him in the Alpha 3 weekend. Um, so I know that let's say they adopt that for Fault, the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 league. Tier 1 being Pro League, Tier 2 being like a semi-pro league, kind of top BAM league, and Tier 3 being uh, for us muggles that are just randoms that want to be a pro one day, or maybe just play competitive for fun on weekends. And that was super successful, but then Paragon died. So and I want to see like real tournaments. That would be the big thing I would love to see. So Steven Chandler, what would you guys love to see out of esports for Fault? Like what if you had like a dream goal for Fault? What would it be? No
You
matter
kind
how.
of clipped in and out of there with your question.
Uh, if you if you were Jeff Bezos and you had all the money in the world, no matter how realistic or unrealistic it is, to make esports huge in Fault, what would you want to see? Like, how would you want it to be done? What would you want to see? Yeah.
I'd get a, I'd get, I'd build a 20,000 acre complex where people could move in and pay rent by.
Okay, let's be realistic. Jesus Christ, man.
You said Jeff Bezos.
Okay, we're talking about Fault.
Jeff ain't doing that, buddy.
How we're talking about Fault. How would you want how if you could make the esports community how you wanted it to be for Fault? What would you do? Thank you for the follow, BB. Truly, thank you. How would you do that?
I'd do regular tournaments, stream them on Twitch and YouTube. Fuck it, Facebook. um, and just try and make it something where like it almost like inspires people to try and get better at the game and learn the game. And I don't know, like put a bigger focus on like the people, because a lot of people have like their favorite soccer player, but you don't got your what about your favorite Fault player and like why he's your favorite or she's your favorite
Yeah.
or something? You know what I mean?
Oh well, that's the thing. I actually watched. I think it was the League of Legends documentary on Netflix, which is currently on Netflix, and I was talking about how some professional gamers now it's a part of the job to be able to be a big name in the media. So being professional on stream, being professional in person, showing up, looking your best, so on and so forth, like you're walking down that red carpet, is a really important job of esports now. And I'm excited for the day that happens with Fault. That we have these people like Meds, because I was a big Meds fan. He was a super good jungler. Uh, half they're a pro in Fault, and they have to come on in and they have to do that, and because they're pioneers of the game, right? They yeah, people look up to them. It's the same thing with Faker in League of Legends. Like if you know League of Legends, you know who Faker is, and to say he's not the greatest League of Legends player of all time, well, he is, to say the least. And um, and so many people look up to him. So many people want to play like Faker. So many people want to have the fame Faker has, and and of course the gameplay. And I know I've just been saying this over and over again, but I am so excited for esports that like I can't even get my brain to think straight at the moment.
I mean,
I'm
even
just
just
so
having simple ranked just in game, like even if you never make it to esports, like just having that rank, just being able to say, yeah, I'm in diamond, like
Mhm.
just having that accolade yourself, something you're working towards.
Yeah, I think even ranked is going to be a big deal. Like it's really going to bring a lot of people in. People are going to start grinding the game simply because there's ranked in the game whenever it hits full. And it's also going to be a really good way to meet other like-minded people. Um, because one of the challenges of competitive is finding a team that fits you or that can grow with you. And usually you see a lot of roster changes and stuff happen at especially at the amateur level. Like it happens a lot. But ranked is a good way to find like-minded people that wanna truly take this uh seriously, that truly want to see if it's possible for them to make money off this. And what does Sworn Brother Clan have to say? Do you think Fault will make it to where you can't have more than one hero of the same role, like two ADCs? Sworn, I think that is coming. I think at the moment they just got 14 heroes, so they have to let it happen. But once they start hitting the 25, 30 hero mark, 100%. That's like a part of a MOBA is you're drafting. Like if I know Steve is super good with Crunch, but I know my jungler is better or is just as good with Crunch or just slightly worse, and I know that Steve's a one trick, I'm gonna get I'm gonna ask our jungler to choose Crunch so that Steve can't. Oh yeah, that's coming. I they just can't do it because there's 14
Hang
heroes
on,
in the
hang on.
game.
Are you talking about mirror matching, or
Yeah,
because I read that question as
I th- I, th- I
like
think
two
it.
ADCs on one team, like a Twin Blast and a Murdoch on the same team?
Yeah, I think it's more so like how in Overwatch, for example, they split it up into the different types of characters, and then when you queue in, you have to pick that hero from
Oh, like
that
if
role.
kind of like where when you're stuck in like if you get stuck in the ADC role, you got to choose an ADC. It won't let you budge from that role.
Maybe that, or like it doesn't even have to be
Just
like
not allowing having two ADCs on the same team. So
yeah,
No.
like
Murdoch and
if
Twin
someone
Blast can't
locks
be on
in
the same team.
Murdoch, yeah, like if someone locks in Murdoch, then no one else could pick Twin Blast or
Uh Sworn, I
Spirit.
don't think that's going to happen because that's limiting people's choice. Like I understand from objectively competitive standpoint, it might not be the optimal thing to do, but with the way MOBAs are, you should be able to play almost anyone anywhere, and as long as you're really good with them, you should be able to like outplay. And for example, like I've in the tester streams, they've been playing a lot of Twin Blast in the off lane. Obviously, Twin Blast is not a good pick in the off lane, but if you're good with him, sometimes it's the better choice than choosing the Kwong that you're not as comfortable with. So I don't think they're going to limit that choice down. But at the same time, if I'm playing ranked and I see someone choose Twin Blast off lane and they get pooped on, I'm going to be very disappointed and I'm probably going to think they're being toxic.
Yeah, the system would definitely have to be different for ranked. For casual, obviously, it's going to be kind of free for
Yeah,
all.
but you
But
can't limit people's choices like that. Because that like if you limit people's
But like,
choices, the meta is not going to change.
but then it kind of comes down to like, hmm.
I don't think that's going to happen. Just straight up, there
Platyp-
will eventually be no mirror matching when we get more heroes in.
yeah,
But just straight up stopping people from having two ADCs or two tanks or something like that. Or if they really wanted, they could have five tanks when we have five tanks in the game.
yeah,
They could do that if they wanted.
yeah, yeah. I don't think
We're
limiting's
not going to
people's
prevent that.
choice. Yeah, and when Platypus says he is a mod for Strange Matter Studios, so if he says it's not gonna happen, I'm 99% sure it's not gonna happen. Yeah. Oh, you love doing Narbash and Phase. That's kind of cool. Ooh, I've never actually like Phase and off lane sworn or Narbash jungle.
There were many characters in Paragon that could double up as
Yeah,
what they were actually supposed to be.
yeah.
You
I
know,
think
you
that's
could play
like
Faye as a support, you could play Bellica as a support, but technically they're both mid laners.
yeah, and I think that's one of the beauties of MOBAs is uh, giving that choice to do that. If that makes any sense, I don't think limiting people to a certain role is a good idea. Um, it might, yeah, it's just not. It just makes stuff less fun, and it also make the meta change a lot slower than it should. So, because there's gonna be a meta somewhere in Fault. It's gonna happen where having three supports on a team is the smart choice. Watch. Steel, Narbash, Phase. It's gonna happen. I guarantee. Okay, maybe it won't happen, but we need to allow that to be a choice if it is
Maybe
the
it won't
option.
happen in that exact example, but it will happen.
Yeah,
Metas spring up everywhere,
yeah, yeah.
especially when there's such a small, like handful of characters to choose from.
hmm Yeah. I'm so excited for esports. What I would love to see if I could have the whole world, the stars and the moon, I would love to see Fault on the level that League of Legends is, but with an even bigger prize pool because I think League of Legends is kind of holding out on the prize pool, especially when I think of Dota. Um, like if imagine if there was a $5 million prize pool in the Los Angeles Lakers stadium. It's being streamed exclusively on Twitch or YouTube because they bought the rights to the esports, and there's 500,000 people tuning in. Like that is what I want to see for Fault, and I would love to see it not and the biggest thing I want to see too is I want to see a very good amateur community. And what I mean is I'm from Call of Duty background, and this year they started franchising. So like people paid $25 million to have a pro spot these in the franchising league, and it's a great idea to sustain competitive, but it's really segregated the amateur and pro community an extreme amount to where unless you're literally the next Scump, who is like probably the best player ever, you can argue. Uh, you're probably not going to get on a pro team, and you're not going to get on a pro team right away because be kind of you have to be kind of scouted by the pro teams, but there's not a lot of scouting going on the pro teams because they're not at the level of a professional sports team yet, if that makes any sense. That's the one thing I don't want to see in full. I don't want to see a pro league like that, even though uh, if the game's big enough that it has 2 million players, let's say, weekly, it's probably going to happen because it's like that in League of Legends. League of Legends has three different pro leagues. It's like that in Overwatch. It's like that in Call of Duty. But it can make it really hard for the teams that consistently win the amateur event to move on to the pro league event. Or maybe League of Legends does it differently to make it different. But that's why I really like the tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 system that Fall had cuz from a pro standpoint, you don't want to face a tier 3 team because it feels like a waste of time. No offense to the tier 3 team. Um, but if you win a tier 2 tournament, you want to get that chance to play the pros because that's what you're here for. What do you guys think?
Mm,
I mean, again, just obviously that's sort of the point of ranked and whatnot, and you just depend on your elo and whatever, just segregate in that way. Because obviously, again, like we said in one of the earlier ones, like you don't want every single time you get into a game, you just get your shit pushed in.
That's true.
Like that's not fun. That easily turns somebody away from a game. Like that's kind of why there's skill based matchmaking and whatnot, and different things like that. Just purely like it's more fun to play against somebody at the same skill level because then the game feels interactive again. Like you don't want to be that much better than everyone you're playing against. That you're basically just on autopilot, just rolling through it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like it's no fun having a 12-minute game, but then it's also not fun having like an hour-long game.
No, it's not. Just for anyone that's listening, especially because I know Platypus is here, please do not adopt the Overwatch or Call of Duty model for competitive, because It's pretty much the pros, which are the 99.7% best players, and then the rest of them are all put into the amateur league, and there's no in between. And there's a, you know, so why is someone that's in the 99 percentile facing someone in the 1% percentile, but they're never able to make it higher because there's too much of a gap in between? But we'll see. We'll see what
I don't know.
happens.
Sounds fair to me.
You think so?
No, that'd be horrid.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because that's what's currently happening in Overwatch and Call of Duty at the moment. So there's some people that are consistently winning the amateur events, but they're never able to make it on a pro team because the pro team isn't even looking at them. If that makes sense, because playing an amateur and playing a pro, the only way to make it a pro is if you're good enough, is if you prove yourself against the pros usually. And the Overwatch and Call of Duty model is not allowing that to happen. But what Call of Duty used to do is they used to have 8 teams that would qualify for the championship league, which is the pro league bracket for a tournament, and then they would have a 512 open bracket uh, event or tournament, and the top 4 teams out of that 512 would be allowed to be would be the final 4 spots at the in the championship bracket. So then there'd be 4 amateur teams with 8, and then they would get a chance. And this actually sounds crazy, but there was actual amateur teams that will have won events over the years because of this. And there are people like John, for example, in Parasite. Well, no one really likes Parasite anymore, but he's still good at the game. That the only reason they are a pro, they made it to pro, is because they made it through the open bracket and proved themselves at the pro level. And they would have never ever had the opportunity to do that if it wasn't for these 4 teams able to challenge. And what is B was saying? That had to do with the player base. Did they? Ooh. Yeah, I can see a lot. I know for me personally, once I might have played until version 43, but version 44, no way. I was done playing by then. I think the game was taking a dark turn. And then what was it? 2 months later, they announced that Paragon was dying, or it was going. They were letting it fall. So that happened. What do you think about what if we thought outside of the box and said there was a way to, what am I trying to say? If there was, do you think there should be some kind of way to like train people for competitive? Like obviously playing is the most important way, but should there be like a kind of like a training league in a sense, or like an academy team? Because some pro teams have academy teams, for example. So they got,
That would probably be up to the teams.
you think that would be up to the teams?
I would say so.
Yeah, because I think League of Legends does that too, but I'm not entirely sure. So for everyone that just joined in, as we were saying, uh, it was a Stranger Moose exclusive on the last stream. That it's on the roadmap, so it's not that big of a leak or a new news, but there will be tournaments that are supported by Strange Matter themselves. They will be hosting the tournaments, is what it seems like, is what they're saying with the roadmap, and it's kind of cool. And I'm very excited because if you're trying to be a competitive player, this game is getting there. There's LOL School you can join. Oh yeah, you can go to university. You can get like sponsorships to be in League of Legends now, can't you? Paragon did have a school.
As you said earlier, this is a real thing. Esports is a real thing these days. You know,
It
it's not
is.
just oh, I play games competitively. Oh, well, you don't actually have a job, do you? No, it's a real thing.
It's a real job now.
Not only do people get paid wages, but you know they obviously have the tournament winnings.
Yeah, and
You know, but
it's
that still comes down to the individual teams for like the contracts and stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Depending who wants to sponsor them, different brand deals, all that stuff, which we would absolutely love and want to have in Fault.
Oh,
But
100%. Well,
It's going to be a little while before we get to that stage,
Yeah,
but the goal is to get there.
you will. I mean, I always like because I know in a lot of the when I talk to some of the testers, a lot of them would compare Fault to Smite, and I personally think Fault has literally zero chance at this rate, as long as it keeps progressing the way it is, of losing to Smite. Like it will be bigger, and it'll be bigger in a year. Like it's not going to be 5 years; it's going to be 1 year. And uh, if Smalt can have a competitive league, if Smite can have a competitive league with big tournaments and 12,000 concurrent players weekly, I'm sure, I'm sure Fault can do that. Because I remember I was actually doing a bit of research for these streams, and I remember uh, Epic putting out an article of 800,000 players. Now, we should also mention 500,000 of them were on console. But there was 800,000 concurrent players for like 2 weeks in a row with Epic Games and Paragon once upon a time. Sometime right after Monolith came out, it was apparently their highest they ever hit. And Fault can get there. They can get there. They truly can. And Strange Matter is trying to be the next Riot Games, which is pretty obvious to me at least. And one of the biggest things that made Riot big was Season 1. They introduced a $1 million tournament. Oh, I don't think Strange Matter is going to have $1 million, but uh, year one of Fault, I'm excited to see what they're cooking up, what they have, because they definitely got something going on in the background. So, does anyone have anything more to say on that, or would you like to move on to the next thing?
I think next topic would be good.
Yeah, there's nothing more that
Not,
I'm allowed to
nothing
say.
more to say. So, I'm just gonna catch up on the chat real fast, see what they're saying. So we got Sworn. He's saying he's studying to be a chiropractor, but he wants to be a doctor for an esports team. That's a real thing. It's gonna happen. If real sports teams can do it, esports can obviously do it.
Well, that's kind of what I was going to say. Like, not to kind of like step into the whole New World Order talk and kind of definitely don't want to delve too deep into this, but like just with this whole like obviously the thing about like it's definitely going to be a different playing field going forward because like people are already talking about like how do things come back off of this, and you're definitely going to see a bigger resurgence of like esports and whatnot, and like not not that I'm trying to say that obviously like regular sports are going to die off. That's never going to be a thing, but it's going to definitely be a lot more appealing to like watch an esport tournament at home.
It's better to stream something as clean.
Yeah,
and
and again, I don't want to really like conspiracy theories and New World Order and all that shit. Don't want to delve into that. That's unnecessary. But like,
I will.
It's a real
burning.
thing. Like going.
Oh boy.
Anyway, guys, I'll leave you to it. I hope you enjoy your stream.
Thank you, Platypus, for coming on in. If for some reason, Platypus, you can put in a good word with us with Strange Matter. I'm sure they've heard of us by now, but we would love to, help them out in any way we can. Please do so. Other than that, thank you, and I'm glad you're enjoying the stream.
So easy.
So soon.
I will continue to be around and watching.
Awesome. If/when, so Pajama says, any idea if/when roll queue will be implemented? What do you mean? Do you mean like kind of in Smite how they have preferred role? You can choose your secondary and primary role, and then it kind of just puts it in the game. And like you don't have to stick to that, but it's there to try to just bring a bit more organization. Is that what you mean, Pajamas? If that's what you mean,
I think judging by what Platypus just said, that it doesn't really sound like that's ever going to be a thing.
yeah, it's not a thing in League of Legends and casual at all. No, you can choose what role you would like. So I think
it should be.
Yeah.
Some extent.
I think no like League, so where you choose like your icon of what you would prefer to play once you get to the draft screen, kind of thing. That was in Fault, the Alpha 3 weekend actually. There was like these little icons they could choose: support, jungle, mid, solo, and you put that so you could try to stay a bit more organized and on and make sure you don't have three supports on the same team, kind of thing. Yeah, there was that. Do they plan on making it so that you have to stick to a certain role, or they're saying you are mid? I don't think so, because just because the game dictates that you're going to play mid this game doesn't mean you're going to. Like, you could still choose Narbash and go mid if you want to. You know what I mean? Or you can still go solo lane if you want. Like, it's nothing's really stopping you once you get in the game. But yeah, I think there's going to be some kind of organization system further than what they had in the Alpha 3 weekend that'll show, please, like, fill in this role so that your team comp can be reasonable. But they're not gonna limit anyone or restrain anyone to a certain pool of characters or anything like that. That's not gonna happen. That was confirmed like 20 minutes ago. Actually, that is not happening. Um, so the last point we got there, we got of Act 3 is nostalgia. So what do I mean at this? All we want to do is sit here. We want to watch some videos. We want to talk about Paragon, and we as a community and for everyone watching, we wanted to just hit the nostalgia train and why, and get you a bit more excited about Fault. So we got a few videos and we got a few things we're just going to talk about as we go. So should we start with the video or should we just start talking?
Yeah, let's hit up those videos.
Let's hit those videos. Okay, we'll start with this one. So, Star, we got the open beta trailer.
When it's time to fight, what will you do? Will you be prepared for what's to come? Will you stand strong and be fearless? Will you bring chaos, cunning, or precision? When it's time to fight, will you be ready? When the time comes, will you stand united? It's time to start a fight.
To say that trailer makes me pretty upset that Paragon's dead is an understatement. Right? The feels.
Yeah.
I remember way back. So this is my story of Paragon. Steven S.A. Reed introduced it to me. And while I'm talking, I'll just go through. I'll just find another video. I got a few here, but I played Legacy as Greystone. I didn't like the game.
You went to have dinner. In the middle of the game.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah.
I apparently left middle game, so I'm toxic as fuck. And then I wow. And then I never played the game again for 6 months or something. So Steve hounded me. I played it back. Monolith just came out maybe a week before. And I played it and I fell in love. And it is by far the most played game I've ever played since then. Like, by far. And it brought me so many good feels, so many good moments. I made friends. Me and Steve kind of had like a little Discord community that's now dead completely
Hmm.
dead. Uh, yeah, and it was pretty awesome. What about you, Steve? How did you hear about this game?
Uh, well, I was hearing about Overwatch a lot, and at the same time, I was overhearing about Battleborn,
Hmm.
and then I was also um uh hearing about Paragon, and I thought that it was Activision, Gearbox, and Epic Games all creating their own MOBA.
Hmm.
Overwatch obviously wasn't a MOBA, and Battleborn was barely a MOBA, and then Paragon was completely one. So I was like, all right, cool. And I knew that Overwatch was super expensive. Battleborn was also a game you had to buy, but then I saw that Paragon was free, and I was like, oh shit. So I just downloaded it, checked it out because like it looked pretty legit. I thought the graphics were dope. And then I started playing it, and I was like, wow, this game is like the world's really big. It's super like vertical,
Hmm.
and just started playing it a lot. And I was like, hey, it's free. Might as well download it.
Cool. And on that note, I'm gonna play another uh, little thing from the Paragon YouTube page, and we're gonna talk about it, some more stuff after that. Oh, I'm so excited for Fall's trailer. Uh, Chandler, how did you hear about Paragon?
That would have been through Steven as well, and would have been just kind of chilling around the house, seeing him play it, and going, "Oh well, that kind of looks cool."
Hmm. You know what's crazy? So I played back in the day. I played a lot of Call of Duty competitive, and I mean a lot. I went, yeah, we'll just say that, and I quit playing because a few of my what ended up being teammates at the time, but now like super close online friends, um, I ended up stopped playing for a little bit because some of them were graduating, some of them were going to university, some of them had to get a job, family issues, whatever it may be. So I ended up being by myself playing games for a little bit. So on top of that, that's where Steve's motivation to for me to come back and try Paragon really kicked in, and I tried it, and I remember playing it. It must have been 3 months straight, and some of my online friends who had played with every single day for years at this point came back, started playing. They would invite me to a party. I wouldn't even join, and they'd be like, "Look, why are you playing this stupid game? I watched the trailer for it. It looks awful." And then I'd be like, "Look, I'm telling you, it's the best game you'll ever play." And they wouldn't play it. They wouldn't play it. I was playing by myself every day. I'm talking like 12 hours days. Like I was full in love infatuated with Paragon, and um, eventually one of my friends crept on, ended up trying it, and he will say that it is to this day his favorite game he's ever played. And he actually played Alpha 3 Weekend with me. We both bought PCs just so we could play Fault because we're both on console. And just, I love hearing and seeing all the hearts that it touched because it's not very often you see a community that's dead or a game that's dead have a community this strong still. And I think there's something special. I think the only reason Paragon died is because it was in the wrong hands and because of Fortnite. And there's also a conspiracy theory out there that Tencent bought Epic and they want to make sure League of Legends was always the biggest game, but that's a different story entirely.
You think Strange Matter would sell Fault to Tencent?
How much money are you giving me?
Oh, so you think they would?
Look, Steve, everything has a price. Everyone has a price. If I said to you right now, I'll give you $10 million if you stop making music, would you do it? Or you can't make this album.
What?
If I said, I'll give you $10 million and your next album will not be made, so you have to wait like another 6 months before you can make a new product, would you do it?
I don't know.
I actually don't like talking about that, of course, because obviously I think most people would do that. It's not like it's
Well,
I
it'd
don't want to
become one
talk
of
too
those
much
things where it's
about it
like,
because I trust Strange Matter. I don't want them to think I'm talking shit about them. I love you guys. But if you get offered $100 million, I understand. I understand. I get it. Anywho, I wanted to show this because this is alpha gameplay of Paragon that I have up here, and I just wanted you guys to you'll watch your minds be blown when you see how this gameplay looks compared to Fault does currently.
What's up, Paragon community? It's me, Zeke.
And me, Mooney.
And we'd like to thank you for playing with us in OT1 and welcome you back for OT2.
Thank you for all of your feedback on OT1. This video will highlight new updates in Online Test 2. One of the first changes affects match length. We made some changes to minions and towers, which should hopefully shorten game times going forward. We've also made a small tweak and moved team comms from T to C.
You've asked for it, and now we've added it. In-game text chat. Now you can hit enter to bring up your chat window and let your team know how awesome they are, or more accurately ask for assistance. Remember, teamwork is a key to victory in Paragon.
We've also added death cams. If you happen to die, you can spectate your team. Use the left and right mouse buttons to swap between allies.
Mooney's pretty familiar with the death cam.
No one asked you, Zeke.
For those of you who are new to MOBAs, we just brought a new game mode online that will help you learn the game at your own pace. Introducing Co-op vs AI. This mode will queue you up with 4 other players and pit you against 5 enemy bots. Keep in mind, these bots are in a very early state and may not function as intended. But with your help, we can get them there.
For all you Paragon addicts out there, much like myself, we have something just for you. Profile progression. The more games of Paragon you play, the more boosts and card packs you can unlock. To view any progression you may have unlocked in your account, head over to the profile section to check out your account overview. There, you can find an assortment of stats, boosts, and card packs you may have unlocked, and even open them.
Oh man. We hope to put the power in your hands with this next feature, Deck Builder. To add cards to your deck, you simply click on the card and it's thrown into your deck. Don't forget to experiment with our new card system. You'll want to start with your Prime Helix card, then adding in the meat of your deck, your equipment, and finally finishing with upgrades. Cards can be removed from your deck by left-clicking and selecting Remove. You can click filters to acquire specific stats in your deck and remove filters by clicking on the filter box that pops up.
Builder.
Upgrades can also be filtered by left-clicking on a specific card. Once you have finished creating your deck, don't forget to save it. Also, remember to give your decks names. They have feelings too.
If you haven't already, check out our OT1 video that goes over the basics of our game. And make sure to keep an eye out for Money Mooney. Can't wait to play with you guys.
We really appreciate the feedback you've been giving and hope it continues through OT2. Please be sure to check out our forums for patch notes, updates, and a message from our creative director, Steve Superville. Good luck and have fun.
I just wanted to I just wanted to mention that is like the equivalent of like Alpha 3 weekend for Fault, and like it almost looks the exact same. So if anyone thinks that I just want to put all the haters out there, Fault's gonna look a lot nicer, and that's just a comparison. Pretty good
Yeah,
one
and
at
that's
that.
definitely part of all that back end, just making it look better.
Yeah. Because if we go down to, I showed this video last time. Yeah, we'll do it again. Now we'll do New Dawn first. How's that sound? So this is not the final map of Paragon. It is to show you the difference.
The sins of the past are swept away. As the people look toward the future, all things become possible. This is the New Dawn update. We have created a brand new item system with over 100 unique abilities for cards and gems. Killing blows now reward you with gold that can be spent to increase 3 new attributes: agility, vitality, and intellect. By increasing your attributes, you will become more powerful and be able to equip cards and activate powerful gems with unique abilities. A new card system means a brand new deck builder, where you can create custom decks of cards and gems to fit your playstyle. Paragon has an entirely new feel and speed. Attack speeds, game pace, and the in-game economy have been reworked, so Paragon will feel more fluid and more dynamic than ever before. We have also redefined Hero Mastery. Players will now have more opportunities to level up their heroes and earn even more rewards. Master your favorite heroes to earn more skins, taunts, and crowns. Lastly, the long-awaited Iggy and Scorch rework has arrived. And even Rampage wanted to get in on the fun. This is our biggest update yet. There is so much to explore, and even more on the horizon. This is a New Dawn for Paragon.
I gotta be honest. I hated New Dawn.
Yeah, that card system, I hated it so much.
It was that was something brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something brutal. So I think I'm gonna show one more video, and then talk a bit more, and then I got one final video I want to talk about. Does anyone remember these community corner things? Way back in the day? They were pretty cool. And the packs, when they actually put down 10 grand for competitive, ooh, that was nice. That was a nice time. So let's see, what video should we do? We will go with... Look, this is a free beta launch week. That's when it cost money to play Paragon, before it was free. Okay, I want to leave with one 4-minute video that was created by Magister, who is a tester for Fault. And this is of Reverb, who is also a tester. And this is Fault. Now, apparently this is a little montage of a few tester streams. Look at how, this is Holiday Access. Look at the difference in quality for Holiday Access compared to Alpha 3 Weekend.
Toxic and unstable, but I am far from able
There's
to resist your touch. Even when it hurts this much, you have
the best Fault player there ever was. Honestly.
Cancel this all.
This haunting feeling deep within the ache of you beneath my skin.
I'll just dodge all this stuff.
My all. You.
Dude, he just got outplayed so hard, dude. That's actually nuts how hard he got outplayed.
Crush me. Yeah.
Let's go, dude.
I don't wanna give you up. Maybe in time you'll love me just as much. I got away, I made a mistake.
We can be friends. This was the truth. This was the lending hand. Oh my god, dude, quit that shit. I'm gonna tear him up, dude. We're gonna tear this fight up, bro.
So, what do you guys miss the most about Paragon?
Playing it.
Playing it, of course.
Getting those sick team wipes, bro.
I really enjoyed getting the masteries back in the day. And I really enjoyed hitting a really good Decker ult. A really good Decker ult. I think that was really awesome. Is there anything you guys would like to say before I put this video up? Because this is the big one.
No, I think we're all good.
So, for everyone that's watching, after this video, it'll be considered the end of Act 3. So we're going to be considering this the 20-minute break that we do. We will come back for an encore act, maybe, but we will at least come back to say our goodbyes. So stay tuned. This video is called Farewell Paragon, the last montage.
Does anyone have me on their friend list?
Rip Creeper.
Oh god, dude, he's like.
You know who I am? Did you fucking start a game already?
No.
Guys are awful human beings. Look at him.
Oh my god.
No, I don't. I think Clone's the leader of the Christians, but
So 3, 2, 1, go. So,
Okay, guys. Welcome to the Carbon in-house tournament. We're doing the finals now. We're the best of threes. We'll quickly tell you who's on Team Progress, who
hosted us, Snart and such. Thank you all for hosting this stream. It's been very nice. We've had a lot of viewers. It's very delightful to have you all here casting this tournament. We'll happily do it again. We'll set up plenty more events. Please feel free to join Carbon. Thank you to everyone that attended. Thank you to my wonderful moderator, Vol, keeping everything admin.
Good job, Vol.
Jack and Forsaker for joining me casting today. Please go over to their streams and say hello to them every now and again. Make them feel a bit more loved.
I'm actually going to be streaming for the next little while. So if you guys
I'll be
want to hop
hosting
over and play some games, let's do it!
Yep. So I think this exclamation mark casters. I got it. There you go. There's the streams. We're gonna now host Geronimo Jack. Thank you all again. It's an amazing event.
It was awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And make sure you guys sign up for Carbon. It's more of these tournaments, more fun, and you'll find a lot of good people to play with.
Just join our server, message one of the managers. I will be online for a bit as well.
Yeah.
So
I'll be going
you can
off
just message.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Have a lovely evening and night, depending on where about in the world you are. Bye-bye.
I think we're going to play Kalari's Wet Dream, guys.
It's not a hero like Murdoch. I have gun. I shoot gun. Someone load laser. You have to. My impression of heroes have just been so good today, man.
It's spot on. Spot on.
Master Skin, it doesn't matter. Guy Cameron comes in here, and Sparrow laying down the law is just taking them out one by one, making 1 by 2. Grim goes down. This is not looking good. I thought it was going to be Carbon's time. It could have been their moment to turn this game around, but it's not going to be the case. 4 Prime is just too strong. The lead is too strong. The plays are too strong. Marty Rivia does go down, so he's going to be timed out for 600 seconds.
Why didn't you tell me we went live?
I told you we went live. I was counting. Didn't you hear the countdown?
I didn't hear it.
I said
So I'm sitting here-
I started at 10, and then I went to 9, and then I went to 8, and then I went to 6, and then I went to 7, and then I went to 3, then I went to 4, then I went to 1, then I went to 2.
I didn't hear any of that.
Oh,
okay?
man.
And so I'm sitting here
It's not
bouncing.
for a lack of volume.
I'm bouncing. And I'm thinking we're still waiting, guys.
We
we're
got a
back.
candid
We're
moment.
going-
We got a candid moment from Sir Joshua Notch.
We're going to a game number 3. Game number 3. Team Evolve.
And Life Online is not going to land this one blast. It is going to hit Ben down, but that's here comes the. Oh man, this could be disastrous. These Portal's caught out. I think he's accepted his fate. He's going to go down. Cisco's coming in. Leo Grande is on Clearcast with jokes. Once again, Clearcast. Is it the shoes, ladies and gentlemen? Undoubtedly it is. Is that Mick Jagger playing Twin Blast? You better believe it. Incredible play by Clearcast.
Orb Prime going to be an objective that these guys want to take or set up for? Are they taking this? Are they baiting this? They've got the time to do it. They've got the damage. I don't think these guys know this is happening. The rotation's coming. But I think by the time
here comes the shield slam. This is the wombo combo again. They line him up. They get all three. The big ultimate's going down, and Ghost is going to get torn apart. Oh, he's still alive somehow. He's actually in stealth. He's going to be able to get away, but the rest of his team now coming in. Edok gets in. He gets the kill on the Gideon, potentially looking for more. Earthshatter does a little bit of damage on a Faded, but it's going to be the sticky bomb from Massive. Shield Bill dropping down from the high ground. Subjugate doesn't land. Still was able to dodge it very, very quickly. Quick reaction from him. But Chill Phil's now isolated. Straight proficiency dropping down from where Chill Phil ascended from. And there's a hook onto Marty. Darkmash is going to get taken out, but that's not a high priority target at this stage. If Chill Phil can get away, they might be able to look for a re-engagement here. There's the Reckoning. Who's it on? It's on Imsco. This could be Green. If they can keep Imsco alive, Suki's going to be in a very awkward position. He needs to get the kill. He needs to use your Blur. He does get the kill on Imsco, the Punisher. All the meanwhile, Strafe over here, very, very low. And Team Reborn, a.k.a. Rammerdos, a.k.a. the boss, is able to pick up a kill as well onto Strafe. A carry for a carry, but with a double carry composition means he's still got that long-range auto-attacker. And, oh, baby, that's a triple Rammerdos swinging the halberd, swinging that down. And now Suki, he's going to go for it. He gets it up, and he immediately turns over. Chillfield Bling Storm. Oh, baby, a quadrant. Can we get the Penta Suki? Got him, all five go down, and that's a Penta, ladies and gentlemen. 5-man concerted push onto the core. They have the prime card. And they take this against insurmountable odds. Lucer's called out. He's going to try to do what he can. He's still alive, but it's Team Reborn. It's Rambertos who takes out Richter underneath his own core. And already a 4v5 now. Team Oxygen are looking to reset the fight, but Team Finesse wants none of that. Chillfield leading for it. The Subjugate does not land on Amari, but you hear Arsenic summons the power of the curse. And one of the carries is down now. Chillfield goes down. It's 2v5. Team Oxygen might be able to pull this game around. Suki's isolated. He's tethered. He gets taken out as well. And it looks like Team Oxygen is going to be able to go and win this game down to the inhibitors. Master Splinter, he's trying to zone as best as he can. I don't believe he has a containment fence online, as it was just used in the most recent team fight. The Orb Prime very, very low. They have to be careful about the steal. Ramros is going to go in. NATO 6 able to pick it up. Oh, Master Splinter's very low. There's not going to get much value. Imsco picks up the kill onto the support. The black hole onto Imsco and Phasma. Huge black hole. The Stasis Gym just delayed the inevitable. Solo Nazgul's been around the corner. Ramros looks for the kill. It does not happen. Reborn are able to take the fight. They take the Orb Prime. They want those dollar bills. Medj is stunned up. He's taking so much damage. NATO Check takes him down. Reborn are coming back from the ashes, just like their name implies. And they, ladies and gentlemen, are going to take game number 2. It still might be sketchy. Neosic, if he gets a steal, there's a lot of ways he's looking for it. Ramberto secures it and goes Reflect. The black holes, is there any way to interrupt it? I don't think there is. They're taking the full front damage of the Gideon. And down goes Imsco. NATO's still alive. Nadu Haifu is Reborn doing it. They possibly might be. They pick up 2 very important kills. And that's going to be Decker back on the field. Nazgul was taken out, but he did his job. Reflect taking the tower over onto Imsco. He's trying to cut him down. Reflect is going to do what he can. The Tainted Magic, can he do it? Under the core. Oh, baby, Imsco's so low. The Radiant Mantle, can he do it? He does! Reflect, ladies and gentlemen. He says, Ramriddles, who? Excuse me? Wait. Reborn are going to make a unlikely. Oh, by the boulder! Natosik goes in, pulls him back. Phasma does. The piercing arrow does not land. They're chasing the Twin Blast instead of trying to end this game. Reborn has to be careful. But the containment fence, the $2,500 containment fence, coming out for Master Splinter right there. The creep wave in the middle is massive. It is going to be.
Appy Picker comes in, will get stunned by Wukong. Adi's trying to go man mode against him, will get knocked up in the air. Here comes a black hole. It hits on the 2 from Ninja, and some great damage from Moxblood as well. Regal's gonna be chunked down as the monkey. He needs to run away, gonna get the pushback on the Moxblood. Ninja falls. Idic is taking up a lot of damage at this point. Moxblood trying to go for the double pain, but the smash and grab is going to miss. Lucer in the middle of everything now. So is Ghost. He needs to find some damage with the Revenant, but he's got a Crux smacking him in the face. Here comes Book. As soon as that happens, Assert are going to back up. They're actually going to take those 10 orbs out from the Prime Guardian that he shoots out right at the beginning. And Moxblood, he's gone too far. He's got nobody to help. Ghost is going to get hit with the Fury of the Heavens on the backside. Here comes the black hole. Out on the 3 by Azzy. He's going to pick them all off. Now there is goes after Arsenic. Gets a lot of monkeys around him. The smash and grab by Medj. Gets 2 down to the low ground. Reflect is taken there as well. Beautiful containment fence. It looks like it took in everybody. J. Leo can't find anything on the backside. And Reborn lose 4. About to be 5. His Logic can only shoot his little Drongo gun. Again.
Welcome, Paragon community, and thank you so much for tuning in to the 2017 Paragon Exhibition Tournament. This is the first official tournament hosted by Epic Games for Paragon. What was once 180 teams is down to just 4, competing for $30,000.
Guys, Paragon has to close. Hey everyone, it's... With heavy hearts, we've decided to close down Paragon. We truly appreciate everything you've put into Paragon. We've received many passionate ideas for where to take the game. The outpouring of thoughtfulness... I will read this. Of thoughtful suggestions is another testament to this incredible community. After careful consideration and many difficult internal debates, we feel there isn't a clear path for us to grow Paragon into a MOBA that retains enough players to be sustainable. We didn't execute well enough to deliver on the promise of Paragon. We have failed you despite the team's incredibly hard work, and we're sorry. To try to make this right, Epic is offering a full refund to every Paragon player for every purchase on any platform. This refund will come directly from Epic.
Obviously, I wasn't ready for this today. So I'm sorry if you guys think I'm being dramatic or, you know, blowing it out of proportion or whatever. But I wasn't ready to hear that today. Especially after feeling so motivated, you know?
When I first got into the game and you're the reason I wanted to be a mid laner.
Okay. I thought that was a great way to end it there now. Steven Chandler, are you there?
Yeah,
Yep.
man.
That video's pretty sad, huh? Sylphin, we love you. I'm glad you found a home with Strange Matter and that you're making your dream come back alive.
Watching the competitive gameplay was just like, oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah. Alrighty. Besides that, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys just want to say your goodbyes, end it, or do you want to keep on going?
Yeah, I mean we can end it there.
Yeah.
If you guys want.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good with ending it. What about you, Chan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We achieved a pretty good conversation.
So let's just say your goodbyes. Hey, what a flippity flop though. This is Stranger or Big Moose. And we're here with Faultarian Journal number 4, and we just finished Act 3. Thank you for everyone that tuned in today. We've been doing this for 4 weeks now, and we continue to keep doing it. I really hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope we may have taught you something. We may have ignited a fire in you for Fault. We did something to make you excited for early access come May 8th. I will be creating a 5-stack so I can poop on everyone in the game. But besides that, Fault May 8th, guys. I'm excited. It's time for Paragon and Fault, I guess we call it now, to come on back and to steal my heart once again. So, Steven Chandler, it's on to you guys.
Have a good night. Have a good life. Stay safe. And keep playing games.
What about you, Chandler? What do you have to say?
Not too much. Another fun stream talking about the game, hyping up anything to just blow off a little steam until the 8th. So we're 3 weeks out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, I guess we'll be back here next week.
Thank you for everyone that tuned in. Thank you for everyone that followed. I hope you enjoy this. May 8th, you'll see a lot of new gameplay out of me for sure. We got a Discord, but apparently the Discord link down below isn't a permanent one or something. Reverb was telling me earlier, so I got to update that. But we got our own Faultarian Discord. We just started. We got our logo today. Okay, I shouldn't say we got it. We got a draft of what our logo for Faultarian is going to look like today. But more things to come as time goes on. I know I got a webcam coming as well. And yeah, everyone stay safe. COVID-19. Don't shoot your brothers and sisters and family for having to stay inside so much. And I think that's it. That's all.
That's a wrap.
I'll see ya for number 5.